to silence. A couple with 2 young children strolled into view, hands gripped tightly as they registered the sheerness of the drop. "Sorry," Perry said when they'd passed. I'll try with Benedict anyway." Charlotte regarded him with curiosity. Though she believed he meant it, she did not trust that he would be able to do it. There was an issue he was keeping to himself, and it was clear she wasn't going to be able to coax it from him. Not yet. Instead, as in previous crises, she reached for the therapy of manual work. It had worked for him better than anything else. Just look at his dedication to Keeler House. "Do you fancy doing me a favour?" "What?" She tapped her fingers on a nearby post. "Repaint this. We've got the paint in stock, I think." "Fine," Perry said, "but I'm not doing the shores." "Amy will want to do theirs." Charlotte felt herself softening. "I know this summer has been hard, but there's not much of it left now. I'm sure we're through the worst." Was she sure, though? Below, the tide made that growling sound you sometimes heard as it began its return to shore. In the past, she might have stayed to watch the racing currents, the way they doused the skin of the ocean as if tossed from some huge pail just out of range. But not this time. The longer she sat here on the Nook's war-torn deck, the more vulnerable she felt. Amy had picked up on it straight away, hadn't she? Though she hadn't been able to name it. Had sublimated it into other anxieties. But how easily defined it was now. They were targets. All of them. Targets in their own homes.
Chapter 36. Beatty. She gathered up her bag, beach blankets and towel, and stepped out onto the deck of the niche. "Mind, darling," her mum cried out. "The paint's wet." "Like, obviously," Beatty said, irritated. "You're literally painting right now." She didn't have a problem with her mum redoing the exterior so quickly. She was obsessed and crazy, and it kept her attention off Beatty. But it did mean she hadn't been able to invite Tate round, which had led to a last-minute scramble for an alternative location. She'd wondered about the Nook. Benedict had told her where the spare key was, in a weird, super discreet way that made Beatty think Tabitha must have told him about Tate. But when she wandered down to the Tuckers, she found that was being painted as well, by Perry. "Come to lend a hand?" he'd asked her. Seriously, it was like the oldsters had no idea what a holiday was. Luckily, Tate had had a suggestion. The old pillbox on the far side of the meadow, which she very much hoped wasn't going to smell of pee. "Aren't you going the wrong way for the beach?" her mum called after her. "I'm going to sit in the meadow for a bit, do some reading." "Have you got sunscreen on? It's deceptively breezy along there." "I don't burn," Beatty said. "It doesn't mean you won't damage your skin. You'll regret it later." "That's like your motto, Mum. You'll regret it later." Her mum looked hurt, and Beatty felt briefly guilty. She needed to go, or she risked Tate coming along too closely behind her and her mum noticing. She might put 2 and 2 together and make 4 for once. "Don't forget you're having my pedicure at the Needles. 3 o'clock. There's no way I'll be finished here in time." "Okay." Now she felt even more guilty. "If they ask, you're 18. A few minutes later, she arrived at the pillbox, a grey concrete thing clinging to the cliff edge, with a horizontal lookout slit. There was no door, and so when Tate arrived, they had sex standing up just inside. He kept craning his neck to the side every so often to check the gap for hikers, which was weird and distracting, and she was relieved when it was over, and they could just sit on her blankets and chat. "Can you smell something funny?" she said. "Like what?" "Like bodies, but not, ours." "It's always smelled like this," he said, wrinkling his nose, which made him look cute and boyish. "Must have been thousands of people hooking up in here over the years. Shooting up sometimes as well." "That's so grim." A slant of sunlight fell through the slit onto their bare feet, and noticing her chipped toenails, she had an unwelcome thought. I've got a pedicure at the Needles after this. You don't think it will be Ellie doing it, do you? At their family's last drinks with the Tuckers, before the dads had fallen out, Charlotte had mentioned how the girl who'd done her facial that day had been moaning about her boyfriend never being around, and it had to have been Ellie. What with Tate's bar work, his activism, his affair, he couldn't have a lot of time left for his girlfriend. I'm not sure she does pedicures, he said. Might be wrong on that. You wouldn't say anything. Are you joking? She'd pull my toenails out. BT remembered Tabitha's take on things. What was it she called it? Polyamorous. She definitely doesn't know? No one knows on my side. What, not even Robbie? It gave BT an important feeling to know she was on the radar of the charismatic NJFA leader who had just been featured in The Guardian, according to her mum. Nope, and we need to keep it that way. His missus is Ellie's best friend. BT sighed, suddenly frustrated with the need for secrecy, anonymity. Pine Ridge felt too small for this. Like everywhere she looked, there were traps. Any minute now, someone they knew could stumble in here and go nuts and make them feel bad just for liking each other. What? Noticing her glum expression, Tate assessed her through narrowed eyes. I don't like her more than you, if that's what you're thinking. I think you're fucking awesome. But you'll go back to London soon, and I'll still be here, so... So you'll need a girlfriend, she finished. I'll need a home. You know, I've literally not got a roof over my head without her. There was a sullenness to him now, a darkness, and the thought that she'd infected him with her mood made her feel a bit panicky. She didn't know what he wanted her to say and scoured her mind for a positive. You said you might get one of those new micro cabins. Tabitha said they'll be proper registered addresses, not like the caravans. Beatty had been shocked to learn that temporary residents like Robbie and Tate couldn't use the park's address for banking or benefits or anything else official. Tate shrugged. Or you could always move away, she suggested. Where to? I don't know. London. She had a vision of the two of them at the club in Soho that she and Sienna and Lexi went to, dancing and kissing, fingers in each other's hair, their skin oily with sweat. Everyone watching them and saying how amazing they were together. They'd love you in London. It'd be so lit. He brightened. You think? 100%, Beatty said. Oh, wow. The spa was fully bougie. She was getting serious Bali vibes, with all the carved wood and polished conch shells. Bali was her destination of choice for her gap year. Maybe next summer she'd try to get a job here. She'd be 18 by then, and was confident she was just as pretty as the therapists milling around in their tailored green tunics. Not that she had any therapy skills, so she'd need to be on reception, which, actually, when she thought about it, might be quite boring. Bar work would be better. Maybe the beach bar, alongside her lover. But wait, she'd literally just fantasised the entire walk down here about Tate moving up to London. If he did that, then next summer he wouldn't be here, and Pine Ridge wouldn't be the same without him. Or would she already have flown to Bali by then anyway? She supposed it depended how much money she banked for her 18th. Who's my therapist? She asked the girl on duty. Manda. She's running a few minutes late if you'd like to take a seat. Phew. Is there a loo I can use? On your left, just through the doors to the changing rooms. The loos were shared with the gym users and were very fancy. Green slate tiles and dried flowers, palms shaped like spears, and something fluffy and blood red. Through the glass doors, she glimpsed a bank of lockers and thought, no, she couldn't even if she wanted to. She didn't have her shim or her spare phone with her. But she could always have a little check to see if anyone had left their locker door open, couldn't she? It happened more often than you'd think. People were running late or distracted or thought the lever had slotted into place when it hadn't. Low-hanging fruit for someone like her, someone who had TV reels made about them. No BT, just go to the loo. But the whole time she peed, she felt it. A weird hankering, like hunger but more emotional. Like yearning. Oh God, She'd heard about this feeling before, from Benedict's dad. She must have an addiction. She must be what was it? A quick Google supplied the answer. A kleptomaniac. That was it. Great. She flushed the loo and washed her hands with the gritty citrus hand wash and emerged into reception in time to be greeted by her therapist. "Amy, I'm Manda. Would you like to follow me?"
Chapter 37. Charlotte. The yoga class was winding down, the instructor adopting hypnotic tones to urge them to respect the breath and invoke all the reasons they should be thankful for their bodies, basically a list of its parts. The skin on Charlotte's arms gleamed from her earlier massage, mitigating the horrible crinkling she got in certain postures. Not that there wasn't a scientific fascination to aging, she found, like monitoring the degradation of plant matter, the shrivelling of a potato, for instance. She caught sight of her fatigued expression in the mirror and thought, am I really 50? Half a century of breathing and moving and working and parenting and caring and fighting fires and seeking solutions and keeping the peace. It was exhausting. She couldn't manage another year of it, let alone another 30. Especially down here with this new sense of reckoning in the air, even in places with a pro-holidaymaker agenda like the Needles. She could have sworn her masseuse's manner changed when she'd told her she wasn't a guest at the hotel, but had her own place up in the village. You couldn't see the resentment, but you could feel its heat in her fingers, like infrared light. The class finished. She thanked the instructor and went to collect her things from her locker, which opened without her needing to use the code. She obviously hadn't closed it properly. Absent-mindedness was another unwelcome symptom of middle age. Exiting the spa, she stopped at the front desk, where the lotions used in the treatments were on sale. "I want to buy some of the oil Ellie just used in my Swedish. Deep moisture retexturizer, she said it was." "That's such a gorgeous product." The girl's smile was genuine as she located it and slid it into a Needles-branded gift bag. £35, please." Charlotte opened her wallet, but the card she wanted to use wasn't in its usual slot. She checked the other compartment to no avail. "Is something wrong?" "I think I've lost my card. Did I leave it here when I paid for the massage and yoga class?" "What's the name on it? Charlotte Tucker?" "No, my maiden name, Miss C. Rain." "Let me check if it's been handed in." But the only things in today's lost property were a yoga top and a water bottle. "I don't think I closed my locker properly." Charlotte gave a rueful smile. You know, brain fog. But the card was definitely in my purse, so I think it must have been stolen. At the word stolen, the consternation was immediate. "Is anything else missing?" The other cards were present, and correct, and the key to the moke was still in the zipped pocket where she'd left it. "Not your phone as well?" "No, I didn't bring that." "Good, because that's the thing now," the girl said. "We've got a notice up in the changing rooms. I don't know if you saw it. We're asking people to keep phone and bank cards separate because of the fraud risk. Would you like me to take some details and contact the police?" But the thought of that useless lot wading in was too much. "No, it's okay. I'll call my bank from home and get them to cancel it." It took 5 minutes to get back to Cliff View, the traffic into the village lighter than usual. Perry was still at work on the Nook, Benedict, Huck and Julien swiping a shuttlecock backwards and forwards on the lawn. She found her phone and sipped a thyme and citron tea while she waited in the queue for the fraud hotline. She and Perry had premium accounts, and she got through after only a brief hold. "When did you last use it?" "This afternoon, at the Needles in Pine Ridge." "That would be for £122, yes?" "That's right." "There's actually been a contactless payment since then, for £98? The contactless limit was 100. "Really? Where?" A shop in Pine Ridge called Fleur? That wasn't you? No, I haven't bought anything from there all summer. We'll make the refund to your account and send an alert to the merchandiser. The card's been cancelled, so whoever's got it won't be able to make any more purchases. We'll send you a new one. It should arrive within 24 hours. Thank you. She'd get Perry to pick it up on his next, and he'd promised final, trip back up to London for the mysterious weekly appointment he thought best to conceal from her. Draining her tea, she decided to take a wander down to Fleur. She had nothing planned for the next hour, so why not, in the absence of a functioning police force, indulge in a little amateur sleuthing? She'd forgotten what a lovely shop it was, laid out on 2 floors of a classic Bird Lane cottage. She'd used it constantly in the early years in an effort to support local businesses, but lately her custom had dropped off. They stocked more beachwear now, high-end swimwear and sarongs, raffia sun hats, sandals with metallic straps. Tubes of French sunscreen were offered at £30 a pop. She waited for a customer to pay and then approached the counter. My card was used here about an hour ago by someone who stole it from me. It's okay, she said at the woman's startled face. I'm not looking to escalate things, but I wondered if you can remember anything about the person. They spent £98. I don't know how many items that would have been. The woman consulted her iPad. That must have been the bikini top and the hat. You served them, Chelsea, I think, when I was out back. She addressed a second staff member, a teen busy stocking cubbyholes with baskets of soaps shaped like mussels. She came over to join them. Bikini top and hat? Yeah, it was a girl. Anything else? Her manager prompted. A tourist, maybe? Can you remember how old she was? Charlotte asked. I mean, ballpark. 20s, maybe? She had blonde hair in a ponytail. That narrowed it down to a few hundred people a day. Would you recognise her again? The youngster looked doubtful. She was plainly not one of those super recognisers Charlotte had read about who got recruited by GCHQ. Can I see exactly what she bought? At the very least, she could look out for the items and confront the girl, vigilante style. But the bikini top was black, the only distinguishing detail a trio of beads on the ties. Charlotte pictured herself patrolling the beach, ogling women in their 20s in black swimwear, being called out by Amy for perving. And the hat is the same as this one? The girl held up a white linen bucket hat. Again, standard issue. Charlotte was not familiar with the brand. Briny baby. That same colour? No, orange. Quite a bright, bold orange, the manager said. Have you sold many of them this summer? I actually think that's the only one we had in that colour. Oh, I remember, the dope said suddenly. She said she wanted it because it matched her toenails. That was more helpful.
Chapter 38. Tate. Tate Barlow and Ellie Fletcher? That's us, Ellie said, in the chipper, slightly affected voice he assumed she must have honed for her clients at the spa, and made him feel a rush of tenderness for her, because she must think who she was and how she spoke wasn't good enough for them. They followed the greeter to her cubicle in the council's housing department. Liz Hawkins, housing officer, read the sign on her desk. There was nothing fake about her broad smile, and her accent was Dorset all the way. So let's see what you brought for me. Ellie handed over the various documents they'd been asked to supply to prove their long-term residence in Pine Ridge. We can show you our reports from the junior school if you like, she joked. Spare me, Liz Hawkins said, with a little wink. Tate had to admit the council were handling the Cosy Cabins project exceptionally well. Here they were, just a little over a week since the unveiling, already being processed. There'd been none of the usual procrastination and fobbing off, the expired links and phone numbers that no one ever answered, all designed to break your spirit and move you on. Hey, he imagined telling Robbie later, it's almost as if our campaign's working. Liz Hawkins began creating their application on screen. Just to confirm, you're expecting a baby? How'd you know that? Tate blurted, and there was a surprised silence. Tate, it's on the form, Ellie said, and she and Liz exchanged a "what are they like" kind of look, as if all men were simpletons. He knew Liz must be noticing their mismatched attitudes. Ellie's all upbeat and eager to please. His like some hapless bloke in an old movie where he had no choice but to marry the girl with a bun in the oven because it was like 1953 and the alternative was life-ruining social stigma. She showed them the plans for the different cosy cabin types, a more in-depth version of what had been presented at the meeting, and ran through the net zero scheme the project was signed up to, the thermal insulation and whatever. Each unit had a smart frontage of grey and yellow, the same yellow as the NJFA stickers, but he didn't point that out, and came with a front patio big enough for a table and chairs. There was no doubt the aesthetic was attractive, the use of space ingenious, but the cabins were tacked right onto each other in an unbroken row. At least in the caravan they had a sense of privacy. No neighbour on the other side of the wall. I'm placing you on the list for the family cabin, Liz Hawkins said, which is basically 2 modules with that bit more flexibility in the internal space. It can be 2-bed to begin with, but if you decide to in the future, it can be reconfigured into a 3-bed. That's amazing! I can't believe it! Ellie gushed, like they'd won the lottery. Like this static by another name was the summit of a girl's dreams. The whole thing felt more and more like make-believe to him. He was still in that old movie, but now he was having difficulty remembering his lines. No one had told him his backstory or where his plotline went next. Maybe because it wasn't going anywhere. Can we see a show flat anywhere? Ellie asked. There's a 1-bed on display at the company's office in Somerset, Liz said. Somerset? I bet they're actually made in China, Tate said, not proud of the mocking note in his voice. No, they're manufactured in the West Country, Liz Hawkins said. They've just won a small business award, I believe. Maybe we can get my mum and dad to drive us over, Ellie said to Tate, as if suggesting a visit with Father Christmas to a small child. If you can hang on till October, there'll be an open day on the Pine Ridge site itself, Liz said, and Ellie said she thought they probably could hold on, yes. Anything nice planned for the rest of the day? Liz asked, accompanying them back to reception and her next set of hopefuls. Off to see my parents over in Bournemouth, Ellie said, and again self-pity washed over Tate. Days off were supposed to be about gaming and drinking and hanging out with your mates, or, this summer at any rate, having incredible sex with DFL goddesses. But not this one. And next year, none at all. He'd be in a cosy cabin with a screaming baby. A flexible space that in no time at all would be altered to accommodate a second screaming baby. As soon as the babies could speak, they would start fighting, and probably he and Ellie would fight too, and their neighbours on both sides would ask to be transferred to cabins as far away from them as possible. The bus got stuck for ages in the queue for the ferry. He felt claustrophobic as the cars came speeding off towards Pine Ridge, all Teslas and Range Rovers and those fuck-off Porsche Cayennes that cost 75 grand. Always the same broad-shouldered man at the wheel, the same narrow blonde in the passenger seat, both in this season's Ray-Bans. He imagined Beatty sailing by with her parents, spotting him on the waiting bus and thinking she must have made a mistake. The bus jerked forwards. At least he'd made Ellie promise not to say anything to her mum and dad about the baby. Phil and Tracy only went and cracked open a bottle of Prosecco. They pored over the cosy cabin photos on Ellie's phone and downloaded the floor plans and made lists of spare furniture they had that might fit here and there. A couch, a bed, an old cake stand that might work for toiletries in the shower room. A cake stand, for fuck's sake.
Make sure you get a contract signed ASAP, Phil said, just in case these rumours are true.
What rumours? Ellie said.
It was in the Echo last week. The government's been putting pressure on councils on the south coast to house migrants once the season's over. The hotels all empty out then.
They've been in talks with the Staywell chain, Tracy added. We don't mind sharing our village with people in trouble, Ellie said frostily. Her parents were anti-immigrant, which really bothered her, but Tate didn't rise to it. Tabitha had advised him and the others not to be too hard on the older generation because they weren't malicious, only the product of a different time. One day, to their kids, they'd be the bigots. Or maybe just losers. God, his mood was worsening. He needed to snap out of it before Ellie's parents picked up on it.
Well, I wouldn't be so quick to support it, Phil told his daughter. These jokers in Westminster don't care about you. Once the Staywell's full, they're going to go, hey, they did a good job down there in Pine Ridge, out of our sight. Where else have they got we could use? Oh, look, a whole load of cosy cabins are going up. We'll have those as well, thank you very much.
They couldn't do that, Ellie said, alarmed. Could they?
Just make sure you keep on top of the application. The slightest delay, you need to question it. He turned to Tate. And I wouldn't get involved in any more of this anti-holiday home stuff. Keep your nose clean from now on. You don't want to give them a reason to change their minds.
You not drinking, Els? Her mum said, noticing her daughter's untouched glass, and Tate held his breath. No, I'm working later, Ellie said, a rehearsed lie, and he breathed once more. On the bus home, she exuded happiness like a fever. We're so lucky things have worked out. I'm sure Mum will say she'll help, so I can carry on working. He guessed then that she'd told Tracy, presumably at some point after the remark about her not drinking, and before they'd left. By now, Phil would know as well, and they'd be draining the rest of the Prosecco and saying what a beautiful baby their grandchild was going to be with two such attractive parents. Though the short passage was as smooth as a bowl of milk, he felt suddenly seasick. But as the bus trundled along Peninsula Road, the ridge on their right, the dunes on their left, the nausea lifted, and, in its place, came understanding. Unexpected and profound. It was to do with the water, he realised. For all the people on Old Beach, both locals and visitors, it was a playground, a reward. It represented fun and pleasure and freedom. But not for him. For him, it meant captivity. He wasn't just trapped by the caravan, by Ellie, by the pregnancy, but also by the sea. It was a force field holding him hostage. They'd love you in London, Beatty had said. And he believed her. He believed in her. The next time he took that ferry, he wasn't coming back.
Chapter 39. Amy. Refreshed after her sunrise swim, she trod water for a few minutes and drank in the view of the beach, more silver than gold at this hour, the wooded ridge beyond, shimmering and alive. A new thing she'd learned from Charlotte: go out early, and not just because dogs were free to roam the beaches. Go out and get your lovely, life-affirming deposit in the bank before your account could be plundered by your enemies. Activists, for instance, or members of your own family. As she landed back on shore, she spotted Charlotte coming along the dunes path, frisbee in hand, Mango off the lead just ahead. She waved and collected her towel, and the three met in the gleaming fans of the shallows. "So, I'm looking for a bright orange hat, basically," Charlotte said, having launched into a story of her card being stolen from the changing room at the Needles gym. Not even £100 had been spent on it, but Amy recognised a conscious decision to sweat the small stuff when she saw it. They'd all lost control of the larger issues, even Charlotte. Oh, and toenails that match. Toenails that match? That's what the assistant said. Charlotte threw the frisbee, and Mango snatched it in an effortless, forward-facing move, hared back for more. The woman liked the hat because it matched her nails. I don't get the sense she's a master criminal, more an opportunist. A member of staff, maybe? Wouldn't the people in Fleur recognise a local? Amy said. Some of the Needles staff are temporary, and there's a recruitment crisis, as we know. They might have had to take anyone they could get. On that note, Amy gestured towards the headland, I have to go back up. The builders are coming this morning to tear down the garage and get their kit on site for Tuesday. Amy had, of course, already cleared this with Charlotte and the other neighbours on Pine Ridge Road. Though not strictly allowed to do noisy work until after the bank holiday, the builders were from out of area and proving inflexible. If it's not them, we're looking at October, love. And with the Rickmans away and the neighbours on her other side conveniently leaving this very morning, she decided to take the risk. I really hope the dust doesn't affect you, but in case it does, Monday night's dinner is our treat. They were booked into the Needles for a last supper before both families got on the road the following morning, all except Amy, who would stay to oversee the start of the build. Of course, neither Linus nor Perry had yet to confirm their attendance at the dinner, superpowers unwilling to be the first to concede ground and lose face. She arrived home as Beatty was emerging from the shower. Rap, gangster, or drill, she wasn't sure she knew the difference, pulsated from the bedroom where Huck had joined Julien for the final weekend, his own room having now been commandeered as an emergency receptacle for the contents of the garage. For all Beatty's negotiations, the boys had ended up sharing anyway. Remember, the garage is coming down this morning, she told her daughter. There'll be builders milling about, so don't be wandering in and out half naked. Beatty said nothing, just slipped on her flip-flops, mercifully not Gucci for £400, but Skechers for a more palatable £30, and set off down the dusty wasteland to the niche 2.0. What with its repainting, followed by a trip to B&Q for enhanced security fixtures, life in the bungalow had acquired a Groundhog Day vibe. Amy watched her from the sink. Would it kill the others to wash up their mugs? Marvelling at her natural poise, the graceful way her fingers squeezed the ends of her hair, and she wondered if 17 years of her brains over beauty mantra had made any impact on the girl. Rinsing the mugs, she stopped dead. The sensation was of bodily possession, a consuming certainty. She dropped the mugs, turned off the tap, and found her laptop. Googled, what was the wording she'd seen that time? Gym theft. That was it. A raft of news stories loaded. London gym thief steals thousands. String of gym lads thefts revealed. Thief stole phone from locker and hacked bank account. She read the first one and then closed the laptop, went to the bathroom, still steamy from Beatty's shower, and rooted in her toiletries bag for the things she needed. Then she grabbed a roll of bin liners from under the kitchen sink and marched down to the summerhouse. In the distance, a ferry transported normal citizens from A to B, and she envied them their smooth crossing, their linearity of purpose. Beatty, let me in. Oh, hi, Amy. Tabitha opened up, dressed for the beach in bikini and sarong. Sorry, Tabitha, do you mind if I have a quick word with Beatty, in private? Of course. I was just heading out. Maybe see you on the beach, Bea? Yeah, amazing, Beatty called from where she sat on the bed, still in her towel. As Amy closed the door behind her, she looked up with theatrical long-suffering. What? Amy thrust a bottle of nail varnish remover and a stack of cotton wool at her. Take your nail polish off now. They're not shellac, are they? No, and no way. They're fire. She pulled the expression Amy had grown familiar with this trip, pleased with her own beautification, aka vain, disdainful of challenge. Amy didn't know whether to slap the girl or fold her into a hug and never allow her to make another decision for herself again. She unscrewed the remover herself and doused the cotton wool in it. Do it, or I will. Why? Beatty was starting to look alarmed. She took the pad from Amy, who sank onto Tabitha's camp bed. Charlotte had her bank card stolen at the spa the other day. The thief went straight to a shop in the village and bought a hat to match the colour of her toenails. And that colour was orange. Thank God neither had been on display in front of Charlotte in the days since, for they'd certainly crossed paths. This was a crisis, but it seemed they'd benefited from the kind of luck that might prevent it from becoming a catastrophe. She thought again of the Google search. She'd worried Beatty might be the victim of crime, not the perpetrator of it. Her naivety made her squirm. This is what you've been doing, isn't it? Stealing bank cards from changing rooms in gyms, then buying clothes. There was no attempt to deny it, just a dreadful silence filling the space between them. Then Beatty brought her left foot onto her right knee and began blotting the colour off her toes. "It was only £100, she said, "because you only had the card. If you'd had her phone too and got access to her account, it would have been more, wouldn't it? You'd have bought the whole shop. I read how it's done, Beatty." Amy wished Beatty had found the phone, because surely Charlotte's screensaver would have been a picture of Benedict, or Perry, or Mango. "Did you not recognise the name?" "I can't remember. It wasn't Tucker." "She must have an account in her maiden name, which is good, because it means Perry won't be involved. In case you haven't noticed, he's not a great fan of this family right now." One set of toes was free of the orange, bar a soft stain. Beatty began on the other. Amy's thoughts raced. All it takes is for Charlotte to ask at the spa for the names of the clients who've had a pedicure recently. "But they could have done their own nails at home," Beatty protested. "They stole the card from the spa, so it'd certainly be worth checking if they had got the pedicure there. Thank God the staff didn't call the police, at least not as far as we know." The colour would have been memorable enough to be matched to Beatty's name, actually Amy's, but that would have won them only limited grace had the police become involved. "How many times have you done it? Truthfully?" Beatty wouldn't meet her eye. "I don't know. 8? Maybe 10? 10? Jesus. We need to get rid of everything that connects you to this. Start getting it all together, now. Shoes and sunglasses as well. Anything you bought with someone else's money, including this hat Charlotte's looking for." Tearful now, Beatty began assembling her items, including the shim she presumably used for opening the lock, like some basic East End villain. If Amy hadn't intervened like this, what would she have progressed to? Conning pensioners out of their life savings? "How did you even know how to do this? I've never read about it before now. Who was it who told you? I swear I'll wring their neck." "Just this girl on TikTok." So her criminal tutor could have been one of a billion people. Good luck reporting that, Amy. Beatty swallowed. "Don't tell Dad." "Oh, believe me, I'm not going to tell anyone. You could get a prison sentence for this. Do you know what would happen if you had that on your record? Forget uni and a great job and all the rest of it. Your life would be ruined." And being beautiful would be no asset in a young offenders institute, Amy thought. She knew she needed to calm herself. The police were not about to stage a dawn raid. She had the advantage. "What phone did you use? Please tell me it wasn't your own." Beatty handed over a second iPhone. It looked barely used, but it had to go. "I'll take this and the tool down to a bin in the village. You pack the clothes in these bin liners. Go and get the rest from the house as well. Now!" Down in the village, it felt surreal to be burying evidence of her daughter's crimes, as she nodded hello to the shop staff with whom she'd been so assiduous about being on greeting terms, because she wanted to belong here, be a useful member of the community, not the nurturer of delinquents. On the way back, she checked the laundry hamper and pulled out the few items of Beatty's she suspected needed to join the pyre. When she returned to the niche, the girl was crying over her bagfuls of beautiful fabrics. The orange hat was there, Amy noted with relief. "We can't throw them away, Mum. There were thousands." "Do not even think about selling them. That would be an extra police charge. Fencing, or whatever. There must be no trail. Do you understand?" Amy paused. "I don't want them anywhere near here." There'd be a skip arriving in a few minutes. Might that work? Best not to risk it. Then she remembered the textiles recycling bin near the caravan park. Still a bit close to home, but probably okay. The clothes might be redistributed to outlets across the whole county, maybe further afield. It was better that they were used, rather than destroyed. "We'll take them to the recycling bin near the caravan park," she told Beatty, as her phone began ringing. Hello, Amy Shaw. Yes, great. I'll be out front in 2 minutes. She got to her feet. The builders are just outside the village. They'll be here any minute, so I can't give you a lift. It's okay, Beatty sniffed. I'll take them up there myself. They need to all be off the premises this morning. Yes. Sorry, Mum. With every minute, the girl looked months younger, uncertain of herself, trusting of her mother. It made Amy feel a complex kind of love, with nostalgia and sorrow and fear mixed together. Beatty, when we get back to London, I'm going to set up some counselling. We need to get to the bottom of why you did this. She hovered in the door. All of these things. You could have found nice enough alternatives. Some of them you probably can get fakes of, like you told everyone. Beatty nodded. Why then? Why did you do it? Her daughter gave a pathetic shrug. Dunno. Just tell me your gut. How did it make you feel when you were doing it? It just... Beatty paused, tears welling once more. It was like my heart was really beating. It was impossible to tell if this was the first time the girl had examined her own motives, or the 100th. But if Amy had to guess, she'd opt for the former. I'm sure it was, she said.
Chapter 40. Beatty. She couldn't do it. It was just too tragic. Yes, it was obvious the clothes had to disappear temporarily, but if she could get them back for uni next year, then her mum would still be in London while she'd be in some other city, and by then the victims, and the police, would have forgotten the whole thing. She considered stashing them in the nook while she figured it out. She knew where the key was, and her mum would never think to check there. But Charlotte was the last person she needed stumbling on her swag, even if she was careful to dispose of the problematic hat and bikini top. She grabbed her phone and found her message thread with Tate. Are you in right now? Is E at work?
Yes, and yes.
Can I come over? Need to give you something.
Okay.
She checked her face. How humiliating to have cried like that. And cheered herself with the thought that at least she'd kept back the new iPhone she'd bought in London that last time. There was no way she was chucking that in the recycling. Anyway, she might need it. If she had to go on the run or something. If her life turned into the end of the fucking world or whatever. Then she walked along the footpath to the Tucker's place. Charlotte was on the veranda of the nook, with coffee and her laptop, and Beatty felt the involuntary curl of her toes inside her trainers. Hi, Beatty. Wrecking ball day, I hear. Beatty slowed a fraction. What? Not literally a wrecking ball. But the garage is coming down, isn't it? Perry's taken Mango out in case she gets anxious. Oh, yes. Beatty gave her a quick, grateful smile. I was wondering if Benedict's in? Still in bed, I think. Feel free to go up and wake the lazy beggar. She padded through the house and up the broad staircase to Benedict's bedroom. Sorry, she said, finding him still under the covers. Even in the gloom, she could see that the room was enormous. He was so lucky. Hi, Beats. He remained prone. Does Tabs need something? No, she's out. Can I ask you a favour? Could you drive me to the caravan park? Why? Meeting Elvis. What? Oh, yes, actually, I would walk, but I've got this big bag of stuff I need to give him, and my mum's, tearing down the garage. Benedict sat up, sighing. Meet me out front in 10. We'll go in the moke. By the time she reached the street with her bags, a massive great bulldozer had pulled up at the bungalow, the rest of her family, plus Julien, watching it jerk backwards and forwards into position. Her mother flared her eyes at the sight of Beatty and her bin liners and gestured for her to move out of range before her father noticed her. She dragged the bags past Villa Pino to where Benedict was waiting in the moke and lugged them onto the back seat. Thanks, she told him as they pulled away. He glanced in the rear view. Good timing. That looks like it's going to be messy. He meant the demolition, of course. I know. It's a nightmare. I can't wait to get back to London. She was slightly spellbound by the yearning in her own voice, like this wasn't her. She was being played by an actor. Benedict cackled. It hasn't been that bad this summer. We've had a laugh, haven't we? You've had your holiday romance. What's in the bags, anyway? Just a bit of an overspill from the summerhouse. It made no sense that she'd take them to a tiny caravan, but luckily he'd drawn a different conclusion. I hope Tabitha hasn't squeezed you out. I know there's not much space in the niche. It's fine. I like having her there. Don't forget you can use the nook this weekend if you're stuck. Thanks. Maybe I will. There was a lot of activity at the caravan site entrance. A lorry making a delivery to the shop had blocked the way, and several vehicles were waiting to leave. A bunch of pedestrians, one really old, and with one of those wheeled Zimmer frame things, hovered like meerkats. You okay from here? Benedict said. I need to get back and get changed for paddleboarding. It's the final session, and we might actually get to strike out a bit. She watched as he made a careful 3-point turn, and then departed. As she dragged the bags around the perimeter path she'd used before, the plastic handles cut painfully into her fingers, and she felt emotions rise again, stamp them down. After a while, some guy offered to help her, but she politely refused. Tate was not impressed when he saw her. What the fuck? You want me to do your washing or something? No. She got the bags up the steps, aware that she was all sweaty and gross. Can you take them for a few days while I work out what to do with them? It's just some clothes. B.E., do you see much storage in here? There must be somewhere. Please, Tate, I'm begging you. His mouth twitched. You're begging me. Leave them there. I'll find somewhere. He didn't seem to feel any differently about her, even though she was wearing terrible clothes and old Primark underwear. He was actually, she was starting to realise, kind of insatiable. As soon as I've passed my driving test, I'll come down and pick everything up, she said. Yeah, of course. But, you know what? His voice had a new optimistic lilt. I'm thinking I really will move up to London, like you said, so I could bring them with me. Seriously? Joy rushed through her. Where will you live? You'd get a room somewhere, I suppose. A thought struck. One of our neighbours has got this, granny flat above their garage. They had Ukrainians in there, but I think they've gone now. I could find out if it's free. Amazing. Thought I'd get a bar job while I decided what to do with myself. Maybe you could model, she said. The ideas were flowing, which was a sign that this whole relocation thing was completely meant to be. Not sure about that, Tate said. Don't you have to be 6 foot or something? You just need to have, a look. I've got cards from Scouts, so we could message them or just walk in maybe. I could go in with you, see what they say. All right, Tate looked pleased. Yeah, that could work. Ça marche, she said, which was what Julien said all the time, and which reminded her there was more begging to be done. Tate. He smirked at her, playful, kind of adoring. Oh God, B. What now?
Chapter 41. Amy. She, Linus, Huck and Julien stood in a line with their back to the street, each wearing dust masks and goggles supplied by the builders. The others couldn't have known how thrilling she found the bone-rattling jangle of the jackhammer, the spectacle of it plunging and lifting, not to mention the spiked bucket shovel of the JCB monster as it scooped the rubble into the world's biggest skip, raising dust clouds thick enough to obscure the worst images of the summer. Then again, Linus looked like he was relishing it in his own way, maybe picturing Perry buried in the debris. One more paddleboarding lesson and then that's it, he'd told her in bed that morning. What do you mean, that's it? I mean, Perry. I never want to see him again. She laughed. He had to be joking. You can probably avoid him in Dulwich, but not here. We're neighbours. Doesn't mean we have to come down at the same time, though, does it? OK, he wasn't joking. You know we're tied to the school holidays. We will be for years. Yeah, but they are not. Tabitha said Charlotte said Perry doesn't want to come down in August again. He says the weather's better earlier in the summer, and it's not such a bun fight everywhere. Really? Amy inhaled, her eyebrows lifting. What did Tabitha say Charlotte said? That's the only information that counts. They might have arrived 4 months later than originally planned, but you couldn't accuse the builders of messing about once on site. Not even an hour had passed before all trace of the garage was gone, and the JCB slotted into the gap as if it had belonged there all along. It would remain here over the bank holiday weekend, and then on Tuesday colleagues would come to secure the site and start levelling the rear garden and digging foundations for the extension. It was most people's nightmare, but she was looking forward to being left alone with the builders in Dust World. The JCB driver, Terry, had half an hour to kill and invited Linus and the boys to climb into the cabin and check out the controls, which led to a little photo shoot. Huck and Julien posing like soldiers in a tank. "These levers here operate the front bucket," he explained. "This one up and down, and that one side to side." "What kind of weight can it lift?" Huck asked. "Oh, well over 5,000 kilos. "How much is that?" "Well, the niche weighs less than half of that," Amy said. "Is that your shed down the bottom?" Terry said. "Garden room, yes." He gave the boys a mischievous grin. "This bad boy could swat your garden room like a fly." "Don't go giving them ideas," Amy laughed. He was such a natural teacher, they almost forgot about the paddleboarding until Benedict came by to remind them. Perry had already gone down, he reported. Amy knew from Charlotte that he was still barely speaking to his father, even though Perry had tried to patch things up. All this conflict. After this last session, which she doubted would be celebrated with a group selfie, let alone a bonding round of beers at the bar, Linus had work to do, and the boys planned to game all day. So once Beatty got back from disposing of her stolen goods, she'd been gone ages. Please God, let there not be some new complication. Amy had some time to herself. She was damned if she was going to spend it analysing how her parenting could have gone quite so badly awry. No, she'd reacquaint herself with the architect's plans and browse some high-end fixtures and fittings. Ironmongery porn, her friend Julia called it. "See you on Tuesday," Terry said, handing her the keys to the JCB. "Keep these somewhere safe, Amy, yeah?" "Will do," she promised.
Chapter 42. Perry. Later, he blamed the painting job for what had happened out in Little Bay that last Friday, or at least as much as the punch-up at the caravan park or the dressing down from Charlotte that had inevitably followed. Far from being the mind-clearing pursuit he, and certainly she, had hoped, the DIY had in fact facilitated a protracted stewing. All the pent-up fears and frustrations of the last few weeks simmered in the heat and, instead of reducing, expanded. Clashing with the activists at the ferry, sharing a home with Benedict again while he'd worked in the sun like a navvy, the youngster had drifted between mother and lover, barely acknowledging the man who'd paid for the superior education that underpinned his moral high ground. And managing Jordan, who was doing his head in by breaking their rules and leaving voice notes with personal content, demanding to know when they'd be seeing each other again. Now, at last, weeks since they'd begun, the boys' own paddleboarding adventure, or as he thought of it, charade, was to conclude, and they presented their customary line-up at the water's edge for a final briefing from Rio. Perry stood at one end, Linus and Huck in the middle, with dust in their hair from their garage demolition, and Benedict on the far side, hardly glancing at his father, let alone speaking. Tabitha and Julien lounged nearby, more in the spirit of having nothing better to do than to mark the occasion. Unlike her childishly petulant boyfriend, Tabitha had no problem making eye contact with Perry, and she treated him now to a serene, no-hard-feelings smile, which he of course found more infuriating than a shunning. It was a little blustery for spectators to hang around for long. Those holiday-makers who'd braved the beach were mainly young families, resolute in their desire for authentic au bord de la mer memory-making, and Perry pictured the two of them strolling up to the bar at the first opportunity. As promised, Rio was taking them further out, down the coast. "It's a bit whippy out there," he warned. "Remember, your body will act like a sail, so if you get caught, come down and lie face down on the board with a paddle tucked under you." Whippy was the word, Perry thought, as they followed their leader around the headland towards Little Bay. It was easily the bumpiest of their sessions. the waves rugged, the undercurrent powerful. Even so, it was a shock when he felt himself losing control and being borne on a violent gust towards one of the others, Linus it happened to be, just as a jet ski came skimming towards them. For a few seconds, the whack-whack of the jet ski's hull against the swell obliterated all other noise, including Perry's own shouted warning as his board collided with Linus's. Both tumbled off instantly. There'd been no time to brace, and Perry felt his lungs compress with the shock of cold water immersion, aware too of the tug of the leash on his ankle as he floundered. Breathe, he reminded himself, as he swallowed and spat seawater, snorted it from his nose. Don't shut down. The jet ski had, of course, buggered off, its wake vanishing fast in the flux and chop of the water. Only as he got his breath working again did he become aware that Linus was crying out in pain. Evidently he'd fallen more awkwardly than Perry had, hitting his shoulder on the metal fin of his upturned board. "You all right?" Perry shouted. But by the time he'd reunited himself with his board and struggled back on, he saw that Linus's blow to the shoulder was the least of his worries. The idiot had been separated from his board, he mustn't have attached his leash properly, and it was drifting away from him with the current. As he began swimming after it, bobbing in his PFD, never quite reaching it, Perry struggled to reorient himself in order to yell once more to Linus or, in the other direction, to Rio, some distance away now with the boys. He got so far as to open his mouth and gather his voice when something stopped him. Something disassociative and perverse and, by anyone's standards, regrettable. He found himself counting silently, slowly, to 10, eyes on the paddle in his hands, and when he looked up again, Linus was further out, a lot further out, still chasing his board. Every so often, his face turned, his cries inaudible by now, but a grimace of primitive terror still just discernible. Finally, Perry mobilized, got himself back into calmer waters, and joined Rio and the kids. "What happened?" Rio called to him. "Got wiped out by a jet ski, but I'm okay." "Where's Linus?" Perry blinked, eyes smarting. "I thought he was here." "No, he was just ahead of you." "Maybe the jet ski took him out as well," Perry suggested. Benedict and Huck, both with scared eyes and a weather-beaten flush, turned for reassurance to Rio, who produced binoculars from his waterproof pouch and surveyed the horizon. "Is that him? All the way out there? Where's his board?" "I don't know," Perry said hopelessly. Rio grappled for his phone. "I'm calling for help. We don't want him drifting into the ferry lanes. Then I'll get the rest of you back to base." Hearing the seriousness in his voice, ferry lanes, and seeing at closer quarters the panic on the boys' faces, Perry scanned for potential witnesses. There was no one else out on paddleboards, but what about the sailors of the various small craft seesawing on the swell? Had any of them seen him hesitate the way he had, deliberately neglect to help? No, probably too busy keeping themselves afloat. He swiveled to look back the way he'd come, but there was no trace of Linus now. The RNLI boat was on its way out even before they'd returned to shore. A small crowd had assembled on Old Beach, though more interesting, perhaps, was the minority who remained on their lounges and deck chairs and stools at the bar, uninterested in the drama. No matter that a fellow human was in trouble. Not that he was one to talk. Tabitha and Julien rushed to join them, take out coffees in hand, and Huck used one of their phones to call Amy. Moments later, she and Charlotte came hurrying down the cliff steps. "Oh, my God!" she wailed. "When I saw the lifeboat, I just had this feeling. Didn't I say, Charlotte?" "You did," Charlotte confirmed. Perry knew Amy was neurotic, but on this occasion her instinct for danger had been bang on the money. He watched her grip Huck in a tight hug. "Darling, you're okay." "What's going on?" Charlotte asked Perry. "Where's Linus?" Amy said at the same time. "We kind of lost sight of him near Little Bay," Perry said. "He's why the boat's gone out." "Lost sight of him?" How is that possible? He's on board, moving at a mile an hour. It's not water skiing. He got, swept away, Huck said with a tremor in his voice. He'll be okay, Perry said. He's got his PFD on. I don't even know what that is, Amy said crossly. Personal flotation device, life jacket. In Perry's peripheral vision, Rio hovered, joined by one of the lifeguards. It can get really choppy off Little Bay, Charlotte said. It's nowhere near as sheltered as this side of the headland. Where did you lose him exactly, Perry? Were you quite close to the shore? Not really. I mean, I could see the hotel, but we were a fair way out, Perry said. Where is he? Amy cried. Where is he? She was getting hysterical. It didn't help that the tide was starting to wash in with a tremendous roar, the wind creating white crests out to sea. I'm sure he's fine, Charlotte soothed Amy. The water's warm, isn't it, Perry? Even further out. Pretty warm, he agreed, a sentiment contradicted by his own shivering, not to mention the memory of having been robbed of air as the cold squeezed his chest, of having to coach himself to breathe. What does that have to do with anything? Amy asked Charlotte. Well, just that he can tread water and won't be at risk of hypothermia. What am I going to tell BT? She wailed, and Huck began to cry. Even the normally nonchalant Julien looked mildly perplexed now. How am I going to tell her that her dad... Her dad drifted off and was quickly rescued. That's what you'll be telling her, Charlotte insisted. An accident, that's all. Happens all the time. Perry felt his wife's gaze move from Amy to him, fixing him with beady attention, and it was now that he felt a swerve inside himself, a swerve from feigned to real alarm. What if Linus didn't just experience an unpleasant scare as he'd assumed, but got into serious trouble, fatal trouble? What if he, Perry, had played a part in the loss of a man's life? And if so, knowing that, would he be able to manage his mind when the adrenaline had drained and it was just him and his regrets? The answer was unequivocal and frightening. Yes, but I would need a drink. Chapter 43. Perry. It took a while, far longer than was comfortable, but Linus was located and picked up by the boat. He'd been blown offshore by almost a mile. One of the volunteers reported to Rio, who relayed the news to the group. He was uninjured, bar a sore shoulder and a stomach full of seawater, and they were on their way back to shore. There were 20-mile-per-hour winds out there, apparently, and neither the board nor the paddle had been recovered. "You won't get in trouble, will you?" Perry asked Rio, noting that the water sports kiosk had suspended business for the foreseeable, red flag flying. "Let me know if your boss needs a statement or anything." But the reassurance seemed only to disconcert their instructor, who opted to wait with the lifeguards. "Why don't I take the boys up to the house?" Charlotte suggested to Amy. "Now we know he's safe. They can have showers and hot drinks. You coming as well, Tabitha? You stay with Amy, Perry," she added, before he could make any objection. Not that he would have. He wasn't entirely lacking in perspective. In any case, now it was clear he hadn't contributed to a man's death. He found he was enjoying the drama. And the sting of sand on his skin as he faced the gusts coming off the water, that was pleasurable too. It was a while since he'd felt so alive. The others trooped after Charlotte, leaving Perry and Amy to their lookout. Before long, a red boat cleared the headland and motored towards Old Beach. A game cheer went up from the beach bar, where staff were following the drama with their customers. Volunteers dragged the boat ashore, and those who'd not left to shelter from the elements had their phones out to film as Linus was helped over the side, bringing his feet to terra firma with an ungainly series of stumbles. He submitted to the briefest of embraces from his wife before striding towards Perry, his face florid and grimacing, almost feral. "I can't believe you did that." His voice was strained as if he'd damaged his throat, but the fury was unmistakable. "Did what?" Perry said, affecting indignation. "You fucking plowed into me. It was an accident, Perry protested. I went in as well, didn't you see? Anyway, it was the jet ski's fault, not mine. You saw me in the water. You turned away like nothing had happened. You saw my leash had come over. You fucking left me to drown. Linus was regaining his normal voice, the volume building, and at the sound of this battery of accusations, the RNLI guys glanced up from their huddle by the water. Amy intervened. Let's talk about this when we've calmed down. But Linus's focus remained on Perry. Was it because of the girl moving into ours? Or the speeding complaint? Was that it? So that was you, Perry said calmly. Of course it was. You're a menace. You should be banned before you kill someone. Banned from where? The road? The sea? The whole fucking village? As Amy exclaimed, Linus! Perry felt his blood fire. His fists clenched, the right one aching horribly, a reminder of his recent fray with Robbie. I think you'll find that I've been here a lot longer than you have, and I've yet to kill someone, much as you might like that. Face it, you got into difficulties out there because you were reckless, not me. Take some accountability, Linus. Accountability! I almost drowned out there. I'm going to say thank you to the RNLI guys, Amy said. Please, stop shouting, both of you. As she moved away, Linus brought his face right up to Perry's, the salt on his skin almost close enough to taste, his gaze burning. You know exactly what you did. I saw it in your eyes. Perry stood his ground. Oh, you did you? You must have better eyesight than me then, because I didn't see a thing. A flicker of curiosity crossed Linus's face. I think you've got a screw loose. There's something not right. Must be from all those drugs you did in your banker days. Perry sucked in his breath, regarded the other man with faux dismay. I know you've had a scare, Linus, but it's not good form to mock those in addiction recovery. Mocking's all you're good for, Linus spat, and you know it. Why else would you behave like this if you didn't hate yourself? Fuck you, Perry said. The house was empty of everyone but Charlotte when he returned, mugs collected by the dishwasher, stained with the remnants of hot chocolate. How was he? She asked. To be honest, delusional, claiming I left him for dead. Perry gestured to the mugs. Can I have one of those? Charlotte opened the fridge and took out the milk. Did you? Leave him for dead? Of course not. He was in the water and got taken off by a current. Not much I could have done about that. I'm not fucking Poseidon. He sank into a seat at the table, still in his damp layers from the beach, but too tired to go and shower. I didn't want to say in front of Amy, but it was like a washing machine out there. Charlotte poured milk into a pan and fired up the hob. So you couldn't have helped? By the time I'd sorted myself out, he was gone. But I did help, yes. I alerted Rio, who alerted the Coast Guard. You run through safety procedures when you start the course, and it was all done by the book. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Then why does Linus think differently? I don't know, because he's a paranoid twat. A commanding sense of injustice rose in Perry then, and he honestly couldn't have said if it was real or manufactured. Can I just say, it would be great to have a conversation with my wife where I wasn't being accused of lying. A bit of support wouldn't go amiss now and then. Okay, fair enough. I'm sorry. But she continued to regard him with circumspection as she stirred the milk with a wooden spoon. Just be careful, Perry. You can't put a foot wrong now. And if you do, Linus won't be the only one waiting.
Chapter 44. Tate. The rumour about the staywell had been confirmed. It was top of the agenda at the Friday night NJFA meeting in the Gull, the last scheduled before Monday's festival and their final stunt of the summer. The migrants would start to arrive the weekend after the bank holiday, Robbie said. At least 100 of them, bussed in from a processing centre in Kent. He shared other details he'd gleaned from his sources, his voice thicker, kind of stifled, on account of his having been smacked in the mouth a few days ago. Tate was still doing double takes when he saw his friend's face all bruised and swollen. Robbie had played it down, said he was pleased not to have lost a tooth, but Tate had seen the video, and the DFL who did it was an out-and-out nutter. He jumped out of a beach buggy and just flown at Robbie. Any more punches like that and he'd have knocked him unconscious. He was the same guy who'd thrown Tabitha out, it transpired. Her boyfriend's father, and, according to Rio, he'd also been involved in the paddleboarding accident earlier today, where Beatty's dad got separated from his board and almost drowned. Rio was sore about it, having been suspended from work while reports were written up. His weekend sessions divvied up among the rest of the team. He'd be losing a fair bit of cash because of the incident. Apparently, they've had to cancel reservations for a wedding next weekend, Robbie continued. The do is at the Needles, but a lot of guests were booked into the Staywell. Now they're having to scrabble around for rooms in Poole and Bournemouth. How long will the migrants stay there? Tabitha asked. No idea. Could be months, I guess.
Outrageous, when you think of the skanky B&Bs we've been put in over the years,
Rio said. You're not wrong, Robbie agreed, and Tate wondered if he was thinking what he was. Imagine if his mum had been placed in a nice clean room at the Staywell and not the slum in Crowland where she'd spent her final years. She might still be alive. A protest group had sprung up to oppose the arrangement, Robbie now reported, and a national refugee support organisation was vocal in countering that opposition. Both intended demonstrating on the day of the festival. The refugee group's looking for volunteers down here. They've got the human rights lawyers and all of that, but they're a bit light on local support. He paused. Any thoughts? Tabitha spoke first, her voice husky with compassion. I say we join forces. I mean, we want the same thing, don't we? Humane accommodation for everyone.
Well, for locals first,
Rio said, and she turned to him with evangelical eyes. But we're all just locals of the world, aren't we? We're all exactly the same. Tate was not sure he agreed with this sentiment. Even in this one room there were differences among them. For starters, she was not like them. Yes, she was a magnetic individual who had developed a following in the short time she'd been involved in their cause, but the fact was, she was only here on holiday herself. She'd be gone before the migrants arrived, possibly never to return. NJFA is not just for August, he thought. He wondered if their paths would cross in London, perhaps when she was up with her boyfriend, who lived in the same neighbourhood as Beatty's family. Would Tate become Beatty's accepted partner, invited down for the summer as Tabitha had been, before she was thrown out by the crazy man that was? He'd Googled rents and salaries in South London and wondered how the one could possibly cover the other. Then again, Beatty had mentioned a room vacated by Ukrainians, hadn't she? And even if that didn't come off, it wasn't like he needed a palace, just a shed with a bed of his own. Someone's third home. He pulled his mind back to the present and entered the discussion. It can't be a coincidence that this news about the Staywell drops right after they've thrown us a bone about the cosy cabins. I was thinking that, Robbie said. The timing's sus. They knew we'd say if someone gets to live in a hotel, it should be us. Though, to be fair, I don't think the council gets much notice. Or choice. That's what worries me, Tate said, remembering what Ellie's dad had said. I mean, now the government's got these hotel rooms, and I'm not saying that's not a good thing in principle, Tabitha, don't get me wrong, but the next thing might be them wanting first dibs on the cosy cabins. We don't want that. We definitely don't, Des agreed. It's not a question of first dibs, Tabitha pleaded. It's about whose need is greater, who is literally homeless and who's just looking for an upgrade. There was a collective intake of breath. Just looking for an upgrade. Easy for her to say with her apparently unlimited accommodation options. Risky too, because she'd unwittingly pushed Robbie's softest button, his loathing of hypocrisy. They all watched as their leader chewed on his swollen lower lip, his gaze darkening as he addressed her. Or maybe it's about who's literally invested in this issue and who just fancies doing a bit of virtue signalling while they're down here on a fancy holiday. Tabitha's eyes blazed with indignation as Robbie's turned blacker still. The two of them stared at each other for a dangerously long time, neither willing to give way. Then Robbie's expression cleared, his decision made. Tate's right. We don't get involved in this. We stay in our lane. It's not like we haven't got big plans for Monday already. Let's run through that and then call it a night. He saw the hat on the table as soon as he stepped into the caravan. What's this? Ellie said. Bugger. It must have come out of the larger of Beatty's bags, the one that had split when he was shoving it deep into the back of the drawers under the bed. It's a prezzy, he said, lightly. For you? What was it doing on the floor? I must have knocked it or something. I was in a hurry to get to the meeting. Do you like it? Ellie eyeballed him in a new, all-knowing way. Don't lie, Tate. I know you didn't buy it for me. What? His heart gave a horrible judder. Someone left it at the bar, did they? Perfect! There was no way he'd have come up with that off the top of his head. No pun intended. He feigned a sheepish look. They did, but weeks ago. No one's claimed it, and it's brand new, so... How long are you meant to keep things in lost property? Fuck knows. I can take it back tomorrow if you... No, I like it. She tried it on in front of the mirror strung with fairy lights, posing and pouting, adjusting the angle till she found one she liked. Looks good on you. Relief made him kind. How are you feeling, babe? Ellie's shoulders sank. Tired. That's natural, right? Hat still on, she stepped towards him. Don't go off on one, but I've told my mum our news. I had to. I mean, she'd pretty much guessed. Oh. This was hardly a surprise, and he made no comment. He went to the fridge for a beer, allowing himself a grimace when his back was briefly turned to her. Don't you want to know what she said? Ellie asked. I assume she's over the moon, is she? He eased the tab and put the can to his lips. She is. And so am I, Tate. He pressed the end of his tongue against the sharp edge of the opening, almost, but not quite, breaking the skin. Ellie sighed. It was obvious she saw this whole thing as a long game. 9 months long. So, how did the meeting go? He brightened. There's news, actually. The staywell's definitely been requisitioned for migrants, like your dad said. Oh my God, I thought he was exaggerating. No, they arrive next week. That's so soon. I know. There's going to be a demonstration on Monday during the festival, but we're not getting involved. We'll do our thing early morning and then we'll be done for the summer. Ellie removed the hat and turned fretful eyes on him. I've been thinking about that. Remember what my dad said? I'm not sure we should take part. What if they... Tate cut in. It'll be fine. It's not graffiti. It's art. So Robbie says. He's right. It'll go viral. You watch. Even so... Her hand strayed to her stomach in that weird shielding way you saw with pregnant women. We have to get our cosy cabin, Tate. We'll make sure we do. And the funny thing was, he meant it. Even if he wasn't sticking around, he wanted her somewhere safe. Her and the baby.
Chapter 45. Perry. Alone in bed, head heavy on the pillow, He closed the latest threatening text from Linus. "If you think you're going to get away with this, you're even crazier than I thought." And then tapped the screen to play a newly received voicemail from Jordan.
"So, yeah, I just had this slight run-in with Trev. I need you to speak to him, Perry, or something fucked up's going to go down, I swear."
He could think of voices he preferred to hear on this last Saturday in Pine Ridge. Like Charlotte's, back from her early walk with Mango, telling him she had a cup of tea and a sausage sandwich for him. Or Benedict's, confiding that he and Tabitha had called it a day, and he hoped Perry could forgive him all the unnecessary stress they'd caused him by insisting hot was cold and up was down. Best of all, some reporters breaking the news that Robbie Jevons and his merry band of believers had been slapped with restraining orders that prevented them from entering the village during the month of August in perpetuity. But no. Jordan. The phrase he'd been repeating when he fell asleep started up once more. You can't put a foot wrong now. And he thought how funny it was that a single line could bring him to his senses, achieve what months of soul-searching had not. Not so funny or surprising that it should be his wife who delivered it, because she'd always been the incisive one, the one who made words count. She'd named his alcoholism long before he'd been able to himself. She'd recognized the link between his work and the addiction, between his ever younger colleagues and his decades-long conditioning. She'd identified the solution, too. The difference was these had all been truths, calls to action, whereas this, you can't put a foot wrong. This was a warning. Lying on his back, eyes on the vaulted ceiling, he reflected on other recent Charlotte insights. If you separate lovers, they'll only want to be together more. You're not seeing a doctor, are you? I don't mean for the drinking. You don't have to do this alone, Perry. He'd been so busy being the most selfish man in the world, he'd neglected to notice he was also the luckiest. Even after rejecting their son's girlfriend, after punching Robbie and giving that TV interview, and after leaving Linus to drown, he knew full well she suspected his version of events to be only that, his, he could still count on his wife being on his side. Just about. But the affair with Jordan was a crime too far, and he knew it. He needed to end it immediately, in person. So urgent was the need, he sent a text back, "I'll be up today, lunchtime," and leapt from the bed. Downstairs he heard the kitchen door open and Mango's claws skitter across the stone flags, the flow of water from the tap as Charlotte filled the dog bowl. What excuse could he use when he'd already assured her he hadn't needed to make the trip this week, not when they were returning straight after the bank holiday weekend? As he searched his wardrobe for clean clothes, the answer stared him in the face. "Do you mind if I take off on my own today?" he said in the kitchen, where Charlotte was sitting at the table slicing a banana. One piece for her, one for the salivating Mango, whose head rested on her lap. Breakfasts began lavishly on these month-long trips, but by this stage of the summer consisted of supermarket croissants and whatever fruit was left in the bowl. "I think I need to clear my mind," he added. This was established code between them for when he was feeling overwhelmed. "Where are you thinking of going?" she asked. "I thought maybe Lulworth Cove. It'll be busy, but I think that's a good idea. By the way, I just dropped some flowers round to the bungalow." He looked at her blankly, and she stopped just short of rolling her eyes. "For Linus, our friend who almost drowned?" "Oh, yes. Nice idea." "I put all our names on the card, for what good it will do." She slipped the end of the banana to Mango and wiped her hands on kitchen roll. "Have you heard from him?" "Who?" "Linus." "No. Why?" "Why do you think?" She was growing frustrated, tired of him. "Just go on your walk, Perry. Sort your head out." Should he have needed any further resolve to see his aim through, it was waiting for him on the doormat of Macefield Road, a notice of intended prosecution from the police. At first, he thought it was to do with Linus's complaint in Pine Ridge, but then he saw the registration, Jordan's Astra, and the location, Knights Hill, SE27. Failure to conform with a traffic signal. The idiot must have run a red light, and it was no longer simply a matter of paying a fine, but 3 points on his licence, on Perry's licence, and in accepting the points as his own, he would be committing a separate crime. Something else Charlotte had said. You're on the police's radar now. He parked on the corner of Ryland Street and walked down to Keeler House, passing what looked like a dead fox in a garden refuse bag. Nearby, someone's food recycling bin had been raided by a different animal or the unfortunate victim. Grotesque, rotting leftovers smeared across the pavement. He buzzed Jordan, who took his time answering. God, was he even up yet? You want to come out? I thought we could get something to eat. He couldn't risk going in and getting into anything physical, or arguing in earshot of the other residents. I'm in the Range Rover, bottom of the road. A good 10 minutes passed before Jordan came strolling down and slumped into the passenger seat. What the fuck you got on? He smirked, clocking Perry's get-up. Perry fired the engine. Oh, just walking gear. Why? It doesn't matter. Perry pulled into a gap in the stationary traffic, settling inches from the ad on the back of a bus. Kill your speed, not your kids. Thank you, Nanny State. There I was thinking I should do it the other way around. So, what was the issue with Trev? Jordan huffed. Fucking threatened me, didn't he? What do you mean, threatened you? Gonna come for me in the night. Told me there's, supernatural shit in the house. Supernatural? Perry snickered. Who does he think he is? Jack Nicholson in The Shining? But the reference went straight over Jordan's head. I thought maybe you could have a word. I can't really get involved, Jordan. I'm just a volunteer. The traffic was moving again, but now Perry was stuck behind cyclists, riding side by side like other road users didn't exist, and then, at the next red light, sailing blithely through. You need to tell your support worker, but it sounds to me like he's just messing with you. As Jordan grumbled, he drove towards Norwood Road and parked in a side street, scrupulous about paying the correct charge on the correct app. He chose an Italian cafe that he'd never been to before and didn't think anyone from Dulwich was likely to stumble into. It was 2:30 by now, and the lunchtime crowd had thinned. They ordered, and Perry produced the NIP. I'm sorry, but I have to let them know it was you driving, not me. Otherwise, I'll get the points, which isn't legal. Jordan didn't reply. Their coffees were delivered, and he began emptying sachets of sugar into his, one after the other. When he reached the 6th, Perry reached out a hand to stop him. Jordan, do you understand? I'll need your license details. You've had it back from the DVLA, I assume. They must have updated your address by now. Yeah, came in the post last week. His hand released. Jordan began stirring, causing the foam to slop over the edge of the cup. Good. Perry started to tell him that he intended transferring ownership of the vehicle, how it wouldn't cost Jordan a penny, that he'd just need to call his insurer to register the change. But, to his horror, the boy started up a terrible groaning. What's wrong? It couldn't be the insurance, because he'd raised that before and not had this ghastly reaction. His heart dropped. Please tell me you do actually have a license. Yeah, I do, but... Jordan's throat bulged as he swallowed air. It's just provisional. I never passed my test. Jesus. No need to ask how he got away with this with his erstwhile employer, because he knew they'd wanted only the bare personal details needed to book him and pay him. Perry folded the document and returned it to the envelope. Look, I'll accept the points, but you can't drive again. You need to give me the keys back. Their food arrived, along with a pot of parmesan, which Jordan tipped in its entirety over his spaghetti, looking at Perry as if expecting a laugh. Perry had never known him so skittish awe so infuriating. He picked up his own fork, charged with nerves as if he might bend it through willpower alone, and laid it down again. He couldn't face his brick of lasagna, not before he'd said what he'd come to say. "I'm sorry to do this. I know you're having a tough time, but I can't come and visit you again." "Why not?" Jordan said. "You're staying down in Pine Ridge." Perry couldn't remember his having ever used the name of the village before. When they'd gone down together, he'd been ferried door to door by Perry, incurious as to the destination. He hadn't even recognised Bournemouth when they'd passed through. "No, not that. I'm actually going to resign from helping homes, find a role somewhere else." Seeing Jordan still hadn't understood what he was saying, he added, "I think that will make it easier for us both. To split, I mean." Jordan sucked a rogue end of spaghetti into his mouth. "Wait, you icing me out because of the points?" "No, not at all," though the casual deception had hardly filled him with confidence in Jordan as a friend, let alone anything more intimate. "Because well, I just think this has run its course." That sounded colder than he'd intended, and Jordan recoiled. His hand started to shake, the fork clattering on the plate. "What I mean is, I really like being with you. We've obviously got something, but I don't think it's good for either of us. I'm taking advantage of you, and I'm betraying my wife, who I love." Perry looked at his plate and forced himself to eat. The sauce was grainy, the heat patchy, one mouthful nuclear hot, the next tepid. After a minute, he became aware of tears leaking from Jordan's eyes. "Jordan, it's not that bad. You're strong. You don't need me." "I've got nothing," Jordan gulped. "You don't understand how that feels." "I do understand." "You fucking don't." His voice was desperate now, chest heaving. "Look at everything you've got. The massive house, Range Rover, that posh place in Pine Ridge." Again, the name of the village. It felt pointed, a signal of some sort. "No, you're imagining it." "I'm very lucky, I know," Perry said gently. "But when it comes down to it, everyone's got something other people want. It just depends how you look at it." Jordan gazed at him with sad, wet eyes. "What have I got?" "Well, for starters, youth and good looks, both of which are worth a lot more than some holiday home. Plus, you're bloody lucky to have got away with the car thing. You could have been up in court over that, got a fine or even a suspended sentence." But words alone were not going to resolve this, at least not words of consolation. Jordan was a man of dark moods and unpredictable impulses. Worst case scenario, he might decide to blackmail Perry or threaten to tell the charity. He was going to need to offer something more substantial. "Look, I haven't got any cash on me, but I'll drop some round when I'm back in town next week. Enough for the deposit for a studio flat of your own. You can't live with that arsehole upstairs. I'll help you with all the admin, get you settled." Jordan, who'd been flattening his pasta with the back of his fork, raised his gaze, interested. "But only as a friend, okay? Nothing more. Does that sound all right? Does that sound like a deal?" Perry instantly regretted using that word, making this transactional. "And I meant it about the car. I'll need the key. Have you got it on you?" "It's back in the room," Jordan said. "Not sure where. Want to come back and help me look for it?" Perry knew what this meant. Come back and allow himself to be seduced, to weaken and surrender and retract every word of this break-up in some post-coital collapse. Carry on sucking up Jordan's driving misdemeanours until one day he found himself taking the rap for running over someone's pet, someone's child. "No, I need to head straight off. If you could find it and put it somewhere safe, I'll collect it from you next week. Wednesday, probably." "When you bring the cash," Jordan said, dry-eyed now. "Yes, when I bring the cash."
Chapter 46. Robbie. Tuesday, 29th of August, 1 a.m. Even in normal times, life feels precarious in the dead of night. Threatening. The night of the stickers, for instance, we were out for hours and not for a second did the edginess blunt. None of us is nerveless. But tonight, as Tate and I climb the traffic road to the headland, the cliff steps are out of bounds, it feels almost post-apocalyptic. The shops and cafes, so bustling earlier with the festival blow-ins, are desolate now, as if they might never open their doors again. But maybe that's just me projecting. Maybe I just can't process the idea of everyday life after tonight. We walk fast, our strides synchronized like our ankles are strapped together for a three-legged race, and soon we're taking a left into Pine Ridge Road, the premium sea-facing properties on our right. Every second driveway is empty, every second residence shuttered for the season, and I think to myself, this is what it's all about. This is why we do what we do. It's the last weekend in August, and these people have already upped and gone. Many won't be down again till New Year's, or even Easter. Do they really not see the iniquity in that? Stop. I slink into the shadows, pulling Tate with me. Mate, look. 3 houses from the end, there's a police tape-up. A single security light blazes above the front door of the big white house, just as it did when Shannon and I spent the night there, our van illuminated like a UFO. That feels like months ago now. Innocent times. At the edge of the light pool stands a police guard in the same high-vis tabard as the one down in the car park. He hasn't noticed us yet, his head bent over his phone. Why have they got guards everywhere? Tate whispers. Because it's a fucking murder inquiry, isn't it? They can't have people going in and tampering with evidence or whatever. Which house is he guarding? The whole of that end of the road by the looks of it. Let's try the cliff path. We double back and continue to the meadow, turning into the passageway that links the main road to the coastal path. The weather's changed again, the sky half cleared, and to the south the lines of the Needles are visible. The sea is smooth and low, its surface as glossy as freshly poured tar, and I know without consulting clock or chart that the tide's on the turn once more. We hit police tape almost straight away, right by a shepherd's hut that's still covered in yellow stickers. They'll have a job getting them off now. Tate cranes to get a better look down towards the far end. Are the police still there? Don't think so. Can't see any lights. I reckon the officer we saw will be patrolling, cutting through one of the rear gardens every so often to check, in which case we don't have long. What's that? Tate says, and he slips under the tape and scurries a little way down the path. I follow and join him, where he's craning over the cliff edge. A few feet down, hanging off a bit of shrub, is a piece of cloth. He reaches, but can't get close enough to hook it. Hold my legs, will you? And he's on his knees, lowering himself onto his front, crawling over the edge. Tate! I crouch, kneel on his calves to stop him sliding. You're going to get us both killed. Got it, he grunts, and I help him back to his feet. His jeans and hoodie are covered in dust, but his only interest is in the item he's rescued. It's green and pink, some ethnic tie-dye type print. What is it? Looks like a sheet. It's a sarong. His voice gives way. It's hers, Robbie. I've seen her wearing it. You don't think... No. Don't be crazy. I showed you Tabitha's text. We know she's fine. She was fine, but anything could have happened since that text was sent. I need to know, Rob. He's losing it again, sounding really pathetic, like, geez, a man in love. What has this London Lolita done to the boy, and with Ellie pregnant? But he's right, we do need to know something. We need to know where his phone is and get it back. I grip his arm, wrench him back from the edge. You need to calm down. It probably blew down here from her garden. But then my phone pings. Hang about. Message from Shannon. What? Tate hovers, clutching his stupid sarong. She's heard from Ethan. He says the police have an ID and they're trying to contact the family right now. The victim's male. Happy now? Let's see. Tate snatches my phone and reads it for himself, like he thinks I'm lying or something, and I feel the hairs on my arms rise. The victim is real now. Next time we hear, we'll have a name. He hands the phone back. Weird to say male, not man, do you think? Why? You don't think. We look hard at each other, daring each other to say it. Could be a kid, he says finally. Could be a kid. I repeat, and a deep, deep sorrow fills my stomach. I think about this morning, yesterday now, and how euphoric I felt when we stood on the dune path, him and me and Shannon and the others, looking at the beach below and thinking how clever we were, how we'd done something special, really made our mark, champions, all of us. And yet, if I could start today again and do none of it, I wouldn't hesitate.
Part 3. Chapter 47. Tate. Monday, 28th of August. They met at first light. The turn of the tide. Underslept, but sluiced with adrenaline, equipped with their tools. Garden rakes, basically, weighed down with extra lengths of wood, and a scale plan. The core group had all shown up, even those, like him, with long work shifts ahead. The whole thing was Des's idea. He'd read about this guy who did sand art on a massive scale. Sand Banksy, he was known as, or some other lame pun, and he'd thought, hey, what better way to display their message? Instead of defacing what existed, why didn't they create something from scratch? Initially, they'd planned it for the last day of August. Their season finale, Robbie called it. Then they'd decided the festival was the obvious showcase, and they'd studied the tides and figured it could work. They'd need to allow a safe distance from the back of the stage. They didn't want the bands and crew and festival staff trampling all over it, but they'd get several hours of exposure to an enormous audience before it was washed away. Make sure everything's spelled right, Robbie said. They're not exactly hard words, Tabitha said, which drew a grin from the boss. It looked like Robbie was making an effort after that sour exchange at the meeting on Friday. You know, this would actually be perfect for the climate crisis, she said. The way it shows how the sea erodes the village. One emergency at a time, Robbie said. Then, raising a palm in playful objection, no, Tabitha, I don't want to hear how they all intersect, how the migrants are going to be flooded in their beds. It's way too early in the day for that. Now it was her turn to grin. Of course, she, the only non-local and non-worker among them, still planned on going up to the stable later to protest against the migrant protesters. You couldn't accuse her of apathy, that was for sure. They started on the upper stretch of sand, still damp from the receding water, and chased the tide downwards. Tate was allocated to Des's team, working on the intricate art elements, and soon felt the strain in his arms and back. He consoled himself with the thought of Beatty looking down from the cliff top later, much later, she often slept till midday, and seeing what they'd done and going, wow, wow, these Pine Ridge people are vibing. Even before they'd finished, runners and dog walkers were emerging from the village and stopping to take pictures. By the time Rio had operated the drone camera and Robbie had edited the video to upload online, the first festival workers would be arriving, and, on their heels, the revellers themselves. You can just tell, can't you? Robbie said, as they stood on the dunes and took a last look before dispersing, some back to bed, some onto their workplaces. That it was going to explode on the socials, he meant. The morning light is amazing here, isn't it? Tabitha said to Tate. the only one of them to remark on something other than the stunt itself. All sweet and pure, kind of celestial. He couldn't remember the last time any of them had thought about the quality of the light, let alone use the word celestial. But she noticed it and valued it because it was, for her, a temporary gift. He'd feel like that as well, he supposed, when he lived in the capital, when he came back as a visitor, a foreigner, a DFL. It really is, he agreed.
Chapter 48. Charlotte. Normally the bank holiday arrived at least 2 weeks earlier than she was ready for it, ready to leave. But this time, well, the thought of London was more appealing than usual, even her meetings in clients' offices, where she was inevitably something of a senior citizen these days. At least the young uns didn't hurl foodstuffs at her or call her a grockle. The final early morning walks with Mango were to be cherished, however, and since Old Beach was already busy with the festival set-up, there'd be food pop-ups and children's rides and an army of staff reporting for parking marshal duties, not to mention families with young kids descending early. She walked him down the cliff path to Little Bay. The tide was out and they walked all the way to the water's edge, where the breeze was invigorating. As she threw the ball for Mango and watched her launch herself joyfully at it, all 4 paws off the ground, Charlotte finally recaptured the glory of space and freedom she'd always associated with Pine Ridge. Of time in the company of the only member of your family who didn't answer back. She'd asked Perry if he'd wanted to come, but he was still recovering from Saturday's hike. He'd walked almost 12 miles, apparently, returning to Cliff View with a look of weary relief. "I'm amazed you haven't got blisters," she'd said, looking at his pale, unblemished feet sticking out from under the duvet yesterday morning. Through the pines, the staff minibus came into view, delivering workers. It was a well-oiled machine, the Needles. She remembered when the locals had opposed its opening, but now they scrambled to work there, to get their share of the London over-tipping. They accepted it as a vibrant part of the economy. Everything people objected to and resisted and decried, they eventually got used to. Everything was superseded eventually, including opinions. Bob Dylan nailed it in The Times They Are A-Changing, 50 years ago, and he was only pointing out what had been known since time immemorial. It was a process, all of this. No more, no less. Walking back through the meadow, she saw a figure coming towards her. A woman, in an orange hat. And instantly that moment of serenity, of bigger picture communion, took flight, leaving her once more at the mercy of minuscule personal concerns. This could be the stolen hat. As the girl came closer, she recognized her. "Excuse me. Ellie, isn't it?" "Oh, yes. Hi." Charlotte having halted smack in the middle of the path, the girl had no choice but to do the same. "Where did you get that hat?" Charlotte only just stopped herself from humming the melody. Her metamorphosis into Perry, the OG wisecracking Perry, was almost complete, it appeared. She was in no mood to explain to Azuma that it was once a music hall classic that had them rolling in the aisles. She glanced at the girl's feet, shod in trainers. Too weird to demand she remove them and reveal her toes. "I was just admiring your hat." "Oh, thanks." Ellie patted it with her fingers, as if she'd forgotten she had it on. "My boyfriend gave it to me." "Can I just ask, is the brand Briny Baby?" She removed it and checked. "It is, yes. Sorry, but I'm running a bit late for my shift." She looked very tired for someone starting her shift, Charlotte thought. "The reason I ask is my card was stolen, and this exact item was bought with it. From Fleur?" Fear flared in the girl's eyes. "I don't know anything about your card. My boyfriend got this from lost property at work." "Where does he work?" The bar, on Old Beach. That's convenient, Charlotte murmured. She'd allowed her tone to stray into sarcasm, and the girl grew defensive. Wait, are you saying I took your card? No. She mustered a tight smile. I'm saying someone took my card, and may have used it to buy that hat, in which case you may be in receipt of stolen goods. Ellie thrust it at her. Do you want to just take it? I'm really not that bothered, and I seriously have to go. But Charlotte didn't want the hat, and she didn't think a therapist would risk her job for it anyway. What was she going to do then? Go to the beach bar, where queues ran into the hundreds on festival day, and demand an investigation? No. She had to accept that the trail had gone cold. Some chancer had nicked her card, bought a couple of things she'd wanted so little she'd walked off without them, and left town. Perry was drinking his coffee on the veranda of the Nook, and seeing them approach, got up and met them at the gate. He petted Mango, dried his damp hands on his chinos, then said, You have to come and see this. What? Charlotte followed him to the top of the cliff steps. Below, the stage had been built, crew setting up for what she knew from experience would be a booming sound check, and various food and craft stalls already open for business. A multicoloured inflatable helter-skelter was new this year and already attracting queues. That was quick, she said. I swear it starts earlier every year. No, Perry said. Look past the stage. Can you see it? She saw now that the dune path was busier than usual, with regular bursts of silver as raised phone screens reflected the sunlight. Is that writing on the sand? What does it say? I can't read it with the stage in the way. Perry showed her the aerial pictures circulating on social media. The design, which covered the entire beach down to the water, looked at first to be purely decorative, interlocked Celtic symbols perhaps. But then she saw it was in fact an intricate line drawing of the village streets, from the ridge at the top to the series of curls for water at the bottom. In a few hours' time, the incoming tide would cover those first. Wow! I love the map. The message, deeply carved in gigantic, well-spaced capitals, not so much. Pine Ridge is not for sale. #NJFA.
Chapter 49. Amy. The weather was the stuff of wedding day fantasies, luminous, cloudless and perfectly still, and she set up breakfast outside in the dirt. Tomorrow, departure day, would be too rushed for them to eat together, so she'd made an effort, gone down to the bakery to pick up freshly squeezed orange juice and cinnamon buns, warm from the oven. Tabitha came up from the niche, propping a placard against the JCB that read, Refugees Welcome, on one side, and on the other, No Human is Taboo, whatever that meant. The pro-migrant rally she planned to attend wasn't for hours, but she was already prepared. Amy found the girl very impressive. Was that you up at the crack of dawn? I assume it wasn't Beatty. It was me. Tabitha flashed her that lovely dimpled smile and helped herself to coffee. I went to meet some friends on the beach. Is she all right, do you think? Beatty? This Amy asked mostly to test the possibility that Beatty had confided in her about the clothes. It had only occurred to Amy after the event that Tabitha might notice the absence of 90% of her roommate's wardrobe. She's fine, Tabitha said. Maybe a bit sad to go home. Huck and Julien came slouching out now, both looking the worse for wear, and set about popping painkillers with their orange juice. Please tell me you're not hungover, boys, Amy chided. Your vital organs aren't fully developed, you know. You've still got a very limited ability to metabolize alcohol. They'd gone into pool the previous day, returning on the last bus and refusing dinner. Please not drugs, she'd thought, and now thought a second time when she caught the furtive glances between them. How was pool? Dank, Huck said, which she vaguely understood was not German, but simply meant good. Linus appeared now, in full cycling kit, including the new jersey he'd had delivered the previous week and described as aero-optimised. "You're not going out on your bike," Amy said, and he pulled at his sleeves, correcting infinitesimal creases. "It's been 3 days, Ames. I'm fine." "But they said to give it a week, didn't they, the medics?" "They meant water sports. This is my last chance to get out before we go back home. All right, kids?" The boys grunted. Tabitha smiled at something on her phone. Linus poured himself juice and wolfed a cinnamon bun in 3 bites. Amy wondered, after this succession of exchanges, what would have happened if she hadn't got up first, if she hadn't fetched the buns and made the coffee, if she hadn't been here to greet each of them with a remark or a question or a caring word. Would any of them have done it instead? Would any of them have even noticed she was gone? She angled her face to the sun, closed her eyes, and conjured a macabre but really quite delicious image of them all surrounding her corpse, weeping for their loss and saying to each other, "I wish we'd said thank you."
Chapter 50. Tate. There was a point at which the post-stunt ecstasy began to give ground to the agony of not having had enough shut-eye. The terrible realisation that the longest shift of the season stretched ahead. 12 hours on a bank holiday when everyone else was partying.
"It's going to be rammed,"
Gav moaned by way of a briefing. As well as Tate and him, there were 3 temporary bartenders hired for the day. All students and, they could only hope, not so crap as to be more trouble than they were worth.
"I want you back on time from breaks. Don't go getting lost in the mosh pit, yeah? You're here to work, not play."
Maybe because of the buzz around the sand art, people had come down early, and by 11 there was already a queue at the bar for alcohol. Usually the morning was more like a primary school fair. Little girls getting their hair braided and arms stamped with flowers and hearts. But this was like the main event right from the start. The live music began at 2 p.m. and would be family-friendly, which was to say, bland and underpowered, until the local headliners came on at 5:30 p.m, where it would be just as bland, but a lot louder. He knew from having been a reveller in previous years that by then people would be stumbling about pissed. Not for him this time. Gav had a strict no-drinking rule for staff. Leaving the bar to clear tables, he caught sight of protesters assembling on the near side of the car park. They must be the pro-migrant group, because according to the NJFA WhatsApp thread, which pinged constantly with links and screenshots to do with their sand art triumph, the anti-faction was already in position at the staywell. Citizens against the elite had joined the antis, apparently, the elite in their sights presumably the government officials who'd requisitioned the hotel, rather than the migrants themselves.
"March for migrants over here!"
yelled a woman of about his age, but whom he didn't recognise. In fact, he didn't know a single face among them, which suggested Robbie had been right about them being shipped in from out of area. London, probably. There were a lot of posh voices and spotless white trainers. A whole bunch of Tabithas, basically. She'd be here any minute, too. More importantly, she'd promised Beattie she'd still be out when Tate went up to see her during his break. They had 30 minutes for their final proper meeting before she went back to London. After that, things looked a whole lot more complicated, especially since Beattie had texted him last night to tell him her mother had said the Ukrainian's granny flat was now occupied by the owner's grown-up son and his partner. Tate could only guess how challenging it was going to be to find somewhere affordable. The stories in the papers about London rentals were apocalyptically bleak, and it didn't help that both this and the job search would have to be conducted in complete secrecy so as not to tip off Ellie. Which pretty much made him the lousiest bastard in the universe, but what was he supposed to do? Lead an existence he couldn't connect with? Not properly, not in his soul? Perform life, not live it? Over the bar's sound system, one 90s banger segued into the next, by Spiller, which happened to be one Tate quite liked. Groove Jet, if this ain't love. Maybe he'd ask Beattie to leave him the key to her summer house when she went back to London, just in case the timings didn't quite match up. Ellie could be pretty formidable, and she'd be sure to get everyone on her side, all their neighbours at Golden Sands, her family, Shannon, maybe even Robbie too. He wasn't sure if the adrenaline surge was from terror or anticipation, or the double espresso he'd just made himself, but either way, it galvanised him sufficiently to earn rare praise from Gav for his dynamism.
If only everyone was like Tate,
he said.
Chapter 51. Perry. You go down with Amy, he told Charlotte. I'll come and find you later. He couldn't say what it was that was making him opt out of the festival and stay home alone instead. The instinct to wallow, though he wasn't sure what in. Uncertainty about his unresolved tensions with Linus, or indeed Benedict. Relief for having rid himself of Jordan. Remorse for having done it so, well, remorselessly. The boy had phoned multiple times since Saturday, and Perry had neither picked up nor returned a single call, stopping just short of blocking him. Conscious of Charlotte's querying gaze, he considered citing some phantom pain, something beyond his stiffness from hiking, but felt too guilty following that exchange in which she had feared he was harbouring a secret diagnosis. "Worried about seeing Linus?" she said. "Well, you needn't, because he's off all day on some road race thing." "Of course he is." "Perry, we should be pleased he's back in the saddle. He could have been psychologically damaged after what happened. Lost his nerve completely." He watched her collect bits and pieces from various tote bags about the place and transfer them into a different one. Much of women's free time seemed to be taken up with this activity. "Can you at least walk and feed Mango?" she said. "I'll probably go straight on to the Needles. You are coming to that, at least." "What time's the table booked for?" Perry asked. 7, but we said we'd go early if the band's as awful as last year's." "Sure, okay." He experienced an abrupt surge of optimism. His emotions today were in a road race of their own, with no clear favourite as to which might cross the finish line first. "Maybe we can have a nightcap in the Nook when we get back." "Yes," Charlotte said. "Lovely." After she and Benedict had left, he made a cup of tea and did a bit of half-hearted packing. Every so often he found himself drawn to the window overlooking the street, an instinct to defend his turf, perhaps, for cars arrived frequently on festival day and other bank holidays, drivers either failing to notice the no-through-road signs or hoping for a suspension of parking restrictions. No chance. He spent 5 minutes looking for his iPad, and when he found it, he began drafting an email to Alice, the tenancy leader at Helping Homes, responsible for Keeler House. "It is, with regret, that I must resign as a volunteer, owing to..." Owing to what? He indulged the absurd and terrible notion of stating the truth, that he'd had an inappropriate sexual relationship with one of their vulnerable tenants, waiting for the shockwaves to obliterate every part of his life until, one day, having looked up from the abyss, he found he'd been allocated a room in Keeler House himself. But no, that kind of dramatic irony only happened in novels. He had enough money, enough property, never to have to worry about having a roof over his head. He deleted the draft and closed the app. He'd arrange a meeting instead. As with his exchange with Jordan, he'd uphold the protocols of his unfashionable generation and discuss the withdrawal of his services face to face. Time passed. Down on the beach, one band finished and another started, this one louder and cheered by what sounded like a full-capacity crowd. He scrolled through Twitter. Posts about the NJFA sand art had been shared thousands of times, and the group already had a photo of it as their header, and a pinned post of Robbie being interviewed by BBC South. The injured side of his face was saturated by sunlight, so you couldn't see the bruising.
"We thought this would be a brilliant way to share our message with a wider audience. Something positive and creative, you know? It's symbolic as well. We can't turn the tide on the beach, but we can turn the tide on local homes being sold off to rich Londoners who have no roots in our community.
Yeah. Perry found himself re-watching the news clip of his own interview, playing it on mute, unable to bear his own outraged, plummy tones. The visuals were monstrous enough. He looked so old and jowly. How did life do this? Transform you in the blink of an eye from virile and photogenic master of the universe to decrepit has-been. It was as if there'd been some sort of technical error, a glitch that meant you skipped 20 years. The best 20. It was just as this thought ran through his head that the doorbell went. A journalist, if he had to guess, or maybe some joker offering him a tenner to park in their drive. As he opened up, the music boomed from the beach. I love rock and roll. This was actually okay music. Maybe he should go down after all. Then he saw who it was. Yeah, Jordan said. Me. Sorry. Can I come in? At first, Perry neither replied nor moved aside, fixated on just how bad Jordan looked. The magnitude of the change in him in only 2 days. Not homeless levels of unkempt, just not taking care of himself. That was the phrase they always used, wasn't it? When people didn't shower or shave or brush their teeth or change their clothes. The question was, had he been drinking? He leaned a little closer and caught it, the whiff of cheap whiskey. Misinterpreting the move, Jordan pressed against him, gripping him in a hug, his mouth seeking Perry's, and Perry wriggled from him, appalled. They were still on the doorstep, and his reluctance to let his visitor in just about beat out his fear that someone might see them. The street was, for now, empty. You can't be here, he said. I meant what I said on Saturday. We can't see each other again. But Jordan didn't appear to be listening. He had a strange, trance-like aura to him that Perry had at first put down to the alcohol, but now saw more closely resembled shock. Jordan, what's happened? I've done it, Jordan said, having to raise his voice a little over the screeched entreaties to put dimes in jukeboxes from below. Done what? Perry said. I've killed him. I've killed Trev.
Chapter 52. Beatty. She honestly couldn't imagine how she would ever look this good again. The way the light bounced as she appraised herself in the mirror, it was like her skin had gold leaf on it or something. The irony was, she was only in a skater skirt and sun top from Urban. Oh, and a pair of pink knickers that had escaped the designer cull, which was probably just as well, because her mum would have been out of her mind if she'd laid eyes on them. Said they were for a pole dancer or dominatrix or whatever. Speaking of escaping the cull, her eye caught a splint of teal green under Tabitha's camp bed, and, fishing out a pario, checked the label. Airdem. That was right. Tabitha had borrowed it the day Beatty's mum stormed in and ordered her to start packing. Balling it up, she left the niche and set off down the path towards the meadow. The groan of guitars from the beach, the yelled vocals, receded and swelled as the path curved. Not exactly Reading, which Sienna and Lexi had been to this weekend. Billie Eilish had headlined yesterday, and her friends had shared 1 million pictures and clips from actually pretty close to the stage. But had they had a dude like Tate waiting in their tent when they got back? In their dreams. She hurled the garment over the cliff and scurried back. Reaching the niche, she had an interesting thought, and kept going towards the nook. She couldn't believe she was using these silly names, even in her head, and located the spare key under the heavy terracotta pot where Benedict had told her it would be. Her mum was reliably out for the duration, as were Huck and Julia, but she didn't need her dad coming back from his bike ride and bothering her in the niche, seeing if she wanted to walk down to dinner together. He'd been way nicer to Huck and her since he got swept out to sea and had to be rescued, like he'd only now noticed he even had kids. Kept asking if she'd had a good summer and was she feeling prepared for A-level year, and if she wanted to go and look at uni campuses together, even though she'd already done all of that with her mum. She let herself into the nook and gave a little whimper of joy. She'd only ever been on the veranda before, but oh wow, it was next level cute, like somewhere you would spend your wedding night. The bed had a semicircular headboard covered in blue velvet and a duvet in a print of blue and pink butterflies and leaves. As well as the wine fridge, there was a little drinks trolley with vintage glasses and bottles of cocktails. She texted Tate, "Come to the nook." Then, remembering he definitely wouldn't know the silly names, she added, "The summerhouse on the end. The romantic one." Something special for their final tryst. She took a bottle of wine from the fridge and opened it, pouring herself a glass and wishing she'd taken Benedict up on his offer earlier. Not that it wouldn't have been withdrawn in a heartbeat if his mum found out that the man she was meeting was one of the NJFA inner circle. Tabitha said Benedict had told her Charlotte had hardened since the stickers incident, which was a shame because she was actually a really decent person and had initially been quite pleased about the cosy cabins. There was a rap on the glass, the door cracked open, and Tate peeked in. "Fuck, this is swanky." I know. She moved towards him, feeling her body heat merge with his, an instant doubling of lust. "Come in and lock the door." "It's a mob down there," Tate said. "I almost didn't get my break." He kissed her while he slid his trousers down his thighs, his mouth not leaving hers for a second even as he was stepping out of one leg and then the other. The music was still really loud with the door closed, some golden oldie finishing to rapturous applause, but in the gap between the cheers and whistles dying down and the next song starting, Beatty caught the sound of raised voices. She pulled her mouth away. "Can you hear that?" "What?" "Arguing." "Fuck, I think it's coming from the house." "Ignore it," Tate said. "Come back." But she was too spooked. She had a weird, witchy sense about this stuff, and she didn't like how the drapes over the glass doors kept fluttering and creating gaps where you could probably see in from the footpath. For this particular suspicion, she blamed her mum, who was obsessed with sex pests and peeping toms and whatever the other one was. Pay pigs. "Seriously, Tate, can we go to my place after all? No one can see in there." "I've just got my trousers off," he protested. "Put them back on, or just bring them." She giggled, scooped up the wine and glasses. "Quick." Delaying only to replace the key, she led him along the footpath to the niche. There were no tourists or hikers in either direction, luckily. Everyone would be on the beach. "Bob the Builder moving in," Tate said at the sight of the JCB. It looked giant from down here, as tall as the house itself. "The build starts tomorrow," she groaned. "My mum's staying down to, project manage. She's probably going to sleep in here." "Really? Shame. I was going to ask you if I could have a key. In case I get thrown out of my place." Beatty checked the blinds and bolted the door. If her dad came hammering, she'd tell him she had period pains. "You seriously think Ellie would throw you out?" He shrugged. "If she found out, yeah. People think she's all sweet and nice, but she can get really mad." Beatty had a thought. "Did you see where I put the spare key for the nook? Under the second biggest plant pot at the side? If you're desperate, you could use that." Tate grinned at her. "Golden."
Chapter 53. Perry. They were in the kitchen, doors open, and Perry had stopped shouting long enough to respond to Jordan's increasingly frantic demands for a drink. He fetched 2 Lucky Saints, could tell from the eagerness with which Jordan took his that he didn't know it was non-alcoholic. The boy couldn't stop his feet moving, a restless shuffle that got on Perry's nerves, and his focus kept freezing for seconds at a time. "Start again," Perry said. "Tell me what happened." "I hit him on the head." "Where? What with?" In the bathroom, with one of his weights, a dumbbell or whatever." There was a brief light of optimism in Jordan's eyes. "I thought it might look like he slipped and fell, like he hit his head on the sink." "I thought it might look like." That sounded frighteningly like premeditation. "He was definitely dead." I think so." You think so? Perry's voice rose again. If there was any doubt, you should have called an ambulance. No way. I had to get out of there. If he's alive, he'll kill me. But he's not, so yeah. He was slurring quite badly, liquid rolling down his chin every time he took a slug, his hand-eye coordination off. This was a nightmare. Jordan, concentrate. What did you do with the dumbbell? I kind of rinsed it off and put it back in his room with the others. What, with your bare hands? That was stupid. Jordan looked offended. I wiped it with a towel, though, didn't I? Where's the towel? I dumped it. Where? In the bin by the bus stop. Not ideal, but at least not inside Keeler House, where the police would find it within minutes. Why are you here? Perry asked. It's miles from home. I don't have anywhere else to go, do I? Jordan spoke with feistiness now, even accusation, as if this were in some way Perry's fault. I was thinking, can I say I was down here, like all day, with you? Jordan, I'm sorry, but I can't have anything to do with this. That wouldn't work anyway. Too many people know what my movements have been today. Plus, there'll be a record of the time you bought your ticket, maybe even security footage of you on the train. Jordan looked bewildered, and Perry felt his pulse skip. You didn't get the train, so you what? You didn't drive the Astra. Had no choice, did I? I know I'm not meant to be using it, but what did that matter when he fucking killed a man? Perry could feel his thoughts spiralling, and with them his grip on any prospect of his being able to manage this crisis. Jordan moved to the open door, taking in the picturesque corner plot, the pines and the yew hedge and the freshly painted nook, its lines sharp against a spotless sky. Can't I hide down there? No way. My wife will be back later and she'll want to have drinks there. We leave tomorrow. Perry remembered his own proposal of a nightcap in the nook. Could any notion be more quaintly removed from this shit-show? Too late. He heard what else he'd said right here and now. We leave tomorrow. And sure enough, Jordan's vexed brow was clearing. So, wait, if I, lie low tonight, sleep in the car, maybe? I could come back up tomorrow and stay there then, just while I work out what to do. Could you leave some food in there for me? No, I couldn't. This is crazy, Jordan. You don't want to be on the run. What you have to do is go back to London right now and talk to the police. And say what? I don't know. Explain you got into a fight with him, but spin it so it sounds like an accident. Or deny you know anything about it. But the longer you stay away, the more it will look like you did it deliberately. Perry paused to consider how to phrase his next question. Not that Jordan was in any fit state to notice his rank self-interest. Look, does anyone at Keeler House know about the Astra? I don't think so. Jordan drained his beer and turned to Perry with brimming eyes and running nose. Perry tore off a square of kitchen roll and handed it to him. You've never given anyone a lift or told them it's yours? No. Where was it parked this morning when you left? On Ryland Street? No. The next street down. Never any spaces near me. Good. If the police checked neighbours' Ring doorbell cameras on the street, there would be no evidence of the fugitive Jordan getting into a vehicle with a number plate traceable to Perry. Look, I need to take the keys now, otherwise I'm going to get caught up in this. How am I meant to get away then? Jordan said. Get away, not get back. Jordan, I'm keeping the car, and neither of us mentions you've been driving it, okay? I'll give you cash to get the train back. Go to the police, or at the very least go to your room and then cooperate with whatever's going on. If you want to say you've been down here all day, then that's your call. Say you hitchhiked, maybe. Say you'd heard about the festival from me and thought you'd check it out. But we haven't seen each other, okay? He collected up cash from various drawers and pockets, added it to what he had in his wallet, £230 in all. Jordan eyed the notes with dismay. "You said you'd give me enough to get my own place. When you've got everything squared with the police, I'll give you more." If he thought he was going to be living anywhere but at His Majesty's pleasure, he was deluded. Perry felt an overwhelming sadness then for the boy, and a terrible remorse for his own lasciviousness, his own stupidity. "You have to go. Please. You weren't here, okay?" He could see the defeat in his eyes, if not total acceptance, as the car keys were finally surrendered. "How do I even get to the station?" "There'll be a bus to Poole and Bournemouth from the main road, down by the beach. Go the back way and down the cliff steps. That's the quickest." "I need the toilet first," Jordan said. "I know where it is." And he was out of the room and up the stairs before Perry could divert him to the cloakroom on the ground floor. He waited at the foot of the stairs, running through the information he had, searching for gaps, finding one. "Where did you leave it?" he asked when Jordan returned. "The car?" "Up in the car park." "Good, right. Okay." "It's out of petrol," Jordan added. Of course it was.
Chapter 54. Beatty. "I have to go back down," Tate said. "I'm late. Gav will be doing his nut." They chugged the rest of the wine as they dressed, and then he was at the door, fiddling with the bolt. The light poured in, a hard-edged fluorescent rectangle that almost blinded her. Though she'd planned to go in the other direction, to avoid the festival crowds and walk along the cliff path towards the Needles, she had a weird primal need to prolong their contact, almost like she had a premonition she'd never see him again. "I'll come down with you and get the shuttle bus from the beach." On the veranda, they both paused at the sight of the sea below. The sun was mellowing, causing a wedge of silver to spread across the water, and suddenly Tate was crooning absent-mindedly under his breath. Not the song the band was playing, but something else, lyrics she didn't know, about love, about why it feels so good, and the words sparked another profound sensation, this one a kind of knowledge of having peaked. She had peaked. The summer had peaked. Life had peaked. "I'm just going to say it," she blurted. "This has been amazing, and I love you." He reeled her towards him. "I love you too." He kissed her, and she felt their connection deep in her abdomen, like a living thing. They headed for the steps. At the top, you could see the tide coming in, making the crowd bunch together on the sand. A few people were still in the water on pedalos and inflatables, and way out, on boards and cute little sailboats. This place is okay, she thought. Next summer, when the bungalow looked like it did in those amazing plans her mum had shown her, she'd get Sienna and Lexi down. Look. Tate was gesturing to the zone beyond the stage, to the NJFA sand art. The second line is almost gone now. He was right. The lower half of the design was covered by water, and you could just see the upper part of the map with the top of Bird Lane and the ridge itself, along with the words Pine Ridge. "He's such an amazing designer," Beatty said. "Des," he chuckled. "Let's hope your mum agrees." They took the steps single file, him leading. Below the line of the wall, their fingers met, out of sight of hundreds of people, and it felt more illicit than any of the sex they'd had. On the beach, he steered her towards the pines, just out of sight of the bar, and they kissed a last time. Then he left her, weaving through the edge of the crowd, out of range. She knew she ought to go back to the house and check she'd locked the back door after going in for her shower earlier, but she couldn't be bothered, and anyway, it would be fine. Her dad would be back any minute. Wait, had she even locked the nook? She'd returned the key to its hiding place, but she had no memory of using it first. It didn't matter. There'd obviously been someone in the house. She'd leave it to them. And oh my God, she was starving. She was going to order the lobster burger, and then she was going to have a pudding. That meringue thing Huck had that time she and Tate had been together in the loos. On Old Beach Road, the Needles shuttle bus was due in 5. It was supposed to be for hotel residents only, but no one questioned you when you looked this good. It wasn't fair. It just was what it was. and who was she to mess with the universe?
Chapter 55. Perry. "Well, well, well, who'd have thunk it?" a voice said from behind him, with a familiar gloating relish. "Who is he, then?" Great, just his fucking luck. Not once all summer had he seen Linus cycle along the cliff-top path, and nor had he expected him to be so stupid as to try it, what with it being narrow and rough, and the risks to all but pedestrians marked at regular intervals with warning notices. But now, just when he had something to hide, here the fucker was, dismounting from his precious carbon-fibre bike that you could lift with an index finger. He'd obviously seen enough, if not all of what had just happened, to be able to draw a dangerously accurate conclusion. Perry tailing Jordan to the footpath, having not trusted him to actually leave. Jordan, sensing him, turning to meet him, trying one last time to get physical. Then, when Perry turned his mouth away, appealing loudly to be allowed to stay. "Please, Pez, please." "No!" Perry hissed. "What is wrong with you? Go!" Jordan backed off, almost tripping on a hunk of granite and needing Perry to reach out and steady him. He had never felt so cruel, so wretched, but he had no choice. He could not risk his family being associated with some squalid death in a clearing-house, with murder. And when Jordan vanished down the steps, he could have fallen to his knees and wept with relief. That was until he became aware of Linus in his peripheral vision, still black-clad and shiny, insectile. "Some local bit of rough?" Linus guessed. "You have no idea what you're talking about," Perry muttered. "Come on, Pez. Does Charlotte know?" "There's nothing to know." "Oh, I think there is." Linus gave a delighted cackle. "Tabitha's gonna love this. Perry Tucker, bye. No, what do the young'uns call it? Switch hitter, that's it. Careful she doesn't tell Benedict, eh? He might not be quite so thrilled." The sound of that arrogant laughter, the sight of him standing there with his precious bike by his side like a pet, caused an explosion of white-hot fury in Perry, and suddenly he was seizing the thing and hurling it over the cliff. The tide had come in, and it was instantly washed from the rocks into the water, irretrievable. Snarling, he took a step towards his nemesis. "I should have finished you off out there when I had the chance." Still, Linus just stood there, motionless, aghast. "Keep away from me," Perry said, "and keep your mouth shut." The element of surprise allowed him to get back indoors before Linus could process what had happened and think to retaliate. His breath came in painful gasps as he locked the kitchen doors and pulled down the blinds. As expected, there soon came hammering and thumping and a succession of furious threats. "You owe me 8K for that bike, you twat! Come out now, or I'll kick the fucking door in! I'll be making a complaint to the police first thing!" Well, that was an empty threat if ever there was one. The police couldn't give a toss about rich people's bikes. They'd take his stupid complaint and file it under elite whinging. As the banging continued, Perry took a clean tea towel and set about wiping everything he could recall Jordan having touched, including door handles and banisters, and even the bathroom taps. If the boy implicated him in Trev's death in some way, made him out to have conspired with him, then Perry would need to deny flat out that he'd seen him down here today. Quite how he'd persuade Linus to do the same, he'd need to figure out sooner rather than later. At least the din at the door had stopped. Presumably the idiot had gone home to lick his wounds. His phone pinged with a notification of a missed call from Jordan, and he threw it down on the sofa and grabbed his sunglasses. He needed to find that bloody car and get it out of sight. Now. He took the steps, averting his eyes from the handful of people slumped against the cliff wall below. This was the worse-for-wear brigade, the ones who'd lost the use of their legs hours before the party ended, a tribe Perry knew well. Jordan, too. He knew on a primitive level that the boy would be planning to carry on drinking. The question was, would he leave town first? If, for whatever reason, he decided to stay, Perry had little chance of spotting him because every inch of sand between the cliff, the stage, and the bar was packed. Oh, God! He'd given a relapsed alcoholic a pocketful of cash and sent him on a route that took him past a bar. The queue was at least 50 deep, however, which might have put him off. Scanning it, he could not see him. The only familiar face was Rio, the paddleboard instructor, who, clocking Perry, averted his gaze with barely disguised dislike. Up on Old Beach Road, he could see Beatty Shaw boarding the Needles shuttle bus, heading to the family dinner he was supposed to be attending himself. He might even have hitched a ride with her, had he not got himself tangled up with a random lover who'd only gone and killed someone. Threading through the pines to the car park, he saw at once how naive he'd been to imagine he could find the Astra. There were hundreds of vehicles, many boxed in, others parked down sandy trails or between trees. To add to the confusion, he couldn't even remember the registration of the thing. For a car he owned, how could he have been so cavalier? Thinking he might have a better chance at spotting it with a bit of elevation, he climbed to the top of the dunes. The stretch behind the stage, an almost deserted expanse of soft sand and grassy moguls, gave him an excellent view of the remains of the NJFA sand art. Even as a temporary statement, it had outlasted its audience, in person anyhow. No doubt its image would run and run online. A little further on, another unwelcome figure cut through the pines from the road and took long, vigorous steps to reach a similar vantage point. Tabitha. Once at the top, she put one hand to her forehead to shield her eyes from the sun as she surveyed the festival crowd. From the other dangled a placard that read, "Refugees Welcome." And preoccupied though he was, Perry still found the energy to condemn the sheer egotism of the girl for thinking that she, a resident of Bristol and Rutland, was qualified to represent the community of Pine Ridge on this or any issue, not to mention unwittingly supporting the efforts of criminal people traffickers. He ducked, concealing himself. He didn't need her reporting to Benedict that he'd been prowling about the dunes looking tortured, and returned to thoughts of the Jordan catastrophe. He was utterly clear that his only route through this nightmare involved lies. The lie that their contact had never breached the prescribed boundaries between resident and volunteer. The lie that he'd not laid eyes on him today. The lie that he knew nothing of Trev's demise and was as horrified as the next man when the news broke. If challenged by any opposing account from Jordan, he'd gently suggest he was a fantasist. Tabitha's voice carried from where she'd come to a halt about 20 feet away. "On my way to dinner with the fam. Thought I'd see how the festival's going." "Going good if you like wanky tribute acts," a male voice said. At least, this was what Perry thought he said. It was too low and garbled to be certain. It was Robbie, though. He'd recognise his sarky drawl anywhere. "I see our message is washing away," Tabitha said. "I know. It was so pretty as well." "You're high." "You're right." Tabitha giggled. "This is hilarious. You're normally so in control." "Fuck control." Robbie now offered Tabitha some of this, a drink or a joint, Perry guessed, and the yearning bucked inside him then, a wild horse. To be like one of these young people, these hedonists, whose biggest problem was thinking up new ways to tell the grown-ups what an atrocious job they were doing. He was about to move away when their voices started up again. "You know what I wanted to do to you right from the start?" Robbie said. Slap me?" "No." "What then?" Perry didn't catch the next bit, but when he bobbed to his tiptoes, he saw that they were unbelievably in a clinch, stretched out together in a half-hidden dimple in the dune. They weren't going to have sex. In public like this. Where would this leave Benedict? He felt an ache at the thought of his boy's future grief. But wait, might he know? This might be how they rolled now. Like, literally. They had a right not to be challenged to fidelity. Even in this, his darkest hour, he'd mustered a spark of humour. Perhaps all was not lost after all. Maybe he hadn't seen Jordan. Maybe he knew nothing about Trev's death. Maybe he was just a middle-aged pervert on the beach watching his son's girlfriend have sex with Citizen fucking Smith. Not that either of them would have the first idea who that was. Sneaking away, he resumed his combing of the car park before heading across Old Beach Road to the sloping streets of the old village. Nothing. He then set off past the Gull down Peninsula Road, along which cars were parked in a tight metallic snake as far as the eye could see. But this was crazy. He couldn't walk all the way to the ferry. And Jordan was not a planner. He would never have thought to ditch the car so far from the village. Phoning him to ask was out of the question, of course, and not only because he didn't have his mobile on him. The call might catch the eye of the police if and when they later examined the boy's phone. No, he needed to come back when the festival was over, which might be better anyway, as he had no plan yet as to how to get rid of the thing. He turned back. By the time he got back home, he'd have thought of something, and then he could take refuge in total denial. But he knew better than anyone that the nirvana of total denial was a whole lot easier to reach with a drink in your hand. In fact, the way he saw it, hadn't drink been invented in the first place for that very purpose?
Chapter 56. Tate. He wasn't back behind the bar 5 minutes when he sensed its absence. They said phones were like an extension of your hand, but to him it was more like an extra layer of skin on his backside. If he wasn't using it, it was in his right-hand back pocket. Always. All day he'd been aware of the regular ping, ping, ping of alerts as the sand art won the NJFA account's new shares and likes, but suddenly there was nothing. Or was it simply that their 15 minutes of fame had passed already? They'd done pretty well to make it last the day, after all. Not that he wasn't proud of what they'd achieved, but no way was he getting involved in politics when he lived in London. It had been a second job this summer, knackering and unquenchable, day after day after day, early mornings and late nights. Fuck issues. A quick pat on the pocket, and he found he'd been right first time. His phone wasn't there. Instantly, he felt powerless, maimed, ejected from the human race. Serving his next customer one-handed, he borrowed a phone from one of the student temps, Joe, he was called, to ring his own number. The voicemail clicked in, and he spoke in discreet tones, hoping he'd be heard in the guitar-cranking din. "Beatty, this is me. I think you've got my phone. I'll be at the bar till late. Could you bring it down when you get back from dinner?" Silly, really, because she didn't know his code, and so was not going to be able to pick up his voicemail, but he felt an anticipatory pleasure in imagining himself playing it back later, connecting with her after she'd gone. He signalled to Joe that he was going to try one more time. This time, the call connected. "Beatty, is that you?" No one spoke, but he could hear breathing and, in the background, the song currently being played by the band and blasting in his uncovered ear, a split second out of sync. "Beats, stop pissing about!" There was a funny little giggle that didn't sound like her at all. It sounded, actually, male. Then the line went dead. What the fuck? She hadn't gone back up and met someone else. No, why would she do that? She'd gone to meet her family. He'd seen her head towards the road for the bus. He didn't know her number by heart to be able to call and find out, but handing the phone back to Joe, he saw that Gav had pissed off somewhere, so maybe he could just nip back up to her room and grab it? Fighting his way through the mob and up the steps, he soon wished he hadn't bothered, because the door to Beatty's room was locked. The blinds were still down too, so it was impossible to peer in and catch sight of it, know that it would be back in his possession in a few hours. Below, a new song started, the classic grinding riff from Smoke on the Water, followed by the almightiest thunder of drums and guitars he'd ever heard. Seriously, it was like these old guys had fired up a jet engine on stage and finally struck gold.
Chapter 57. Robbie. Tuesday, 29th of August, 1:30 a.m. Tate beams at me, wild and wolfish, as I catch up with him a few feet from the summerhouse that's still standing. The roof and veranda are like those of the one that fell, but this has square windows, not rectangular. I remember now how they shone like panels of silver before the drop. It's painted white, or maybe pale grey, and the moonlight makes it shimmer like the inside of an oyster shell. They redid that quickly. Those stickers are a nightmare to get off. This is hers? This is where you left the phone? Yup. Mood-swinging man is happy again. He's forgotten for a second that someone is dead. Maybe a child. Then let's get in there and find it. Easier said than done. There's a heavy orange barrier between us and the section of the path with the gate that accesses the garden, plus more tape across the summerhouse door. Why is it taped off if it's not been touched? Tate says. I don't get it. Maybe because of that? I say, sweeping my phone torch from left to right. A section of wooden fence has been flattened into the neighbouring garden and crushed to pieces, as has a stretch of the more robust-looking fence that runs parallel with it. Deep trenches mark the JCB's short route to the corner garden, where it now sits, yellow and black, with massive tyres and spikes on the bucket, like a giant toy abandoned at bedtime. The driver, the killer, must have just shut off the engine and jumped out once his demolition job was complete, not having time to reverse and return it to its original spot. How did he flee? On foot? Down the cliff path and past the meadow, the way Tate and I have just come? Or out the front way, turning down the traffic road into the village? One thing I'm certain of, he didn't take the steps to the beach, because by then everyone had turned to look, including the marshals and the police officers already on site. So they drove the JCB from this garden to that one. Where was it earlier? When you came up to see Beatty? Was it still here? A breeze stirs Tate's floppy fringe. It was up near the house, in that gap where the garage used to be. They tore it down the other day. Is it good or bad that the JCB is still at the scene? Good in that they might have fingerprints on the levers. Bad in that they might have fingerprints on the levers. Again, I can predict the police's question. Did you get your tractor-driving friend and fellow activist to do the honours? I look at Tate, and my gut says no. He's stressed, sure, but his attention's focused on the summerhouse that belongs to Beatty's family. He's probably hoping he'll find her in there, have a little midnight reunion. You need to check for the phone, I remind him. I bet that guard out front is patrolling round here as well. He could come any minute. It was locked earlier, but... He vaults the barrier, scissors over the picket fence and rattles the door. It's open. Suddenly, I don't like his chances. The police must have been in there, taken anything of interest. Can I use your torch? I hand him my phone. Don't touch anything with your bare fingers. Too late for that. My prints are all over this place. In the torch beam, I catch a glimpse of the space within, where Tate's been getting his end away these last weeks, where Tabitha's been sleeping when she's not with Bertie fucking Worcester next door. It's raw wood with simple furniture, just a bed and a couple of other rustic bits, sheepskin draped all around. Is that a cowbell hanging in the corner? It's like Marie Antoinette's idea of a hilltop cabin. It's not here, Tate says. Okay. I search for a positive. Well, maybe that's good. It means she must have it with her. I need to see her, Rob. She'll be asleep, Tate. They all will. How can anyone sleep knowing someone died right here? She doesn't know yet, remember? None of them do. God, he's a goldfish tonight, a complete liability. He closes the door, but rather than heading back for the footpath, he legs it up the garden and starts tapping on the first window he comes to. I sigh, clear the barrier and follow, tripping slightly on the uneven ground, kicking up dirt. By the time I get there, Amy Shaw is at the window, and her expression, startled, then angry, then afraid, confirms what we assumed. They think we did this. They probably think we've been planning it all summer and the sand art was a decoy. Go away, she says, opening the window so we can hear each other, but only a crack, and she takes a step back like she thinks we're going to punch it wide open and start assaulting her. Go away, or I'll call the police guard. We didn't do this. You need to... I begin, but Tate's already speaking over me, bringing his face close to the crack. We're friends of Beatty's. We need to see her. 5 minutes, that's all. Please, you have to believe us. He's rushing his words, so keen to persuade her, it's pitiful. But it seems to work because she looks from him to me and steps forward again. I don't know what you have or haven't done, but you can't be here. The police don't want anyone in the garden. It's part of the crime scene. What time is it even, anyway? After 1, I tell her, and she frowns like it's later than she thought. Something was going on, she says, earlier. They had some new team arrive. Have you heard anything in the last couple of hours? No, I lie. Sorry, we've been at a mate's place. Is Beatty still up? Tate asks her. Can we see her? Amy shakes her head. She's not back yet. She went out with her brother and his friend and Tabitha. No mention of Tabitha's boyfriend, and I feel guilty for calling him Bertie Wooster, like he's a character, not a real person. Also for shagging his woman on the day of his death. Do you know where they went? Tate asks. I don't, but if you find them, send them home, will you? I'm texting Beatty now. 10 minutes, then I'll come looking myself. And she closes the window, moves into the shadows, done with us.
Chapter 58. Amy. Monday, the 28th of August. There were 4 empty places at their table for 9 in the Needles brasserie. The first was for Perry, who was supposed to be coming, but, according to Charlotte, might actually be better off staying home, since his mood when she'd left him had been sketchy. She'd phoned him to check, but got his voicemail. The second was for Beatty, who'd texted her imminent ETA, having said her goodbyes to local friends. A royal pain though the girl had been this trip, it was hard not to acknowledge a little clench of pride at her popularity. After all, no one else in the Shaw family had made friends with the locals this summer. The third was for Tabitha, running late after her march for migrants. Amy had checked social media to see how the protest had gone, but what coverage there was had not been much shared or commented on, the sand art stunt having sucked most available oxygen. There was a limit to the wider population's interest in one tiny coastal resort, she supposed. The fourth was for Linus, who Amy was starting to suspect was pulling a Perry and bailing on them. There's no point both of them refusing to come, Charlotte said, pouring more Chablis into their enormous wine glasses and gesturing to the waitress to bring a second bottle. Honestly, I can't imagine what Julien's going to tell his parents when he goes back tomorrow, Amy said in an undertone. If he's anything like a British child, he'll tell them sweet F.A. Did you have a good time, chérie? Oui, bien. Amy chuckled, raised a hand in greeting as one of the therapists from the spa passed by the window. Oh, I know what I meant to tell you, Charlotte said with sudden animation. I saw the hat. She's the one who was wearing it, that girl you just waved to, Ellie. Amy frowned. Ellie can't be the thief, she's a lovely girl. She said her boyfriend gave it to her and he got it from lost property at work. So that's the end of that. Even in the face of this clear declaration of closure, Amy hastened to redirect the conversation away from the mystery culprit. She's pregnant, actually, Ellie. She told me the other day when she felt unwell during my facial and had to stop. She hasn't even told her manager yet. Who's pregnant? Beatty said, sliding into the seat opposite. She wore a reassuringly cheap-looking T-shirt, emblazoned with the words, "The answer is no," and jeans Amy was relieved to recognise from having put through the laundry pre-Gymgate. It occurred to her that superior parents wouldn't treat their criminal offspring to £100 a head last suppers. They'd leave them at home, with a cheese sandwich and the Wi-Fi disabled. But it was the last day of their holiday, and she didn't have the energy for superior parenting. "The therapist I saw in the hat," Charlotte told Beatty. "Ellie, she's called. Did your mum tell you about that? My card was stolen from my locker." Beatty visibly blanched, and Amy prayed Charlotte hadn't noticed. "Who are you meeting, babes? Did you see much of the band?" "No one?" "Yeah, we've run out of wine, Mum." "There's another bottle coming," she protested as Beatty took her glass and tipped half of it into her own, draining it in one swallow. "Beatty, surely you can wait 5 minutes." The new bottle arrived and Beatty poured herself more. Again, she couldn't get it down her throat fast enough. It was most unedifying. Oh God, was this going to be the next thing? A teenage alcohol problem? "The answer to what is no?" Benedict asked Beatty, and the boys all started making guesses. "No, she doesn't know what she wants to do at uni." "No, she doesn't eat tomatoes." "No, she isn't disturbed by Jeffrey Dahmer." This was some sort of inside joke that Amy could not for the life of her fathom. "Non, elle ne parle pas français." And so on, until she finally cracked and began laughing. She'd definitely been unnerved by that reference to the hat, and Amy hoped she wasn't suffering from guilt. Well, she hoped she was, but it would be better for all concerned if she kept her feelings hidden. The sooner the girl was back in London, the better. Charlotte's phone rang. She rejected the call and raised her glass. "Here's to an eventful holiday." "We survived," Amy said. Not exactly a ringing endorsement for their first summer in Pine Ridge, but it was the best she could do. It was as they brought their glasses together that she saw it. Under a clear plastic dressing on the left side of her son's stomach. Black and elaborate. A creature with a bell-shaped head and long curling tentacles. Some sort of jellyfish. A tattoo! Swollen and wound-like and no more than a day old. She heard herself scream, loud enough to turn heads, and Huck, understanding she'd seen, froze. Now everyone at the table looked. "Oh, my days," Beatty said, glugging her wine. Benedict whistled. "Huck? Wow. I mean, go big or go home." "Moi aussi," Julien said, lifting his T-shirt. Amy turned instinctively to Charlotte, but there was no smoothing over of this, no rationalising. She felt her breathing grow shallow and her heart pound. There was the sensation of spiders crawling over her skin. As the room began to spin, the other faces at the table rising and falling and coming in and out of view, fellow riders on a waltzer, the questions came tumbling in. How? Where? Who? What was she going to say to Linus? What was she going to say to Julien's parents? "She's hyperventilating," Charlotte said, and Amy peered through the blur as her friend fished in her tote and produced a paper bag. Next thing, it had been placed over her nose and mouth, and she was being instructed to breathe in and out, and she became aware of Charlotte's phone ringing again. "Oh, I'd better get this," Charlotte said. "Whoever it is, they're not giving up. Make sure she keeps the bag over her face, Ben, will you? Hello, yes?" As her breathing steadied, Amy's faculties returned, and she registered a succession of sensations. The smell of French fries as plates sailed by to the next-door table. Beatty and Huck exchanging a guilty look. Julien tucking his T-shirt into his jeans. On the other side of the window, a man cuddling a fluffy blonde dog, while a woman dipped to her knees to take a photo. And Charlotte, on the phone, her tone altering from exasperation to concern. "Yes, okay. Give us 10 minutes. She ended the call. "We need to get the bill and go," she told them. "As soon as you're okay, Amy?" I think I'm fine," she croaked. "Who was it?" "The police. They're at the house and they want us back, ASAP. There's some sort of emergency."
Chapter 59. Charlotte. They returned by foot along the road, struck by how thick the stream of traffic was coming out of the village. I thought the festival went on till late, Amy said. It does. Maybe they're in the break between the last band and the DJ. It was dawning on Charlotte that the faces of the drivers and their passengers were not exactly stricken, but remarkably serious. This can't be to do with why the police phoned. What did they say again? Damage to your property. They'd already agreed on abandoning their evening, that it had to be something substantially worse than stickers or graffiti, since neither had attracted significant police interest, and even when investigated had not once led to a charge. A break-in, perhaps? Something worse than paint smeared on their walls? She'd read of terrible attacks in other coastal resorts involving feces. You didn't notice anything at Cliff View when you left, Beatty? Amy asked over her shoulder. Her daughter was walking alone, unusually pensive. No, everything looked fine. From the back, anyway. God, I hope it's not a fire. We'd see the smoke, Charlotte said, and Perry would have called me, surely, if he's home. She'd phoned him twice since receiving the police summons, but he still hadn't picked up. Linus as well. Amy had tried him too, with the same result. Maybe they're together. Well, we're here now, so we'll see for ourselves. Having expected swirling blue lights, Charlotte found the sight of a lone police car parked near the shore's skip both an anticlimax and a relief. I thought this was to do with Cliff View, Amy said. Then, where's the JCB? Charlotte assumed her friend had misremembered its location, until they trooped through the gap and into the shore's garden and understood at a glance that it was out here that the disaster lay. The vehicle's progress across the shores and Rickman's gardens was clear from the carnage of flattened fences and devastated flower beds. Even a few smaller trees had fallen victim, right to its destination on the near side of her own garden, where it straddled the footpath. "Where's the Nook?" she said, raising her voice to attract the attention of a group of police officers in her garden. "Where's the Nook?" One of them approached and explained what a fool could have worked out for himself. The JCB had bulldozed the Nook off the cliff. Literally in one piece, contents and all. After her screeched opening question, Charlotte found herself dumbstruck, needing the others to ask the questions for her. "How is this even possible?" Amy asked. "Remember the builder telling us?" Huck said. "It can move over 5,000 kilos. "What's happening now?" Benedict said. "What are all these police doing?" "We're securing the scene," the officer explained. "As you'll be aware, the tide's high. So, we're conducting a risk assessment to see if we can start removing debris now, or if it might be safer to wait till later, or even tomorrow." "Does that mean the DJ won't be on?" Huck asked. "Huck?" Amy admonished. "The festival has finished early," the officer said. "Mrs. Tucker, can you think of anyone who might have wanted to damage your property?" The question roused Charlotte from her silence. "Yes, the NJFA activists, of course. There's been a campaign against us all summer, as you well know. This will have been planned to sabotage the festival. They want to frighten us into selling up. The leader's called Robbie Jevons. You arrested him when he parked his caravan illegally in the drive next door." "We're familiar with Mr. Jevons. Rest assured, we'll be talking to him as a priority first thing in the morning." "First thing in the morning? Go and pick him up now. He lives in Golden Sands Park, literally 5 minutes away." "With respect, I'd ask you to leave us to do our job." The officer turned to Amy. "The JCB is yours, I gather?" "Yes. Well, our builders. They left it on site over the bank holiday." "Where were the keys kept?" "I left them on the windowsill in the kitchen. There's no sign of a break-in, though." "Mum," Beatty spoke for the first time, her voice uncertain. "I think I might have left the kitchen door open. I came up to the house to use the bathroom before I went down to the niche to change. Why didn't you lock it before you came to meet us? Amy asked. I thought Dad was in, or back any minute. I didn't think he'd go straight from his ride to the hotel. I locked the niche, though, I think. Okay, don't worry. Charlotte watched as Amy drew her daughter into a hug. She could see what her friend was thinking, that their troubles were negligible compared to what she and Perry were contending with. Where was Perry? He was the only one from either family not to have assembled, because here at least came Linus, evidently having been down by the cliff edge with the police team there. He was still dressed in his black cycling gear, hair flat on his scalp, and bore a dazed look.
You've obviously seen what's happened. The Nook's been pushed off the cliff.
With our JCB, Amy said.
Looks that way. I couldn't see from the beach.
Why were you on the beach? You were supposed to be coming to dinner at...
I know. I was about to join you. I got waylaid.
Linus paused.
What have the police said? Did they know who did it?
Not yet, but Charlotte thinks it was the activists, Robbie or one of the others. Robbie's on the beach, Tabitha said. I just saw him. Charlotte hadn't noticed her arrive, and even through her shock, she registered how disorientated the girl looked, how glittering. Charlotte looked from her to Linus and wondered. Both late, both oddly giddy. No, she thought, concentrate on the main issue. Robbie might not have driven it himself, she told the officer, but he'll sure as hell be the one behind it. You wait. Where's Perry? Does anyone know? You should check the house, Amy suggested. He might have been having a nap, slept through the whole thing. Absurd though it sounded, given the scenes of Armageddon in their own garden, this was not beyond the realms of possibility, and would also explain why he hadn't been answering his phone. He'd been out of sorts when she'd left him earlier, plus he'd been known to nick one of her sleeping pills when too antsy to sleep. She was about to cut across the flattened boundaries when a second officer prevented her, issuing instructions.
If we could ask you not to use your rear gardens, but to access your houses from the street. The footpath will be closed to the public till further notice.
Charlotte had a strong suspicion that the police were going to run this investigation with the same lack of insight or logic as their responses to the summer's earlier crimes. As she and Benedict let themselves into Cliff View, she wondered if she should get legal advice. I hope Mango's all right. This, at least, was promptly answered, for the Labrador launched herself at them the moment they stepped inside and clung to Charlotte's side as they went from room to room. But there was no sign of Perry.
I'm sure he'll be back the moment he hears, Benedict said. He must have gone off somewhere. Hiking again?
Both cars are here, though, Charlotte pointed out. And he wouldn't leave Mango all afternoon without letting me know. I asked him to walk her.
He might have changed his mind about dinner and walked over to meet us.
Charlotte tried his phone again, this time catching the sound of ringing and tracing it to the kitchen, where she found it on the table. When she picked it up, an alert for her missed calls flashed up. But there was nothing sinister about his having gone out without his phone. He wasn't 13. Let's wait for him here, she said. Or do you want to go back to the shores?
No, it's okay. I'll wait with you.
They fed Mango and then stood at the open kitchen doors with beers, like attendees of some ghoulish drinks party, watching the police at work, trying to decipher snatches of dialogue. It didn't seem possible. Her beautiful Nook, her pride and joy, gone, just like that.
Chapter 60. Amy. Now that it had been established that the JCB keys had been taken from the kitchen, the police wanted them to keep out of it while they collected evidence. It seemed a bit futile, what with all the previous trooping back and forth, but she took a look at the tight zigzags of tape across the 3 gardens and decided not to add to the chaos. Can I at least take some tea things into the living room? A bottle of wine as well, maybe. Other questions were starting to amass. First up, Linus was supposed to be driving the kids back to London in the morning. Julien had a seat booked on the Eurostar mid-afternoon. Could that go ahead as planned? Then there were the building works. She had planned to stay on alone to supervise the first week or 2, but would the police want to impound the JCB? And if so, how would the builders react to that? It was not the kind of vehicle you had a whole fleet of in reserve. Terry would be furious with her for letting the keys out of her safekeeping. For all she knew, there could be some sort of criminal penalty for her negligence. And then there were the boy's tattoos. Regardless of when she managed to deliver Julien to his family, she'd need to consider how to present news of this illegal and self-harming act that she'd done nothing to prevent and had inadvertently funded. Should she let Julien tell his parents himself? Perhaps even beg him to pretend his hosts hadn't known? One of them still didn't, but she couldn't bring herself to tell Linus, not right now. Taking the kitchen items and joining the others in the living room, it struck her that the only question that needed answering with any urgency was where everyone was going to sleep tonight. With the niche out of bounds, Beatty and Tabitha had lost their berths. "Girls, we'll set up the airbed in here for you. We did bring it down from London, didn't we, Linus?" "What?" He looked and sounded quite depleted. "Yeah, it's in the bedroom, with the other stuff from the garage." "Great, let's do that now." "Mum," Beatty said, "you're talking like we're going to bed. It's not even 9 o'clock. "We haven't had dinner," Huck added. "We're starving." "We're not allowed to use the kitchen," Amy said. "I must admit I've lost my appetite." "Shall we go out, Tabs?" Beatty suggested. "To the pub, maybe?" Amy had the sense that her daughter, having initially been awed by the drama, was now on a mission to escape it, which could not be a good thing. "Can't we all just stay here? We could watch a movie or play cards." "Play cards?" Huck objected. "It's Julien's last night." Biting her tongue, Amy settled for a hard glare. The little toe-rag was taking advantage of his father's presence, his father's ignorance, to act like he wasn't in the worst of all bad books, pending unprecedented sanctions. What, like those she'd imposed on Beatty for her crimes? "I think we ought to stay," she said. "The police might need us." "Let them go," Linus said wearily. "We can answer any questions. Take the boys with you, Beatty, not to the pub, obviously." Beatty pouted. "Where then?" "Get fish and chips and hang out somewhere." "The beach is closed." "The meadow then, or Little Bay, I don't know." "Keep them out of trouble, Tabitha," Amy said, and the girl nodded, recognising a cry for help when she heard one. She and Linus inflated the bed and dug out sleeping bags for the girls. Then, far from waiting up to answer further police queries, Linus said he was going to have a shower and go to bed. "How was the bike ride?" Amy said, watching him peel off his kit. "Where is the bike? I didn't see it when I was looking for the airbed." "Oh," he said, "I had an accident. It went over the cliff." "What?" Amy gazed at him, appalled. "What kind of accident?" "I was cutting back along the cliff and I clipped a rock. I managed to get off in time, but the bike went over." "Linus!" No point saying it was foolhardy to cycle along there, since he'd presumably come to that conclusion himself. No point either saying it paled into insignificance compared to the Nook, because that bloody bike had probably cost as much as the Tuckers' summer house. This must have been what he meant by having been waylaid. And yet he'd also gone down to the beach, so he couldn't have been that distraught. "Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm okay," he said. "Just shattered." "You look terrible. This hasn't been a good week, has it? First the paddleboarding, now this." "It's almost as if someone's got it in for you," she didn't say, because he would only start moaning about Perry, and Amy didn't want to do that. Not yet. After Linus had showered and closed the bedroom door, she poured herself a glass of wine and whiled away an hour or so checking social media. There were lots of posts about the incident, pictures of bits of the Nook sticking out of the water, but no proper report yet, and no one had captured the building actually falling. She texted Charlotte. "Is Perry back?"
No, we're going into the village to look for him.
Need any help?
Thank you, but I'm okay. Benedict coming with.
Amy was starting to have a bad feeling about Perry, about where he might have been when the Nook went off the cliff. It must have been 10:30 or so when she became aware of raised voices out back. She went out through the front door, evading the guard manning the barriers in the road, and slipped through the gap to peer over the Rickmans' garden to the Tuckers. What looked like flood lighting was being installed on the other side of the JCB. "Hello? What's happening?" Hearing her, an officer approached and determined her identity. "The tide's out enough now for a special team to take a look at the wreckage." "What special team? I don't understand. And why is there a guard out front? There wasn't anyone there earlier." "We'll update you in the morning. For the time being, if you could go back inside and try to avoid coming into the garden." Back on the sofa, she watched a bit of TV before nodding off. Awakening, she had no idea how much later, at the sound of a knock at the window. Expecting it to be the police guard, she hurried across the room to answer, but even before she opened up, she could tell that the clifftop activity had concluded for the night. The floodlights had been shut off, and apart from the distant rumble of the sea, it was peaceful. To her horror, the faces of the two activists, Robbie and Tate, came into focus. Heart banging, she hissed for them to leave, but they refused, insisted they were looking for Beatty. It was, she saw, much later than she'd realised. "If you find them, send them home, will you? I'm texting Beatty now." She'd have been more concerned if they weren't with Tabitha, who was as trustworthy as it got. In any case, what were the odds of lightning striking twice in one night? She checked her phone, texted Beatty to get the boys back at once, noticed with a new twinge of unease that her last message to Charlotte, sent just before 10 p.m, remained unread. "Did you find Perry?"
Chapter 61. Robbie. Tuesday, 29th of August, 1:45 a.m. It's well into the early hours now, and Shannon's messaging me, wanting to know where we are and why the fuck we're not back. She's still got Ellie at our place, and they're not waiting up any longer. I'll have to kip on the couch, just what I need before a police grilling. Any idea where they might be hanging out? I say to Tate, as we sneak from the Shaw's place and put a bit of distance between us and the crime scene. The beach is obviously out of bounds and all the bars closed hours ago. "The meadow?" Tate says. "We'd have seen them on the way. Little Bay, maybe?" We continue along the footpath, and it isn't long before we catch music on the breeze. The urgent pulse and rapid-fire vocals of rap. "They're in the pillbox!" Tate exclaims. "I forgot we were there the other day, Beatty and me." Of course they were. I remember he used to take Ellie there when she was still living with her parents, and he was bunking up with Des, and they had nowhere to be alone. Nothing changes. There's something off about the music, and it takes me a second to realise the lyrics are in French. The word sensible is repeated over and over. Sensible, sensible. I call in through the opening. "Knock, knock!" And there's the sound of a brief discussion before the music's turned down. "What?" a female voice calls, presumably Beatty's because Tate's all animated. "It's me," he calls. "Me, Tate." She appears in front of us then, in jeans and a hoodie, smudged glitter on her face. Tear stains as well, maybe. She's a completely different creature from the girl who wafted up the lane in her flares and T-Rex shirt and told us she was lost. Had all the bloke's eyes on stalks in the Gull that time she came dressed in the world's tiniest top, hair spilling over her bare shoulders. "Tate, what are you doing here?" And I see it in her eyes right then. She doesn't want him to be here. Whatever's happened, whoever's trashed her mate's summerhouse, it snapped her right out of her little holiday bubble. I glance at Tate, who looks like he might start blurting, and take control. "We didn't mean to scare you. Apologies. We heard about your summerhouse and wanted to check you were all safe." "Oh, Robbie, hi." A second figure appears next to Beatty. Tabitha. "Hey. It seems completely mad now, what we did in the dunes. Maybe it didn't even happen. Maybe my frazzled brain has invented it. Wouldn't that be useful? I turned back to Beatty. So, is everyone okay? Yeah, fine. Why? Who is it, Beats? A slurred male voice asks, and stepping inside, I see 2 teenage boys sitting against the wall, both vaping. I don't know who the other one is, but one must be the brother, and they look wasted rather than traumatized. They've got booze, empty cans of Pringles, phones, and a speaker. Not a party. But not a funeral, either. They definitely don't know someone's dead. Beatty's checking her messages. We need to get back, Huck. Mum's texted. And one of the boys makes some incoherent protest in response. I take a breath and turn to Tabitha. What about your boyfriend? Benedict? That's his name. What about him? She says. You seen him tonight? Earlier, yes. He was with his mum. They were going out to look for his dad, but they'll be back by now. Look for his dad. His dad being the posh twat who came storming up to the park and lamped me, the video of which has been seen by, I don't know, maybe 100,000 people. If he's the guy who died, I really am going to be top of the list of suspects. What? Tabitha says. Why are you asking this? And all 4 faces turn to hear my answer. They look so vulnerable, all of them. Just a bunch of kids, clueless about what they're dealing with tonight. No reason, I say. Come on, the path's dark now. We'll walk you back. We settle into pairs, me and Tabitha up ahead, then the 2 boys, then Tate and Beatty. That thing earlier. It didn't happen, Tabitha says, sideways. Gotcha, I say. And I wonder if Beatty's saying the same to Tate, and if she is, then how he's going to react, and if he'll be able to hold himself together tomorrow with the police. At the top of the meadow, we trade subdued goodbyes, and the 4 of them trudge off down Pine Ridge Road, while Tate and I continue down the hill. Did she have the phone? I ask. Nope. Great. This whole detour's been for nothing. Did you think... he begins, but falters at the sudden throb of an engine ahead. We watch, side by side, as a vehicle crests the hill, its headlights dipped, a black estate car with blacked-out windows and the words, Private Ambulance, on the bonnet. As it passes us, the driver's eyes remain fixed on the road. The undertaker, taking the body away. And, by my reckoning, only 1 man still unaccounted for. Part 4. Chapter 62. Robbie. Tuesday, 29th of August, 7:30 a.m. Ellie leaves soon after dawn. From my berth in the living area, I hear the swish of the pocket door opening, the squeak of the tap and trickle of water into a glass, the sound of her swallowing. You don't need to be a bloodhound to scent the heaviness of her mood. What troubles her most, I wonder? Not Tate's fling, because he's a wily son of a bitch, and I'd put money on it that she doesn't have a clue about that. So more likely his reluctance about the pregnancy. He's never been one to fake enthusiasm. Of course, what she should be worrying about is the risk of the father of her child being charged in a criminal damage-turned-murder investigation that might get him sent down for the rest of his 20s. But hey, priorities, emotions will be reshuffled today for all of us. That much I can say with confidence. In any case, the atmosphere feels lighter when she's gone. I sit up, try to assess my own mental state. I've had 5 hours sleep, tops, but I feel relatively clear-headed. The hangover stopped in its tracks by all that late-night fresh air. I use the loo, then slouch into the bedroom to join Shannon. There's an indent where Ellie lay, a pillow at the foot of the bed, the 2 of them top to tail, like schoolgirls on a sleepover. Speaking of schoolgirls, bloody Beatty Shaw and that fruitless nocturnal quest. Yes, we saw for ourselves that she was alive and kicking, and her brother and mates too, but she was next to useless about the missing phone, Said she hadn't set foot in her crib since their little assignation. Last assignation. You watch. Check the bar, I told Tate, as we finally traipsed down Paradise Avenue, dead on our feet. First thing tomorrow, go and have a proper look. I bet it's been there all along. I make a mental note to tell him that if the bar's closed today, which it probably will be, what with the pieces of house fished from the sea right next to it being clues not just to criminal damage, but to the cause of a man's death, then he should arrange to get the key from Gav and go in anyway. You awake, babe? Shannon stirs, turns her head. There's gold on her cheekbone from the party makeup she put on for the festival. Her lips are pale and squishy, like a dried apricot. What? I was thinking, you know yesterday on the beach, when it all kicked off, right before I came to find you, you did see me up in the dunes, didn't you? What? Her eyes are only half closed now. I was watching the band. Say you definitely did, though, yeah? When they ask you. Who asks me? The police. They'll be here any minute. I pause, notice how knackered she looks. It's clear her late night was no more successful than my own. We think the bloke who died might be that nutter who slugged me. It was his summerhouse that went over, and he was the only person missing last night. Her eyes open, and she raises herself onto her elbow. Robbie, there's no way you'll be a suspect. We were literally standing side by side when the thing fell off the cliff. I know, but I can see how this is going to go. They'll fit me up, say I masterminded it. You know, went up to supervise my foot soldier, then slipped back down at the last minute and pretended to be shocked. I've already been arrested once this month, I add. She lays gentle fingers on my arm. Don't worry. I'll say you were there the whole time. Though you did go AWOL right before, now I think about it. I swallow. That was when I was with Tabitha, who I'd prefer not to involve in my alibi. Well, don't say that. I was probably just kipping. She nods. Which foot soldier, anyway? You don't mean Tate. Wasn't he behind the bar? It turns out he was on his break around then. Where did he go? Nowhere. He stayed on the beach, but it would be good if we both say we saw him. We don't need to have spoken to him or done anything special, just aware that he was there, you know? Gabbing with the girls like usual, general stuff. He and Beatty have agreed to deny they met. He told me that when he walked back, but I'm uneasy about her compliance. She looked wasted. Would she even remember? Plus, there was that coolness towards him, like her loyalties had shifted. So, what were you two up to last night? Shannon says. Why was he so salty at Rio's? Just stress. Did Ellie say anything? A flicker tells me Ellie's confided about the pregnancy, but Shannon shakes her head. She's not giving up her mate's secrets any more than I am mine. We lie side by side, not speaking for a long time. Her eyes closed again, mine wide open. When it comes, the sound of footsteps crunching on gravel, confident, purposeful steps, maybe 2 sets. It's actually a relief. Who's first, me or Tate? Or maybe the two of us simultaneously in adjoining interview rooms, played off against each other like train robbers on TV. Knuckles rap on the door and I swing my legs off the mattress, plant my feet on the floor. The floor of a caravan never feels completely stable. You're always aware of the layer of air between you and solid ground. Here we go, I say.
Chapter 63. Perry. Perry, up, Charlotte said. The police are downstairs. They want to update us. Now. Both her touch and the tone of voice were abrasive as she roused him from a narrow, tubular sleep, and he came to, gulping air. As his eyes creaked open, Mango's panting mouth appeared mere inches away, a blunt impression of his wife above. He tried to lift his head, but pain pinned it to the mattress. He didn't seem to have a pillow. His tongue was the texture of kindling as he used it to part parched lips. "I can't." "You can. You have to. There's water and paracetamol right here. I'm going back down. Come as soon as you can." He finally succeeded in getting himself onto his elbows. There was a stain where his mouth had rested on the sheet, drool or vomit. It was pink, which meant he must have at some juncture consumed red wine. Behind the headpane, faces swarmed, scowling, glowering, pleading faces. Benedict's, Charlotte's, Linus's. A memory of something significant hovered, but remained formless. He could hear voices in the garden below, not the familiar exclamation of holiday-makers and hikers as they reached the corner and clocked the view, but low and workmanlike, the to and fro of people working as a team. Oh, the Nook! The Nook had fallen off the cliff. He'd been told this, though he wasn't sure when. The voices must be the police or fire brigade, some kind of salvage operation going on. Jesus H. Christ, no wonder Charlotte was in a foul mood. He raised his body painstakingly, limb by limb. He was naked but for his underwear, and had a squalid collection of grazes on his arms and knees, including a fresh cut near the yellow bruises on his right knuckles. His stomach was as sore and aching as his head. As he swallowed the painkillers, more shameful images materialized, these ones of himself, being lifted by the armpits from his seat in the bowels of the Gull and transported, feet dragging, through the amused crowd and into the street, sitting slumped against Benedict on the back seat of the moke while Charlotte drove and, oh God, turning and folding forwards to spray vomit into the road, the two of them helping him up the stairs and into bed. Had the police been on the premises last night, too? Was that when he'd learned about the Nook's destruction, or had he known earlier, before he'd gone on his bender? Perhaps the news of its destruction was what had prompted said bender. He had no idea. In the ensuite, he emptied his bladder and brushed his teeth. Splashing hot water onto his face, he braved a look in the mirror. Uninjured, but old, so very old, his eyes meek with shame. Dressing in soft, fresh clothes restored a vague sense of being a civilized mammal. He descended the stairs gingerly, at all times fearful of his knees giving way, and shuffled towards the kitchen, from which voices drifted. The doors to the garden were closed. A surveillant mango at the glass as a startlingly sizable team, some in high-vis jackets, at least two in those white suits you saw on TV, interacted between a massive JCB and a blue and white police tent. At least the light was forgiving. The sun diffused through delicate cloud and giving their yellow kitchen an almost holy glow. Charlotte, however, looked far from beatific as she registered his arrival. Her eyes were pink and bare of makeup, her neck blotched from stress. "You're here," she said with effortful dispassion. "Is that the JCB from the Shaw's place?" he said, relieved that his voice sounded normal and not that of a man on the brink of hurling. "Mr. Tucker?" "Yes." He noticed for the first time a woman sitting opposite his wife at the table. She was younger than them, carrying quite a bit of extra weight under cotton clothing with an abnormal number of buttons and exhibiting a rampant case of rosacea. Her eyes were of the sharp, fast-moving, missing-nothing variety that felt dangerous, though he couldn't say why. She introduced herself as a detective of some sort, but he missed the name thanks to an excruciating spasm behind his right eye. He took a seat with his back to the window and the crime scene worker bees. "I know about the Nook," he told the detective, amazed when a series of grown-up, home-owning questions arrived without thought. "Have you found out who did it? The NJFA crew, I'm guessing. We'll be needing a crime number for the insurance claim. My wife must have explained it was a one-of-a-kind." "There's more, Perry," Charlotte said. Her tone remained neutral, but when she poured him a cup of tea from the pot, there was a slight shake in her hand. "There was a development last night," the detective said. We discovered that someone was in your summerhouse when it came off the cliff, and I'm sorry to have to tell you that he was dead when we recovered him. His body was taken to the mortuary overnight." "What?" Perry recognised the genuine shock in his exclamation. Unreliable though his memory was this morning, this was, without question, new information. Appalling information. "That's terrible. Who was it? I mean, it's not anyone we know, is it?" He turned to his wife like a child to its mother. "We saw everyone afterwards, didn't we?" "I did, yes. The only one missing in action was you." Her self-control deserted her momentarily, and she lashed out. "Imagine if they'd found the body before we found you, Perry. Imagine how Benedict would have felt, thinking his father was dead." At the sound of her anguish, Mango came scuttling to her side. "Not that it's still not a terrible tragedy," she added to the detective. "Who was it?" Perry asked. "I was just telling your wife. We haven't yet had a formal identification, but he had ID on him in the name of Jordan Lynch." Perry felt a sensation then that he'd never felt before. The full-body capture of horror, along with a hyper-nausea. On top of the hangover, it felt unendurable, as if he might pass out, were it not for the shards of memory now cutting through the pain. His friend on the doorstep, talking of having killed Trev. He'd smashed his head in with a dumbbell and fled here. "Can I hide in that little house in the garden?" He swallowed bile, acrid and burning, forced himself to tune back in. "I don't understand," Charlotte said. "Did he have something to do with the Nook going over the cliff? Is he an activist as well? Maybe he wasn't actually in it. Maybe he drove the JCB and then slipped when he was climbing out." "We don't know what his connection is," said the detective, "but evidence does suggest he was inside the structure when it fell." Perry suppressed an agonized groan. "What?" Charlotte said. "So he drowned?" "We don't know yet. He may have died of his injuries. It was a 30-foot fall. A post-mortem will establish the cause." "How about you, Mr. Tucker? Do you know the name Jordan Lynch?" His mouth opened. A second passed in the same stupefaction. And another. "Please," he intoned. Then, on the fifth beat, here it came, an almost orgasmic moment of inspiration, as he understood he could say anything in the world and Jordan would not be able to contradict it. He could save himself. Save them all. Chapter 64. Perry. "He's not an activist," he said shakily. "I know who he is, and he's nothing to do with Pine Ridge." He felt his eyes fill with tears. The childish wobbling kind had bounced when they fell. "This is terrible, terrible. He's a lovely boy." "Who is he, Perry?" Charlotte said, clearly unsettled by his outburst. "He's one of the residents at Keeler House. That's where I volunteer in London," he told the detective. "It's accommodation for people who've been homeless or in institutions. Helps them get back on their feet. I don't know if his ID had that address on it, but if not, I can give you all the details." The detective scribbled notes. "Did you know he was in your summer house?" "No, I didn't know he was in Pine Ridge." Perry paused. This was coming so easily he almost believed it himself. "But I've told him about this place in the past, and, well—" "Well, what?" Charlotte prompted. "I suppose I sort of suggested he could stay here if he had nowhere else to go. I mean, I never for one moment thought he'd take me up on the offer." "When did you make this suggestion?" the detective asked. "A couple of months ago, maybe. He'd fallen out with another resident and was worried he was going to have to leave. He felt quite isolated, I think. He's estranged from his family. A lot of them are. I wanted to reassure him that he wouldn't be homeless. I don't think I even gave him the full address, though. I just said, Pine Ridge up on the corner of the cliff." "It would be easy to find from a basic description," Charlotte said. "I can't believe you did that without telling me." She was right not to believe it, because He wouldn't have made such an offer in a million years, but the only thing that mattered was that the detective believed it. "So he didn't let you know he planned to visit?" she asked. "No, like I say, I had no idea he was in the area." "Did he know about the spare key to the nook?" Charlotte said. "Did you mention that?" "I honestly don't remember. I very much doubt it." As the detective eyed him, he gulped his tea, which was well stewed and by now barely tepid. "You're absolutely sure you didn't see him in Pine Ridge at any time yesterday?" "Yes. We had the festival, obviously, so the place was packed. I was up here some of the time, but I was on my own packing. We were supposed to be leaving today." Well, that wasn't going to happen. As the painkillers did their work and the nausea began to lift, the sequence of events slotted disquietingly into place. They'd had a drink and argued right here in the kitchen, and then he'd stalked Jordan down the garden to make sure he left the premises. But the boy must have come back when he'd judged Perry to be safely indoors. He must have found the nook unlocked, or located the key by a lucky guess, or maybe he'd even punched the glass door with his fist. It wasn't reinforced. What would have happened if the nook had remained in its spot, Jordan hiding inside? The rest of the party would have trooped back from dinner and set up on the veranda for drinks. Would one of them have spotted him and hauled him out? It would have been calamitous, possibly the catalyst for all kinds of revelations, but not disastrous like this, not tragic. He remembered now, trying to wipe Jordan's prints from around the house. How successful had that amateur operation been? Likely not very. When it came to light that the boy had killed Trev and fled, which would surely be a working hypothesis, the moment news of the two deaths was shared between forces, the police would be back with a vengeance. Well, it was crazy to imagine he could continue any clean-up now. Better to have a suggestion to hand as to how Jordan might have gained access to the main house without any evidence of a break-in. Perhaps Perry had neglected to lock the kitchen doors before heading out. That would work. "Perry?" Charlotte prompted. "I was just thinking, I'm not sure he even knew I was down here." "Maybe that's the point." Charlotte turned to the detective. "Maybe he'd had enough of this other neighbour and thought he'd come down here to squat over the autumn, thinking we were back up in London. Then the activists arrived and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time." She sighed heavily. "What I don't understand is how he didn't hear a bloody great JCB revving up outside. It literally ploughed through 3 gardens and tore down 2 fences, then shovelled under the room he was sitting in. It must have been like an earthquake. How could he not have noticed it?" Perry cleared his throat. "He might have passed out." There was a silence. "Oh, hang on a minute," Charlotte said, getting it. "Is he the one you told me about? You've had an AA thing going, haven't you?" "Nothing so formal. We did meet in recovery," Perry explained to the detective, "and, like I said, I was on hand if he needed a bit of extra moral support. But given the fact that he didn't get out of the nook in time, I'm thinking maybe he'd relapsed. That will come out in the post-mortem as well, will it?" There was no doubt in his mind that Jordan must have got stuck into the booze the second he saw Charlotte's drinks trolley, spirits of some sort, probably. He'd been slurring on arrival, following almost a year of sobriety. It wouldn't have taken much more to knock him out. "There's a fridge full of wine down there," Charlotte said before he could. "Was." The detective looked up from her notes. "When did you last see him?" she asked Perry. "The week before last," he lied. "On the Friday. I did a number of odd jobs that day, including one in his room. I replaced the mirror over his basin. I can show you our messages if you like." "Your phone's here, Perry," Charlotte said, motioning to the kitchen counter. "I've recharged it." Thank fuck he'd been so strict with Jordan about comms. Deleted the few rogue voicemails. Which reminded him, "You know what? I did miss a few calls from him these last couple of days. I didn't phone back, but I obviously should have." The detective's brow knotted. You said he'd had a row with another resident. Yes, Trev, he's called. Perry reminded himself to use the present tense, trying not to think of Trev dead on the bathroom floor or undergoing a post-mortem of his own. He's quite antisocial, treats the shared areas like they're his own. The others are wary of him. He's a big guy, pumped up on steroids into his weights. If you go and talk to the residents, you'll know him as soon as you see him. Do Jordan's family know what's happened? Charlotte asked. Yes, they have been asked to formally identify the body today. The detective got to her feet. If you'll just excuse me for a second, we found some items on Mr. Lynch's person that we'd like to show you. As she ducked from the room, Charlotte was finally able to laser Perry with the look familiar to him from his drinking days, a look that trembled with conflicting emotions, pity versus disgust, compassion versus revulsion, love versus hate. And, in this case, aborted terror. Because if it were to transpire that alcohol had been a factor in the victim's tragic final acts, then it might just as easily have been Perry in the mortuary now, Charlotte the next of kin, identifying his body. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't know what I was thinking. Here we are!" The detective was back, a transparent evidence bag in her hand, in which a few pieces of jewellery were visible. "They're mine," Charlotte said. "They were in our bedroom. The ring could have been in the bathroom, actually. Do you think this might have been why he came down, to burgle us? How did he get into the house? There aren't any broken windows. You did lock up when you left yesterday, didn't you?" As she turned to Perry, her expression said it all. She thought he'd started drinking here before he went to the pub. He'd left their home unsecured, and this semi-vagrant had come in and helped himself. "I'm not sure," he said, grateful for the natural way this crucial detail had been seeded. "It's possible I forgot." "How did he get down here?" Charlotte asked the detective. "If he got the train, he might have spoken to another passenger. There could be some clues there about his state of mind." Perry felt his eyes spring open, followed by the stomach valve that allowed vomit to rise up his gullet and into his mouth. The car! Fuck! The car Jordan had driven down in, the car that connected him materially to Perry, the car Perry had left Cliffview to find and then forgotten all about as he drank himself senseless. He pushed back his chair, indicating without words that he needed to get to the bathroom. He had to find the keys before he drew another breath.
Chapter 65. Tate. Robbie was still being questioned by the police when he slipped away, which probably looked deliberately evasive on his part, but it wasn't like they couldn't move on to the next activist on their list and come back later. They'd catch up with him eventually. The sunlight was patchy on the beach, fast-moving, stringy cloud overhead, and there were as many emergency vehicles and personnel in the car park as there had been last night. The tent was still up, and what must be pieces of wreckage were laid out in neat lines, like on an archaeological dig or something. A guard accompanied him to the beach bar, where he found Gav in manic clean-up mode. He glanced up from the dishwasher.
"Tate, did you not get my message? Bar's closed."
"Oh, I don't have my phone, do I? Lost it yesterday. Thought he might have slipped down the side somewhere here."
"I haven't seen it. You tried ringing it?"
Gav wedged a beaker into the dishwasher and kneed the door shut, before producing his own phone to dial Tate's number. He relayed what Tate already knew.
"It's not ringing. Probably just out of juice."
Tate spent the next 20 minutes searching, even in crevices he hadn't known existed and were pretty grisly, but in vain. Unless the phone had found its way into the bins, which Gav reported had been emptied that morning, it hadn't been mislaid on the premises. "How long are they going to keep us closed?"
"I don't know."
Gav, scrubbing the sink now, briefly looked up.
"They took the body away last night, so..."
Tate feigned ignorance. "What body?" Gav lowered his voice.
"I heard the cops talking earlier. Some bloke died." It was inside the house that went over the cliff. They only realised when the tide went out and they saw an arm or something. Gruesome stuff, eh?
Tate swallowed. Hearing Gav say it made it real in a way it had not been last night, when only he and Robbie and the rest of the crew had known, when he'd been fixated on Beatty.
Shit, that's bad. Not anyone we know? From London, apparently.
Gav paused his work to eye Tate with irritation.
Better not be your lot behind all this aggro. If they keep us closed all week, it's going to lose me a lot of business. Of course it's not us, Tate said. You saw our sand art. That was our season finale, not this. Season finale?
Gav gave a humourless chuckle.
This isn't fucking Strictly, you know. There are livelihoods involved here. Lives. Time to grow up, mate.
Tate turned to leave. The conversation was unnerving him. If Gav knew about the fatality, then the other business owners would too, because they had a WhatsApp group. The residents up on the headland must have been told by now too, including Beatty. And even if she didn't know the victim personally, it had to be distressing for her. He longed to bound up there and comfort her, a feeling he knew he had to conquer. The way she'd acted last night had been discouraging. Something had changed, and not only because her neighbour's summerhouse had been smashed to smithereens. No, something specifically to do with him. When they'd walked the short distance from the pillbox to Pine Ridge Road, she'd not responded when he'd reached for her hand. He'd taken it anyway, but it was limp, like a dead thing, and after a few moments, he'd let it go. At least she'd agreed they definitely wouldn't mention having seen each other that evening, not with the police crawling all over the bungalow, including her bedroom. It seemed impossible that it had been mere hours ago that they'd been gripped together in the humid wooden space, Beatty joking that Tabitha's bulky backpack was like a third person in the room. She'd been more giggly than usual, and he had a sweet flash of her closing the door behind them and bolting it, cackling at the sight of him clutching his jeans like a kid who'd... He jolted, as if electrified. What the fuck? How could he not have thought of this earlier? They'd ended up in the usual place, but they'd begun somewhere else, in the summerhouse that fell. His innards twisted as he remembered undressing there, being chivied out because Beatty had heard raised voices up at the house. He must have dropped his phone in there. Here he was, scratching around the bar, worrying about the bins, and it was probably 50 paces away, laid out on the beach with all the other debris. Placing him not only in proximity of the crime scene, which was bad enough, but right on the spot, marked X.
Chapter 66. Perry. As he scrambled back up to the bedroom, a series of sickening flashbacks restored more missing pieces to his memory. His futile scanning of the overflowing beach car park, and Tabitha shagging Robbie the activist in the dunes, a minor transgression in the grand scheme of things, if not quite comic relief. His forays through the narrow village streets and off down Peninsula Road, giving up and doubling back, exhausted, frustrated, tormented by self-loathing for the way he treated his friend, his lover. Passing the doors of the Gull as the band finished a song and the sound of the crowd on the beach gasping and screaming. The pavement drinkers craning to see what was going on, then wincing as feedback sliced through the air. He'd ignored it. He'd thought, Jordan has killed Trev. He's fucking killed him. Then he eyed the dripping pints in the drinkers' hands and headed for the open door. On the grounds that he'd later been recovered from the same location and transported directly home, the car key must still be in the pocket of yesterday's clothes, but there was not the expected heap on the armchair by his side of the bed, nor on the floor of the ensuite, which meant Charlotte must have removed them, perhaps already washed them. Oh, God, had she checked the pockets and found the key? Wait, There was still the laundry hamper in its usual place behind the bathroom door. He flipped the lid aside, and there they were, right on top. The shirt he'd been wearing, streaked with vomit and what looked like blood. Please, don't let me have lung cancer. The trousers bundled beneath and suspiciously damp. Fuck, had he pissed himself? Crucially, though, the pockets still held his wallet, house keys, and the key to the Astra. He took the items, flushed the loo, and rejoined his wife and the rosy-cheeked detective, all apologies. Charlotte was still hypothesizing about the victim's movements before reaching Pine Ridge, getting perilously close to the truth as she asked about CCTV at petrol stations. He definitely didn't run a car, Perry interrupted with conviction. There was no way he could afford that. These residents, they don't even have bank accounts when they move in. The charity helps them with all of that. It wasn't hard to imagine how the dialogue might progress if he admitted to having acquired the car on the dead man's behalf. Are you this generous with all the residents, Mr. Tucker? It would be immediately established as inappropriate, and they'd take his phone and laptop, do those enhanced checks he'd read about where they magically retrieved deleted messages. The detective looked ready to wrap this up. If I could just get a few details about where you both were yesterday evening, then I can leave you to your morning. We went through this last night, Charlotte said. I was at the Needles having drinks with our son and some friends. We planned to have dinner, but obviously that didn't happen. She listed the names of those present. The Shaws are friends from London and now are neighbours here a couple of doors down. Amy and the kids were there, but Perry and Linus hadn't arrived yet. Linus! Perry was felled by another heart-stopping electrical current of a memory. That altercation on the path, straight after Jordan had gone. God, had the boy witnessed that little drama? Perry had dashed the man's bike into the sea, and he'd done it when he was sober. He felt once more the rush of inspiration, far less pleasurable than before, since this time he could be contradicted, but inspired nonetheless. Linus was with me on the beach, he stated, watching the band. We were running a bit late getting to the Needles. To Charlotte's credit, she didn't cry out in disbelief at this assertion, just queried with a doubtful, "Really?" He and I hadn't been getting on that well, Perry explained to the detective. We'd had a falling out over a paddleboarding accident last week. We decided to go down to the festival together and try to sort things out. Did you see anyone you knew? He gave a shrug of one shoulder, as if the question didn't warrant the use of two. Loads of people, I should think. And you came straight up when you realised what had happened? Actually, no. It was pandemonium on the beach and we got separated. I'm not sure what happened to Linus. He came up, Charlotte said. We saw him when we got back from the Needles. But you didn't, Mr. Tucker. Why not? Perry paused. This was where it could get tricky, and his instinct was to stay as close to the truth, emotionally, as he could. I wasn't thinking straight. I couldn't handle any more drama. Drama? You mean from this falling out with Linus? No. We'd had a good chat. We were cool. I just meant it's been a rough trip, generally. I've been, struggling. There have been problems with the activists all summer, Charlotte said. Again, I explained all this to your colleagues. We've made numerous complaints. You may have seen Perry on TV talking about it. Bless her for sounding supportive of his notoriety and not, in fact, fervently opposed to it. In spite of yesterday's lapse and the grief he knew he had coming, he was supremely grateful for her being here by his side, both now and in the days to come. She'd back him up whatever he said, however he lied, because in a broken-down world, self-preservation overruled other instincts. Survival. Family survival. And we were right to be scared, Charlotte added. Look what they did next. But the detective was not to be led. Her eyes remained trained on Perry. So you saw your property fall into the sea, but decided to remain down below. You didn't think to make sure your family was safe? I didn't see anything from where I was standing. People were saying the cliff had collapsed. I know it sounds bad, but I assumed everyone I knew was at the hotel, and I didn't want to have to deal with it. It's hard to explain. I just had to get to the pub. In case it wasn't clear a moment ago, Perry is an alcoholic, Charlotte said, and though her bald tone made him wince, he was glad of the declaration, of its implied justifications. "Which pub did you go to?" the detective asked. "The Gull." "We found him there at about 10:30, Charlotte confirmed. "The state he was in, there's no question the staff will remember him." "We?" "I was with our son, Benedict." "Where's he now?" "Upstairs." "If you could ask him to pop down, Mrs. Tucker, so I can have a quick word. In light of your identification of the jewellery, we'll probably want to get forensics into the house." Perry swallowed. "Don't panic. You expected this. And if we can also get your prints for purposes of elimination, my colleague Ethan will organise that today." Perry said, as casually as he could, "Can I ask, are we the first to hear about Jordan's death? I mean, besides his family?" "Yes. As I say, we'll need the formal identification before we release the news and appeal for witnesses. That will be later today, most likely." "I'll go and get Benedict up," Charlotte said. "No," Perry said, on his feet once more, this time in a show of helpfulness. "I'll go." Even as Benedict was taking his spot at the table, Perry was out the front door and slipping along to the bungalow. Linus, by a stroke of luck, was alone, visible through the window of a room to the right of the front door, and Perry gestured to him to join him. "Come round here," he hissed. "I don't want the police to see us." The gap between the right-hand bungalow wall and the fence was narrow, the two men squeezed uncomfortably close together. Linus looked grim, jittery and badly slept, not unlike Perry himself. "Tell me the truth," he said. "Does Amy know?" "Know what?" Linus said. "Seriously, we can't waste time pretending. The police will be coming to yours any minute to tell you this has completely escalated. Someone was in the nook, and he died." Linus's eyes bulged with shock. Perry could see an unbroken ring of white around the irises. In the street, the wind stirred the trees, gently rustling the parched leaves and causing in Perry an involuntary ache of nostalgia. "What?" Linus choked on his question, tried again. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you fucking killed someone, Linus." Chapter 67. Perry. He knew psychological collapse when he saw it. That last precious glimpse of the outside world before the cell door slammed in your face. "Who was he?" Linus whispered, and then he began to moan, a ghastly animal sound from deep inside. "The boy you saw me with," Perry said. "Listen, there isn't time to get into it, but there's a way for us both to be in the clear. You need to back up what I've just told the police, okay? I wasn't in when he came to the house. I didn't see him, didn't have a clue he was down here. I've said you and I were together on the beach when it happened. Just tell them the same and we're sorted." The moans grew louder, and Perry tried to shush him, bringing his own face closer. But Linus just stared glassily at him. Had he heard a word Perry had said? "You need to get a grip, Linus. The police will be here literally in 2 minutes, and you'll need to have your story straight. We're each other's alibi, do you get it? Otherwise, we're both going down. This could be a murder charge or fuck knows what." At this, Linus ceased his awful lament, and his eyes snapped back into focus, as if returned from hypnosis. "What do I say exactly? What are the timings and details?" Perry took a half-step back, satisfied he had his attention. "We went down to the festival for a drink to try to resolve our differences. Let's say about 6. We bumped into each other out back. Don't mention what happened with the bike, that sounds bad. Or have you already told Amy?" "Yes, last night, but I just said I fell. I didn't mention you." Thankfully for Linus, the remorse or humiliation had been significant even before this news of a death. To confess to another skirmish with Perry, and so soon after the paddle-boarding debacle, would have seen him leapfrogging the activists on the lists of motivated suspects for the destruction of the Nook, if not in the police's minds, then certainly Amy's. "Did you tell her you saw me with someone?" "No." "Good. If they show you a photo, you've never seen him in your life." This really could work, Perry thought. It had to. So, we keep it simple. We hung out by the bar, talked things over, what happened on Friday, all of that, and agreed on a ceasefire. We listened to the band for a few songs. We heard the furore, but didn't actually see the house go over. Then we got separated in the chaos, and you came back up on your own. Probably took you a while. The steps were closed and the streets were packed. Everyone was leaving at once. You don't know what happened to me. Now, the main thing is, we were together when it happened. Neither of us could have driven that JCB. Linus nodded, both eyes and voice sharp now. Good. Yes. What were the band playing? There was a Queen medley, I think. Then, what was it? Smoke on the Water. That had just finished when it all kicked off. And did we get drinks from the bar? No. The queue was too long. We didn't bother. Right. Were we wearing what we were wearing when we really did see each other? I was. Perry tried not to picture the vomit-spattered items in the laundry hamper. Were you still in your cycling gear when you spoke to the police last night? Yes. Then that's what you were wearing on the beach. Curiosity made Perry divert from his task. Where were you? I mean, straight after. I really was down in the village, but where were you? I came back in, Linus said. Waited it out. I was feeling... He couldn't find the adjective. Invincible, Perry guessed. Euphoric. Petrified of himself. Then I went out to see what was going on. Acted like I'd just arrived. Went back and forth a few times in the same shoes before they taped off the gardens. Good. He thought it through, at least a little, then. Realised that footsteps in one direction only would have been a dead giveaway. Not that the investigators would have much to work with, the ground being so dry. What if they found the bike? Perry wondered. It wasn't far from the Nook where it went over. Linus nodded. I'll tell them what I told Amy. I lost my balance and came off and the bike went over the cliff. Nothing I could do about it. Maybe I mentioned it to you in our little heart-to-heart. It made me realise how easily something awful could happen. Time to lay these petty grievances to rest. That's the spirit, Perry thought. Linus's switch from rabbit in the headlights to shrewd tactician was nothing short of remarkable. Go back in. I'll find you when the coast's clear and we'll go over the details before we both give proper statements. No texts, okay? We'll leave all that to Charlotte and Amy. Got it, Linus said. He found Charlotte and Benedict upstairs on the landing, having just finished up with the police. Where have you been? Charlotte said. Sorry, I had to get some air. I really don't feel well. They all knew what that meant. He'd been off somewhere spewing his guts out, deserving of every last agonizing heave. The police are going to come back to us about taking prints and statements, Charlotte updated him. They want us to stay in town until further notice, which is fair enough. We're allowed to pack a few things to take with us if you want to sort yours out. What do you mean, take with us? Perry said. This is a suspicious death inquiry, Perry, and we now know the victim was in the house, up here, ransacking the bedrooms. They can't have us traipsing about where he might have been. It's already too late, though, to be honest. We were all moving around last night, getting you up to bed. She and Benedict shared a bleak look. But we have to cooperate, or they'll think we've got something to hide. I'll phone the Needles and see if they've got rooms. I need to let Madeline know what's happened as well. I don't imagine she'll be thrilled to learn her garden's been obliterated by a JCB. This is awful, Dad, Benedict said as Charlotte made the call. I'm so sorry about your friend. I'm the one who's sorry, Perry said with a pathetic break in his voice. I'm sorry you saw me in that state. I promise it won't ever be repeated. I'm just so glad it wasn't you in the Nook. Benedict advanced towards him for a hug, and it seemed to Perry that no human contact had ever been so welcome or so risky. He longed to weep on the shoulder of this decent, gentle boy, and yet it was crucial he kept himself in check. His son must never know what he'd done, the part he'd played in the death of a man. Charlotte came off the phone. "They can take us for 2 nights, but after that they're fully booked for a wedding. Have you spoken to Tabitha yet this morning, Ben? Do let her know she can come with us if she wants to." She sent Perry a flinty look to preempt any objections he might have, though he would scarcely have dared. "I'll go and tell her," Benedict said. "I'll meet you out by the car when Dad's ready." After he'd gone, Perry and Charlotte stood for a few moments in exhausted wordlessness. "How are you feeling?" she said at last. "Slightly better." "Good. I'll go and pack." "I'm glad you and Linus made up," she said as he turned from her. "The last thing we need is to start blaming each other. We don't want to give the impression there's been some kind of feud." Perry just nodded, not sure quite what to say. "The plots are dense," Charlotte added, "but that detective seemed very bright to me." "Yes," he agreed. "She did."
Chapter 68. Tate. Tate Barlow, you are under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Jordan Lynch on the 28th of August. What the hell? He spat. Who even is that? And of criminal damage to property at Cliff View, Pine Ridge Road, Pine Ridge. Jesus. Fuck. An interrogation in situ he'd been expecting, but to be arrested and taken in for the formal stuff? And several hours after Robbie, and briefly Shannon as well, had been questioned in their caravan in a manner that had bordered on pally, Robbie had reported, though that had almost certainly been a ploy of some sort. But he'd been untroubled enough to apply his wits to Tate's ongoing phone emergency. The new plan was for Shannon to ask Ethan to find out if it had been logged as evidence at the scene. Well, Tate thought, as he followed his jailers to their car, that answered that. What's going on? He hasn't done anything! Ellie shrieked, drawing Robbie and several others from their caravans to remonstrate as Tate was deposited in the back seat. The bastards had come right into the park and pulled up on Paradise Avenue, so everyone could see who they were taking away. Phone me as soon as you can, babe, she called. I don't know your number, he called back, like he had fucking learning difficulties or something. But no one knew anyone's number, did they? And there was just time for her to thrust a post-it through the driver's open window and hope it found its way to him. He stared at his lap for the crawl through the park. No way was he going to risk making eye contact with someone's phone camera and have his face splashed all over social media. He imagined Ellie running after the car like in a film. Wait! You can't take my man! But in reality, she'd be going straight over to Robbie's for an emergency summit. Thank God for Robbie. He would sort this out. It would be better if the post-it had his number on it, not Ellie's. They took the Ridge Road out of the village, bound, he presumed, for the ferry and then the police headquarters in Bournemouth. 2 positives came to mind. 1, at least he wasn't missing work. With any luck, Gav wouldn't even find out about this. 2, he'd been picked up before any public announcement of the fatality had been made. What had they said the guy's name was again? George? No, Jordan. Jordan something. Imagine if there were media at the ferry filming his removal, or at the station capturing his arrival. This was as discreet as it got. Hark at you, his mother would have said. Hark at you looking on the bright side. It didn't occur to him to plan a call to her to ask for her help. She'd been useless when she was down here, and she'd be just as useless now. The duty solicitor assigned to him was female and in her 30s, but there was not a shred of a possibility that she was going to be seduced by his good looks or soulful allure, not least because she had an accent that marked her out as from a region of England not known for its beauty spots and therefore unencumbered by any prejudices regarding second homeowners. In manner, she was neutral to the point of robotic as she explained, in a brief conflab before the interview took place, that a murder charge was wishful thinking on the police's part, a common opening gambit when what they were really aiming for was manslaughter. Oh, well, that was all right then. The questions began, as expected, with his NJFA rap sheet. Incident after incident, warning after warning, concluding with the recent sticker raid. Pictures, including one of the ill-fated summerhouse plastered in yellow, were displayed before him.
It was just stickers,
he said, stopping short of admitting to having taken part. His throat was dry already, but he didn't like the water they'd provided. It was warm and chemical tasting, like they'd scooped it out of a toilet cistern. They brought up his stint at the farm out near Wareham, the tractor driving training he'd received one frigging day 3 years ago, until reaching, finally, the events of yesterday. Talk us through the period between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m.
I was working at the beach bar. I went on my break at 6, and when I got back, I expected to stay till the end of the festival. But obviously the DJ got cancelled and I left a lot earlier, about 7:15, maybe 7:30. I went to find my friends in the pub.
What did you do in your break? Tate had considered how he might answer this, of course, but had unhelpfully reached this juncture without having made a firm decision. The issue was Ellie. Was he ready for her to know he'd spent his break having sex with another woman? And not any old other woman, but the teenage daughter of an enemy family, a member of the thieving elite. He thought again of Beatty last night, how reluctant and withdrawn she'd been, and wondered if telling the police, and therefore inevitably Ellie, would mark the end of his keeping his options open, because the option he decided to take was starting to look seriously in doubt. No, for now, it might be better for her not to know. Having trouble remembering, Tate?
No, not at all.
He raked his fingers over an itch on the back of his neck.
It wasn't long enough to go home or anything, so I just hung out, watched the band, had a cigarette.
Were you with anyone?
Not anyone in particular, but I saw a lot of my mates.
Names?
Robbie, Rio.
This would be Robbie Jevons and Rio Miller, fellow NJFA activists?
Yes, and Shannon was there.
This would be Shannon Reynolds, girlfriend of fellow NJFA activist Robbie Jevons? Their mocking tone caused a feeling of childish injustice, and he could hear the petulance in his tone as he confirmed the names. The duty solicitor didn't say a word. They showed him a photograph next, a young guy of about his age with reddish-brown hair and pale eyes. He had a pierced septum and a curl of ink on his neck, maybe the tail of a scorpion or something. Good-looking, but kind of unhealthy. Do you recognise this man?
No.
At the sight of their disbelieving faces, he raised his voice in protest.
I'm sorry, but I don't.
You didn't meet him yesterday at the festival?
Not that I remember. I suppose he might have come to the bar, but I served hundreds of people, one after the other. You stop seeing individual faces after a while.
You're quite sure about that? Have another look. He did so out of politeness.
I really don't know him. What am I meant to say?
They liked that. Suddenly got all animated. Well, you could say the two of you conspired to burgle Cliff View together. You could say you then argued over your little caper, and he threatened to grass you up, and you lost your temper and decided to teach him a lesson. The solicitor began to object to this, but Tate spoke over her in a spurt, finally grasping the connection.
Wait, He's not the bloke who died, is he? What did you say his name was?
When you arrested me on suspicion of his murder, this was deranged, surreal.
Look, even if I did know him and had some reason to hurt him, why wouldn't I just shove him off the cliff with my bare hands? Why come for him with a fucking great JCB? That's mental!
He gave a gruff laugh.
Or, wait, maybe we were in there doing smack together and he'd passed out, gave me time to go looking for the JCB keys, huh?
You said it, Tate.
I was joking! For fuck's sake! I was back behind the bar by then.
They produced something else now. A see-through bag with a mobile phone in it. He felt all the muscles of his face slacken when he saw the case, with Tate's first phone etched into the plastic. Even though he'd expected it, it still felt like a fresh disaster. Do you know what this is?
It's my phone. I lost it yesterday.
When, exactly?
I don't know, but loads of people can confirm that I was looking for it last night.
People like Robbie and Rio and Shannon? Tate gave a huff of irritation. He knew they were baiting him and that he was playing into their hands, but he couldn't help it.
I thought I might have left it at work. My boss Gav will tell you I was down at the bar this morning to have another look. So, where was it?
Well, that's the thing, Tate. Would there be any particular reason why the victim, this person you've never met in your life, should have your phone in his pocket when he died? Tate felt his eyes pop.
In his pocket? Well, he must have nicked it, I suppose.
How could he nick it if you've never had any contact with each other?
I don't know. There were 1 million people on the beach. A pickpocket would have had a field day. Or I might have left it out behind the bar. I rang it, he said, remembering. It was about 6:45, maybe, and I was back from my break. I rang it from my colleague's phone and someone picked up.
This sparked interest. What did they say?
They didn't speak. I don't know if they even heard me. I could hear the band, though, so whoever it was, they were there, on the beach or in the vicinity.
Vicinity, they repeated, like it was a big word for a Dumbo like him to use.
But it proves I was back behind the bar, he said. Check Joe's phone, the outgoing calls. You'll see the exact time I used it.
Joe?
My colleague.
So your colleague Joe phoned you, did he? Wondering why you were late back from your break, was he?
No, you're twisting what I'm saying. Ask him.
But Tate now recollected an unfortunate detail. Joe...
Sometimes. All we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
hired for the festival day only, had said he was off on holiday the next day. Today. He swallowed. What else did he have on him, this Jordan guy? Was this the only stolen thing in his pocket? The flicker that preceded their refusal to answer this told him he'd scored a point. For what it was worth, for they quickly resumed in the same disparaging tones. You have to admit, it's a bit of a coincidence that the phone belonging to a man familiar with the Cliffview summerhouse from a recent act of vandalism should be found inside that same summerhouse following a further act of vandalism. It is a coincidence, yes. Tate gazed covetously at the phone, wondered if it still worked. How long had it been submerged in seawater? The house went off the cliff at about 7 p.m, and the tide was already starting to go out by then. But it was hours before news came through that a body had been found. Presumably they'd removed the sim for testing, and if they could still retrieve stuff, then they'd find messages between him and Beatty, including ones confirming their meeting. Come to the house on the end, she'd said, or something like that. The romantic one. Romantic? Never in his life had he found himself in a situation less romantic. He experienced a fresh surge of self-pity, followed by a kick of realism. Look, he said. I don't know this bloke, that's the God's honest truth. But I think I have an idea how my phone was in that summerhouse. Glances were exchanged. Breath exhaled. Body language grew friendlier. We're all ears, Tate.
Chapter 69. Perry. The luxuries of a 5-star hotel did little to settle either his nerves or his stomach. Their rooms wouldn't be ready till 3, so Benedict and Tabitha explored the facilities, while Perry and Charlotte whiled away time and money on a lunch of braised monkfish and fennel that he had to leave the table to throw up. A voicemail from Alice at Helping Homes added a fresh layer of anxiety.
Sorry to bother you on holiday, but there was a serious incident yesterday at Keeler House involving one of the residents, and the police are here. Could you phone us urgently? We're trying to locate Jordan Lynch.
They'd locate him soon enough, he figured, with or without his input. Once in their room, an extravaganza of exposed stone, white cotton and jewel-coloured velvet that overlooked the pool, they put the TV on and caught up on the news coverage. A presenter spoke to camera from Old Beach, police beavering in the background, broken bits of summerhouse visible on the sand. The camera lingered on a single drenched cushion from their veranda seating, beached like a dead animal.
It's a terrifying incident that blows apart the old saying, safe as houses. In the idyllic village of Pine Ridge, tourists at a beach concert were shocked yesterday when a large summerhouse tumbled off the cliff and into the sea. Thanks to the tall hedge you see behind me, those on the beach were unable at first to tell how such a catastrophic event could have occurred. But the answer soon became breathtakingly clear.
Drone footage of the cliff top showed the JCB sitting partly on the path and partly where the Nook had been, its shovel poised dramatically above the void, before a selection of gormless witnesses gave their accounts.
Everyone was just stood there staring, like completely shocked. Then all hell broke loose, didn't it?
We all started running towards the exit and up the dunes. We thought the cliff was collapsing. Once we found out it was deliberate, we were like, why would anyone do that?
You never know, do you? I mean, I thought it could even be a terrorist attack or something. I feel really bad for this family who probably did nothing to deserve it.
Probably, Perry noted, as the reporter explained that the owners of the building were not available for comment before signing off. He'd not been consulted on their media strategy, but no matter. This is only the start, Charlotte said. As soon as they announce poor Jordan's death, the place will be swarming. She'd begun referring to Jordan in this way, as if Paul were his Christian name. She scooped up her phone and started thumbing. Loads of texts coming in. People are recognising the house from the news. Right, I must let Tim and Madeline know. I gave that training officer their number, but I bet he hasn't got round to telling them. He seemed completely out of his depth. Perry watched as she tapped away, unable to do anything but sluice ice-cold mineral water from the minibar down his throat. "Have you rung Helping Homes?" Charlotte asked, glancing up. "No, not yet." He hadn't told her about Alice's voicemail. "Why?" "Why? One of the residents has died, Perry, in your house. For goodness sake, how is that going to look if you say nothing?" "I thought I'd just heard that saying nothing was our policy." Her disapproval was starting to piss him off. "As far as I understand it, I haven't had the police's permission to share that news. When Jordan's identity is confirmed, I'm sure we'll connect as a matter of priority. And have a bit of sympathy, Charlotte. I know I disgraced myself last night, and you're very, very disappointed in me, but I've also just found out someone I know has died. I was really fond of Jordan." Talk about disingenuous, but it worked like a charm, because she instantly backed down. "It's a lot to process," she conceded. "Sorry. Look, I didn't choose to do what I did last night, at least not in the way a non-addict understands choice. You know that. I know you know that." Another murmur of concession. She put down her phone. "I'm going to see if I can get a massage. Shall I book one for you?" "No, thanks." From the window he watched a familiar figure pad along the path towards the pool. "I think I'll go for a swim." The pool at the Needles was not blue, but green, pine needle green, presumably, the loungers vermilion. Stripy umbrellas remained closed, the cloud having clotted into an alabaster dome, and the humidity was oppressive. Or maybe it was just him. Tabitha was doing lengths of a neat technical freestyle, Benedict nowhere to be seen. Perry waited for her to climb out and pick up her towel from a lounger before he approached. She looked at him warily as she towelled her hair. He came straight to the point. "Tabitha, with this awful tragedy and the police sniffing around, I thought it might benefit us both if we tried to bury the hatchet." Her hair now in damp black spikes, she began patting down her arms and legs. "We don't really use that term anymore." "Why not?" "It's offensive to indigenous Americans." "Is it?" He wanted to laugh. No, cry. He wanted to take the wet towel from her, sink his face into it, and sob. "Okay, well, I'm not aware of any indigenous Americans staying at the hotel, so we should be safe on that score. The thing is, I saw you yesterday at the festival, up in the dunes with Robbie." Her hands went still as she raised her eyes to his, gifting him the unprecedented sight of self-doubt. "Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to say anything to Benedict. But if you could return the favour by telling the police you saw Linus and me on the beach, that would be very helpful." "Okay," she said very slowly. He supposed social justice warriors were not familiar with the concept of a deal, a quid pro quo. It was their way or the highway. "It wouldn't be a lie. I mean, we had to have been down there, or we wouldn't have known you were with Robbie, would we? Never mind that there would have been enough time for any one of them to have gone back up and committed the grievous act." She reached for the Needles-branded robe on her lounger and pulled it on, belting it tightly. "Did Linus see us as well, then?" "No, actually, just me, and I didn't say anything to him. He was a bit further away, down towards the stage. I'd gone along the dune path to take a leak. It wasn't the most savoury image, him with his penis in his hand as he witnessed a sex act, but it was the best he could come up with on the spot. Look, this isn't in any way a threat, just a request. Whatever you decide, I won't mention it again, okay?" She sat for a moment on the edge of the lounger, her gaze grazing his face, but not quite settling before swivelling her legs up and easing back. How young she looked. How unsoiled. "Okay," she said. He didn't swim. Instead, he took the shuttle bus to the village to hunt once more for the car. The longer the bloody thing eluded him, the more what-ifs plagued him. Chief among these, what if the police were sufficiently suspicious of his link with Jordan to run some sort of full check on him that included vehicle ownership? They'd see he had a 2004 Astra registered in his name and find it incongruous alongside the 2019 Range Rover and 2021 Peugeot. Also, what if they ran its registration through their number plate recognition technology and got pictures of Jordan at the wheel on his way from South London to the coast? But no, he was being paranoid. There was no reason for them to do any of this. He and Linus had each other covered, and there was now a very good chance Tabitha would back them up. He alighted on Old Beach Road near the car park, where he was 90% certain Jordan had claimed he'd left the Astra. That was right. He'd added that it was out of petrol, hadn't he? Should the police follow Charlotte's tip about checking petrol stations, it should be safe on that, if nothing else. He supposed he ought to be grateful that Jordan hadn't just pulled up at the house, helped no doubt by the forest of extra signs alerting festival-goers to the penalties payable should they park illegally. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought that the poor boy had been sufficiently scared not to risk another ticket. Oh, my God, the tickets! He felt his heart kick inside his ribcage. Would they be on his record yet? What if the police asked about them? Stay calm. If push came to shove, he'd say he'd driven the car himself on the days he'd been working at Keeler House. He'd settled on his story about having bought it for Benedict to use at a uni, and there was no reason for anyone to challenge this. He made his way to the far corner of the car park and surveyed the half-empty expanse of bays. There were still police vehicles, the odd media van. Charlotte was right, these would proliferate the moment the fatality was announced. But, of course, the 1,000-plus day trippers had long gone, and both the bar and water sports centre were closed, which meant few, if any, staff cars. Unlike yesterday, he could be sure he had eyes on every last vehicle, and yet no Astra among them. An hour later, there was not a single lane, alley or driveway he had not checked in the village, even the hidden spots behind buildings he'd never noticed before, and where Jordan couldn't possibly have thought to park. He'd even returned to the car park for a second sweep, but the result was the same as the first. Had he got it wrong about the car park? It wasn't as if he hadn't destroyed enough brain cells between then and now to have misremembered. Or had Jordan had some reason to lie? If so, where had he left the car? And if not, who had taken it?
Chapter 70. Beatty. What the fuck? The police were here, and they were demanding to know if she'd been in the Nook with Tate yesterday evening, in front of her mum and dad. The first time they'd come, they'd only wanted to speak to her parents. Then they'd found out Huck and Julia had been in the cabin of the JCB that had, it turned out, not only been used to mess up the Nook, but also to kill some guy who Benedict's dad knew. Probably accidentally, but still, it was chilling. And they'd returned to say none of them were allowed to leave Pine Ridge until the boys gave statements and had their prints taken. Why couldn't they have asked her about this then? The guy had a manner like a teacher, friendly enough on the surface, but ready to trap you the second you made, like, the tiniest blunder. "Did you meet Tate Barlow during his work break yesterday?" he asked. Though she and Tate had agreed not to mention it, she might have broken that promise had it just been her mum here with her. But her dad was right next to her, giving her weirdly intense vibes, like he'd explode if anything jeopardised their retreat back up to town tomorrow, and she panicked and said no. "So you weren't with him in the summerhouse that ended up in the water, or in your own summerhouse?" "No," she said. "I was on the beach." "No one was in when I came back from my bike ride," her dad said in a stern, confirming way. "The house and garden were empty, and the JCB was where the builders left it on Friday." "What's your relationship with Tate, Beatty?" She felt herself flush. "I haven't got one." "You do know him, though, don't you, Beats?" her mum said. "He came looking for you last night, with Robbie." "Aren't those two suspects?" her father interjected, frowning. It said on social media you've arrested one of the activists. The officer did not reply, keeping his attention on Beatty. Did they find you last night? Oh, yes. We were hanging in the pillbox, but they weren't looking for me specifically. Nervous, her mum would contradict her. She stumbled over the word. They know Tabitha as well. They just wanted to know we were all okay. So you are friends? We've hung out a few times. There aren't that many places to go out here. You get to know people. What did you talk about last night? Nothing much. Just how awful it was about the Nook. We were only together for a few minutes, and then my mum texted and we went home. Did Tate seem his usual self? Beatty didn't like to think about this. The truth was, she'd felt kind of revolted by him. The Tate she'd fallen for was passionate and funny and a bit cocky, not weak and desperate. And to know that his girlfriend was pregnant, that she'd been telling randoms like Beatty's mum about it while he hadn't said a word, it was all just a bit scarring. I suppose, she said finally. He was the same as everyone else. We were all, shaken. He wasn't looking for something? Oh. She remembered now he'd lost his phone, and she'd promised to check her pockets and bag, which she had not yet done. I think he said he'd lost his phone, but none of us had seen it, so... But he thought one of you might have. No, it was just, mentioned. I don't know. There was no challenge to this. Maybe he wasn't trying to catch her out after all. It was more like he was expecting her to say exactly what she was, that she was just confirming what he already knew. Were they going to ask to take her phone? And if they did she have the legal right to refuse? She literally couldn't breathe without it. You were on the beach, you said, until what time? Maybe 6:40, before this thing happened. I got the bus to the Needles to meet Mum and Dad. She was with us when Charlotte got your call asking us to come back, her mum said. And that was that. The police officer didn't point out that the timing of her departure fitted exactly with the end of Tate's break. He didn't demand her phone. He did, however, ask her to stay local for a few days. I suppose it's not the end of the world if you stay on with me an extra night or two, Beats, her mum said. Term doesn't start till next week. Is there any news on when you'll be finished with the JCB? She asked the officer. There was not. God knows when we'll be able to start the build, she grumbled when he'd left. Terry's really pissed off and the delay's going to cost us a fortune. I know it's awful to think about money, but... She meant because of the guy who died, which was something else Beatty didn't like to think about. It was completely terrifying how it could have been Tate and her in the Nook when it got pushed off the cliff. They'd been in it less than an hour before. Okay, so the dead guy must have been wasted. Her mum had heard from Charlotte that he had a drink problem. But so might they have been. Tate might have dumped the rest of his shift, and the two of them fallen asleep, dead to the world. 2 corpses instead of 1. It was all so real in her head. It was like a memory from some actual parallel reality. Which was pretty much how it felt to watch the news, which she and her parents now did, and to see the pictures of their street, along with the first photo issued of the victim. He looked young and scruffy and incredibly sad.
This afternoon, police confirmed that suspicions of criminal damage have been upgraded to include a murder probe.
A police officer came on now, not the one who'd just been in their house, but more senior, standing outside some police building in Bournemouth.
A life has been lost and we are pursuing the perpetrator of this crime with all the resources at our disposal. Anyone with information that could assist our investigation can call us on 101, report via our website, or contact Crime Stoppers anonymously.
They must have arrested Tate, Beatty's mum said. Did you get that impression as well, Linus? Why else would they need to establish his whereabouts? They were very tight-lipped about it, I thought, her dad said. Well, they must have something that incriminates him. Maybe they found something in the JCB? This missing phone, do you think? Beatty felt a horrible chill grip her heart. It was suddenly obvious what must have happened. Tate hadn't left his phone in her bedroom like he thought, but in the nook. They'd left in a hurry, at her insistence, and he hadn't noticed he'd put it down somewhere, or maybe it just slipped out of his pocket. The police must have found it near the dead guy. "Ask Perry when you see him in the morning," her mum told her dad, adding, "I'm really pleased you're meeting up." Beatty's dad shrugged. "I just wanted to, offer him some support before I leave." "That's one good thing, I suppose. This awful death has put our petty fallouts into perspective." Beatty wondered if that included the tattoos, brokered by her with Tate's help, to buy Huck's silence over his suspicions about them. Maybe even the clothes as well, and the threatened young offenders counselling. "Why don't we all just stay on for the rest of the week?" her mum suggested. "Julien could just get the train up for his Eurostar." "No way," Beatty's dad said, with the same intense look he'd had earlier. "You and Beats can stay, but I'm taking the boys back tomorrow whether the police like it or not. They can chase me up the M3, lights flashing if they like, but I'm not coming back." "All right," Beatty's mum said and laughed. "They're just doing their job. There's no need to be such a rebel."
Chapter 71. Robbie. Wednesday, 30th of August. I'll be on my own at the garage today, so I plan to keep my head down, clear my slate, and knock off at lunchtime. I've got a Mini in for a service, plus there's sure to be a couple of DFL finance bros in with a tyre slashing, or even a genuine puncture, and an urgent need to get back to their hedge funds or whatever, but otherwise it should be pretty dead. The phrase makes me wince slightly. On my way out, I knock on Tate and Ellie's door. He wasn't back when I tried last night, and I haven't heard from him. This missing phone is a pain in the backside, so I haven't had a chance to find out how it went with the police. I admit that I slept like a baby myself. I was basically fucked. There's only so long nervous energy can trick your rhythms. Ellie comes to the door, hope in her eyes, until she sees it's me, and then it vanishes. I'm about to tease her when I notice her face is puffy. She's been crying. "You all right? Is he up yet?" "He's not back, Rob. They kept him overnight." "In a cell?" This I was not expecting. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I didn't hear from him till late." She takes a band from her wrist and draws her hair into a ponytail. "Anyway, what could you have done?" "Good question." "But he called you. What have they got on him?" "No one saw him on his break. He's basically got no alibi." "What? I told them I saw him." Ellie pulls an unimpressed face. "He might need more than that." "Tell me his exact words, Ellie. It's important." She chews her lip and considers. "I think he said, 'What I did in my break hasn't been backed up.' Something like that." What he did in his break? More like who? That's a message for me, right there. Lolita must be denying their fling, and he needs me to twist her arm. But how will I get to her when her family are probably in serious protection mode? If she's even still in town. I'm the last person they'll want sniffing around. I swallow a sigh. Please don't tell me I'm going to have to bail on work and go up to London. Look, you know they can't keep him for longer than 24 hours without charging him. He'll be back by this afternoon. Yeah, unless they do charge him. Noticing a neighbour earwigging, Ellie gestures for me to come in. I look around, a little stunned. Normally ship-shape, the place is in chaos, with everything moved from its original spot. Plus, stuff that I'm guessing is usually stored out of sight, now heaped on the table and both bench seats. It seems an odd time to choose to reorganise, but I suppose she could be making a start on getting ready for the move to the cosy cabin. Or this could be a pregnancy thing. Nesting or whatever. What's going on? Some kind of sort-out? Try police search. They left it in a right state. Seriously? Again, I'm a step behind, not a feeling I like. What did they take? She looks glumly about. Computer, console, a few NJFA bits. Bastards! They bloody better give it all back. I pluck from the nearest pile a shirt that looks familiar. A swirly, multicoloured print, posh label. Nice threads. Don't think I've ever seen you in this. It's not mine, Ellie says. None of it is. They found these 2 bin liners in the drawer in the bedroom, and I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I said they were mine, but I've never seen them before in my life. Where do you think they came from, Rob? She holds up a bizarre-looking tank top with a fur hood. There's some serious designer shit in here. Is it new? Some of the tags are still on, but most of it's been worn. I was thinking, Tate gave me this hat. Where is it? She combs through a different pile and produces a neon orange sun hat. Said he got it from lost property at work, so maybe that's where all this came from as well. No way. I can't help laughing. This is Pine Ridge, not, I don't know, Saint-Tropez. Her face is thoughtful. It's weird, though. I told you about that DFL bitch who stopped me in the street and said the hat was bought with her stolen card. What was that all about? I reach for a piece of white fabric with the word vibing on it. I've seen this before. As well, on Beatty. One night at the Gull a few weeks ago, tiny shorts she had on, hair and pigtails. Everyone was gawking at her and she was loving it. All of this is hers, I bet. But why would she and Tate want to stash her clothes here, right under the nose of the woman they've been deceiving? Ellie's right, it makes no sense. Unless, I feel my blood quicken, unless it actually could make quite a lot of sense, in which case we might have ourselves a bit of leverage here. Ellie? I find myself in a bit of a dilemma. Clearly Tate didn't confess to the affair in their phone conversation. If he had, she'd never be speaking to me like this. She'd be spitting blood, accusing me of covering for him. Which means the last thing he intended was for me to spill on his behalf. But I'm thinking the situation calls for an execution overrule. Better she's got an unfaithful bastard as the father of her child than a fuckwit doing time for manslaughter or whatever it is they'll be threatening him with he didn't commit. Sit down, I say. I need to tell you something. She sinks onto a jumble of clothes. What? Tate's done something really stupid, and you're going to be seriously pissed off. But we can't get him back here unless you know about it. Her sad, swollen eyes are fixed on me, twisting my heart. Tell me. I will, and then I'm going to need your help.
Chapter 72. Perry. The police had made no stipulations about contact between the families. It wasn't as if any of them was a suspect, but even so, he arranged to meet Linus for a dog walk in the woods on the far side of the ridge, where there'd be no chance of their discussion being overheard. Linus was waiting in the designated spot, dressed in regular clothes for once, not his usual second skin cycling gear. The ninja theme had lost its lustre, Perry supposed, now he'd committed the ultimate dishonour. Mango dashed ahead on the broad woodland path, which crackled underfoot after weeks without rain, a tinderbox of roots and sticks and bleached pine cones. No barbecuing signs had been put up at every clearing. "How are you bearing up?" Perry said with all the warmth he could muster. He was under no illusion that his own penance took its form at least partly in propping up his former enemy. "I'm okay," Linus said. It was already clear he was a different man from the one who'd presided over his own barbecue not so long ago, all that tech bro swagger subdued, the whip hand removed. Finally, Perry's seniority counted for something, if not wisdom, then cunning. "This man who died, who was he exactly?" The past tense brought a cramp to Perry's chest. "He was a resident at the place where I volunteer. A bit of a lost soul. He came down to ask me for help, and I didn't give it to him." "So you weren't, together?" "God, no. I think you misread the signs on that one." Perry paused. "I feel like a complete heel for sending him packing." But also relieved beyond imagination. Relieved that Jordan's own crime, not yet reported by the media as far as he could tell, but surely under investigation, the dots between the two deaths, the two police forces, in the process of being joined, stood on their own merits. Demerits. "Imagine how I feel," Linus said. "I honestly don't know how I'm going to come to terms with this." Perry sent him a cautioning look. "Don't go all Macbeth on me, Linus. You didn't know he was in there. Even if you'd checked, he might have been in the shower room or crouched out of sight. Benedict and his friends used to hide down there all the time when they were little." But Linus took no comfort from this, his tone growing even more haunted. "I keep thinking about those minutes just before. I don't know what came over me. It was like I blacked out, went into a dissociative state, you know?" "I do know." How often in life it came down to this, Perry thought, to the momentary insanities driven by rage or lust or grief. "We both know I drove you to it. If I hadn't done what I did with the bike, you wouldn't have done what you did with the Nook." He gave a mirthless chuckle. "Mind you, the Nook was Charlotte's baby. If you'd really wanted revenge, you should have totaled the Range Rover." Though it would have been just his luck if Jordan had been sleeping in the back as Linus released the handbrake and watched it roll over the cliff. Ahead, Mango examined a set of tree roots, squatted to pee. "How did you even know how to drive the JCB?" Linus swiped a stone aside with his foot. "I was there when the builder gave the boys a tutorial. It's not hard once you get it started. I didn't even get the angle right, but it just took the thing down like it was made of cardboard. I was lucky I didn't drive over the cliff after it." "You must be a natural," Perry said, though it was a little early even for gallows humour, and neither man smiled. "What about prints? Have the police taken yours as well?" "Yes, all of us. Huck and Julien are with the police right now, doing theirs. We all handle the controls. There's probably photos of us in the cabin on Amy's Instagram. She's documenting the build." Which was exactly the kind of thing that made holiday home owners unpopular, Perry thought. Look how I've taken this humble shack and blessed it with my metropolitan sophistication. But all of that paled into insignificance in light of the loss of a man's life. Even Charlotte had accepted the demise of the Nook as a small price to pay for the miracle of their own loved ones having been spared. To think I said Beatty could use it. What if she'd been in there? "The only thing that matters is they believe we were on the beach together," he told Linus. "An alibi's an alibi." It helped that Charlotte and Amy had separately confirmed that their husbands had been busy patching up their differences during the crucial time frame. Meanwhile, Perry's account of his drinking binge had been verified by the staff at the Gull. The emotions of the day, as well as the cumulative stresses of a difficult summer battling the activists, physically, in Robbie's case, seemed to have been accepted as reason enough for him to have plunged so spectacularly off the wagon. Gradually, the gaps were being plugged, the loose ends tied. All except one. The car. To say time was running out was an understatement. The news of Jordan's death was out, and there'd been a photo of him on the TV news last night, no doubt copied and shared thousands of times already. The circus was well and truly underway. Both legitimate media and TikTok true detective types would now be invading the village with their cameras, peddling their theories and lies. Not to mention garnering the odd bit of genuine evidence. Any one of the festival punters could have a sudden memory of seeing Jordan driving into the village in a white Astra. Seeing Mango start to double back, she'd been walking the route since she was a puppy, Perry did the same. Linus followed, and for a short while neither spoke. "So, you're leaving this afternoon?" Perry said presently. "Yep, just me and the boys. Amy'll try to get the build back on track, and the police have asked Beatty to stay in town for another day or two. Perry looked up. Have they? Why? She knows this Tate, apparently. The activist they've arrested? Oh, yes. Charlotte says he hasn't been charged yet, though. I hope he never is, Linus exclaimed with sudden passion. Do you? Yes. I mean, he didn't do it, did he? Perry inhaled, brow furrowing. Try not to say that too loudly, mate. Linus glanced about. They were alone. Even so, I couldn't live with a miscarriage of justice like that. You'd have to. Perry fingered the dog lead looped around his neck. But don't worry. If he didn't do it, then they'll only have circumstantial evidence. It won't be enough. Enough to make his life miserable for a while, though. Sure, but what's the alternative? A confession from you? Perry fidgeted with the snap hook, pressing and releasing, then pressing again. As their cars came into sight through the trees, still the only two in range, parked bumper to bumper, he was assailed by the sudden lunatic idea that if he didn't trust Linus to keep his silence, then he'd never have a better opportunity. Think of the kids, Linus, he said, extinguishing the thought. You've got more than your conscience at stake here. Linus nodded, an air of defeat about him now, of failure, and Perry knew then that he would never tell. He was simply too much of a coward. It took one to know one.
Chapter 73. Beatty. Darling, you have a visitor. Beatty looked up from her Spotify app. Since the departure of her dad, brother, and Julian an hour or two ago, she'd spent a melancholy stretch picking through her stuff, her mum thought she was packing, and playing old Lana Del Rey on repeat. The mournful lyrics totally pierced her heart, though she couldn't say what it was she mourned the most. Not just her lost fashion treasures, she wasn't that sketchy. The poor man who died, obviously, though she'd never met him, and so it all felt a bit, well, abstract. And Tate, too, of course. She'd been getting serious shit-got-real vibes ever since lying to the police about him, and then hearing from her dad that he was definitely the one who'd been arrested yesterday, had probably been sitting there in the police station in, handcuffs, while the police were here asking her to confirm his alibi, which she had not done. Panicking, she binned all their messages, deleted his contact, blocked him. Which was stupid, because it wasn't like he didn't know where to find her. It's Ellie, from the Needles Spa. Her mum lowered her voice. If it's anything to do with that business with Charlotte's card, don't say a word, okay? Okay. Beatty felt a sharp spike of adrenaline as she walked the few steps to the living room, where Ellie sat marooned on the sofa, bits of packing and DIY stuff from the demolished garage heaped all around. She didn't look pregnant, or at least not obviously, though she was old, 25 maybe, and so had a thicker waist anyway. There was a tremor in her jaw, but whether it was from nerves or fury, Beatty had no idea. Her own emotions were trapped in her chest, giving her the frightening sensation of a boa constrictor squeezing her ribcage. Hi, she said, closing the door behind her and standing as far away from the sofa as possible. Ellie waited a beat before speaking, assessing her. You're the famous Beatty, are you? Do you know who I am? Beatty nodded. Tate's girlfriend. Okay, Beatty. Ellie said her name with a sneer, as if she was about to let rip, maybe even attack her physically, then made a visible effort to control herself. The reason I'm here is I need you to go to the police and tell them the truth about you and Tate on Monday. During his break, I don't know what you said, but it's obviously not that he was with you, so you've lied, haven't you? Beatty began, but immediately faltered. How she wished she was dressed in one of her amazing fashion looks and not her Uniqlo-sailed tracky bottoms and hoodie. Great clothes didn't just make you feel awesome, they impressed and intimidated other girls. Look, I know all about your dumb little hookup, Ellie said. None of that is important. What's important is that he's in a police cell and you need to get him out of it. You're the only person who can vouch for him during his break. We need you to say you saw him go back to work afterwards. Afterwards. Beatty swallowed. Can't Robbie... They don't believe Robbie. Those two have been covering each other's arses since nursery. Ellie sighed through her mouth, her lips jutting out. I take it your parents don't know, and that's why you haven't just been honest to begin with? They think you're the sweet little virgin, right? Beatty said nothing, but felt her cheeks colour. Ellie's voice sharpened. Beatty found her tone frighteningly quick to change. What kind of a person are you? Happy for an innocent man to be accused of something you know he didn't do. You don't seem to realise how serious this is. They've got something on him. I don't know what, but it's hardcore. Beatty started to tremble, a weakness Ellie spotted, and that seemed to fuel another injection of energy. Seriously, I haven't got time for your teenage crap. She reached for a Hessian tote bag by her side and extracted a familiar item. Beatty's prized Adidas X Gucci dress, hideously crumpled. This might change things. I know it's yours, and the other stuff. Beatty remembered her mum's caution and felt fear flare inside her. That's not mine. Really? Well, whoever it does belong to should know that the police were very interested when they raided the caravan yesterday. That's right, Beatty. We were raided. That's how bad this is. Do you really not get it? Ellie stuffed the dress back in the tote, and Beatty felt true grief to see it so unlovingly handled. You know, the day of the festival, a neighbour of yours accosted me on my way to work, said I'd used her stolen card to buy stuff from Fleur. Maybe I should find her and show her the rest of this stuff. See if anything else was bought on her card. It might not get Tate off, but it will definitely get you thrown into the mix. Beatty could bear this no longer. I think they must have found his phone in the nook, she blurted. We were in there for a few minutes before we came here. Ellie's forehead creased. The nook? That's the summerhouse that went over the cliff. We were only there for a few minutes. Tate was in there. Ellie put a hand to her stomach as if winded. Was this other bloke there as well? The one who died? No, definitely not. This was getting scary. Like I say, we were only in there for a minute or two, but I think he left his phone there. Ellie drew a sharp breath. Right. That makes sense. Robbie said it might be to do with the phone. So, say all of that to the police. Say where you were and what you did. Come with me now and say it all. Come where? Beatty said. To the police station in Bournemouth. My friend's mum's waiting outside in her car. We'll take you. The police station, where Tate was. If she did what Ellie asked, would they release him on the spot? She had a gruesome vision of them all riding back home together. Tate, Ellie and her squeezed together in the back seat. Beatty? The door eased open and her mum peeked in. Oh God, had she been listening at the door? Everything all right in here? Ellie raised her eyebrows at Beatty. You're cool. Fine, Beatty smiled at her mum. I'm going out. Ellie just needs me to help her with something. She'll be safe with me. Ellie flashed Beatty's mum a sweet, professional smile and got to her feet. Let's go.
Chapter 74. Perry. Look at this, Charlotte said when he joined her in the brasserie at the Needles for lunch, and she thrust her phone under his nose. After parting from Linus, he'd driven into the village and treated Mango to a second walk in the form of another unsuccessful hunt for the Astra, this time prowling the Staywells car park and heading almost a mile down Peninsula Road before giving up. He feigned astonishment at the headline on the South London Press website.
Police called to Tulse Hill Clearinghouse. Emergency services were called to Keeler House in Ryland Street, Tulse Hill, on Monday following a domestic incident in which a 29-year-old man was taken to King's College Hospital with life-threatening head injuries. Keeler House is run by Helping Homes, a charity that provides support for those who struggle to maintain long-term accommodation, including former homeless and criminal offenders. Yesterday, neighbours spoke of conflict between the victim, Trevor Cochrane, and other residents. We've been hearing a lot more arguments over the summer, said one neighbour, who asked not to be named. Maybe it's because of the hot weather, but there are some volatile characters living there and tempers have been flaring. We've complained to the charity, but nothing's been done. A representative for Helping Homes said the charity is liaising closely with the victim's medical team and will be cooperating with the police in any subsequent criminal investigation. This is a very distressing incident, and we're all praying we'll have news soon of a full recovery, they said.
"He's not dead," Perry blurted before he could stop himself. "No, but still sounds pretty brutal." Charlotte took back her phone, peered at the screen. "Trevor, isn't he the one you said Jordan didn't get on with?" "Yes, I don't think any of them do, to be honest." "They're not the ones who ran off, though, are they?" Perry paused. Under the table, Manga was sucking water from a large bowl that had materialized as if by magic, as useful things tended to at the Needles. He felt a sudden desire to place his head on, or maybe under, one of the half-dozen soft cotton pillows on their bed upstairs. "What are you saying?" he asked his wife. "It's obvious, isn't it? Jordan must have whacked this Trevor and fled the scene. He remembers your throwaway offer of somewhere to stay and decides it's as good a place as any to lie low. He arrives and finds the door left open, comes in, and nicks a few valuables. A stupid move, by the way, since we could have noticed and called the police, but he was obviously desperate. Then he notices the summerhouse and decides to hide out there." Bingo! If Charlotte could conclude this on the basis of a single news article, then the police would have taken the more detailed report and done the same, even if Trev wasn't yet in any fit state to name Jordan as his attacker. Just so long as none of the witnesses, either inside Keeler House or in neighbouring homes, had anything to say about the perpetrator's relationship with a certain middle-aged volunteer. While Charlotte studied the menu, he excused himself and found a quiet corner to return Alice's call. Finally. "I just read about Trev," he said, his horrified concern pitch-perfect. "I'm sorry not to have called back yesterday, but I was dealing with the situation down here. You've heard about Jordan now, have you?" "Oh, Perry, yes. The police said they'd asked you not to talk about it until he was identified. What a terrible, terrible tragedy." Her genuine grief disarmed him, brought a choke to his voice as he answered variations of the questions the police had asked about Jordan's final hours, giving a brief version of Charlotte's theory about the destruction of the summerhouse being the activists' seasonal swan song. Neither voiced directly the suspicion that Jordan might have been Trev's attacker, but nor did they discuss any other suspects. They agreed to keep in touch as more information was shared by the respective police teams. "Thank God I didn't send her that resignation email," he thought, returning to the table and updating Charlotte. For the first time since this nightmare began, he was aware of hunger. "Shall we order? I'm starving." "Let's wait for Benedict and Tabitha," she said as the waiter delivered her a large glass of rosé, which he eyed with a blend of envy and shame. "They're just up in the car park." "I didn't know they were joining us. Where have they been?" "Just into Swanage, shopping for souvenirs for Tabitha's folks. Oh, by the way, the police rang earlier. They wanted us to know that someone has confirmed seeing you and Linus on the beach when the Nook fell. You were never suspects, obviously, but it's good to be formally eliminated." "Oh," Perry said. "Great." They lapsed into silence, she tackling her wine while he processed his conversation with Alice. He began to feel the tingling sensation of having heard something significant, not from Alice, he soon realized, but from Charlotte. The news about Tabitha having come through for him? Welcome, yes, but he didn't think it was that. He replayed their exchange and finally located it among the more innocuous portion of their exchange. Benedict and Tabitha were up in the car park. Jordan had used that phrase too, he was certain. He'd parked the Astra up in the car park, not down. Yet he'd been on the headland at the time, so it could hardly have been natural to label the beach car park up. "Charlotte, you know the day of the festival?" She lowered her wineglass. "I'm hardly likely to forget it, am I?" Was there an overspill car park? There usually is, isn't there? Yes, on the far side of the village, but this year they used the field next to the caravan park. You know, where the new cosy cabins are going to be? Why? No reason. Perry was on his feet again, heart knocking in his ribcage. I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to miss lunch. I'll be back as soon as I can. Chapter 75. Perry. Exhausted though he was by the hours of walking already under his belt, he headed up to Golden Sands on foot on the basis that he might well be leaving again behind the wheel. He tried not to dwell on the police signs that faced the incoming traffic. Fatal incident in Pine Ridge, 28th of August. Appeal for witnesses. A further sign hanging from a post on the uphill climb was a more welcome sight. Festival parking this way. He followed the tracks into a field next to the caravan site where, near the open gates, a board with "Parking £5" painted on it lay flat on the dirt. The field was almost empty now, but for 5 or 6 uncollected vehicles. And there it was among them, parked at a haphazard angle under a tree in the far corner. The crap old Astra. Finally. Now he just needed to get rid of it. Ideally by driving it into a larger town or city, Poole or Bournemouth, and abandoning it in a side street without parking restrictions. He'd already Googled likely spots. The problem was he wasn't sure if it had enough fuel in the tank for that kind of distance, and he certainly couldn't fill it up at a petrol station where CCTV was a given. Maybe he could just find a stretch of open cliff further down the coast and take the handbrake off. He strolled over and unlocked the driver's door. He'd feared finding all Jordan's worldly possessions stored in it, but the boy had evidently absconded with only the clothes on his back. A denim jacket with a line of grime on the inside collar was the only garment, an empty energy drink can and Subway wrapper strewn nearby. He disposed of the items in the bins by the entrance to the caravan park. No more than a symbolic gesture, since the car would have Jordan's DNA all over it, then returned and slipped into the driver's seat. He turned the key in the ignition. The engine fired after 2 tries, and checked the tank display. As Jordan had warned, it was on empty. Might there be enough to get to the ridge, to the out-of-the-way spot where he'd parked earlier for his meeting with Linus? Might he set the thing alight? He reversed, turned, and began crossing the field at a crawl. But he'd not even reached the exit when the engine sputtered. Damn! And he had no choice but to steer it to the side, brake, and re-park. He sat for a moment, trying and failing to contain his frustration, then got out, slammed the door, and brought his palm down on the roof with a violence that gained him nothing bar another minor hand injury. What now? Go and get the Range Rover and drive to the nearest petrol station to fill up a can? Extract some petrol from the Range Rover itself? The first carried the risk of being captured on CCTV, while the second would involve a YouTube tutorial, since he'd never before had reason to drain a fuel tank. Would he need any tools? Just then, someone called out to him from the road. "Need some help?" He spun, recognizing the voice. Robbie Jevons, standing by the fence in oil-streaked grey overalls, his eyes fixed on Perry as he lit a cigarette. Perry was about to tell the bastard to fuck off when he remembered a crucial detail. Robbie was a mechanic. That was when the idea occurred to him. Brilliant or disastrous, he didn't know yet, but the reality was he had no more time to play with. He had to get this car out of his hair before the police linked it to Jordan's getaway. He strode towards the other man before he could change his mind. "Robbie, look, I want to offer a belated apology for, that bust-up we had last week. I was out of order." Robbie said nothing, just assessed him coolly, smoke curling from between his parted teeth. There were still traces of bruising on his face. "And yes, I'm a bit stuck, so if I could take you up on your offer—" Robbie gestured to the mound opposite the Golden Sands entrance. "Let's talk up there." His manner was that of a wise man accepting a supplicant, which irritated Perry, but Lord knew beggars couldn't be choosers, and he locked up the car and followed. They sat opposite each other at a rickety old picnic table. There was a degree of extra chill, he noticed, a sense that the season was turning. "It was your place that went off the cliff," Robbie said, evidently requiring some sort of update before permitting Perry to plead his case. "Yes, our summerhouse. Sorry to hear about the kid who died. Did you know he was in there?" No, I didn't," Perry grimaced. "We were all very shocked." "Who did it? Do you know yet?" Perry could barely summon the energy to go through the motions of accusation, not when he was in possession of the truth, but he knew he had to. "You tell me. My wife's convinced it was you, or one of your crew." Robbie exhaled a last flamboyant stream of smoke and dropped his cigarette end to the ground. "Afraid not. We're all accounted for. The sand art was our deed of the day. Why would we want to compete with that? Anyway, we're a pressure group, not a bunch of gangsters. Bit of graffiti or fly posting or whatever, sure, I'll hold my hands up. But this? Nah, no way." Not long ago, Perry would have lost his mind at this confession, but now he let it pass unremarked. "What about this bloke they've arrested? Isn't he one of yours?" "That's a misunderstanding," Robbie said. "He won't be charged." He appeared so certain of this as to be almost inconvenienced by further discussion of it. "Anyone got a grudge against you? Besides me, of course." "Not that I know of," Perry said. "No one except Linus." He glanced over his shoulder at the Astra, its registration visible between fence posts. "So, about that offer to help me out." He sucked in his breath, aware that the risk he was about to take was probably his greatest yet, which was saying something. "Shoot," Robbie said. "You won't repeat any of this, will you?" "Course not." "Okay, well, I need to get rid of it. I won't go into it, but I don't need it anymore, and I can't sell it or give it away. I was thinking about maybe setting fire to it." Robbie tapped his fingers on the table. "I wouldn't do that. Not around here. The whole place could go up. Why don't you just take it to the scrapyard?" "I've thought of that. The thing is—" Perry paused, choosing his words. "It would be better if it wasn't, official. I don't need the date catching police eyes because it coincides with what went down at the house, making out there's some connection where there isn't one." "Yeah, well, they're good at that." Robbie was all simpatico now. He was no fool and would understand at once that a car abandoned in the overspill parking for the festival must have arrived on or around the day of said festival. But it was all about common enemies, Perry saw. The joint covering of arses. "You just need it backdated then, don't you?" Yes. His brain clung to the just. This was going to be possible. This might even be easy. That's exactly it. Even just to last week would work. Any time before Jordan's fateful drive down to Pine Ridge. "I can help you out. I know the guy who runs the scrapyard down Swanage Way." "Would he be willing to, falsify the date?" "For the right price, yeah, would have thought." "How much?" "I'll give him a call and find out. Give me 5, yeah?" He got to his feet and moved out of earshot. Perry looked down at the sea, from this distance silvery and quite soundless. It was almost ornamental, not quite real. Robbie returned. "August the 21st, all right?" "Great. How much does he want?" $2,000. $2,000? Even allowing for a cut for Robbie, it was way more than he should be paying for a bit of business like this, especially as the car had been acquired for free. But it was just money. Money he could deal with, transactional, not emotional. He thought of the £230 he'd scraped together for Jordan, an insulting, paltry sum. Had it been more, Jordan might have felt equipped to journey on. He might still be alive, albeit wanted by the Met for GBH. Perry had yet to reflect on whether it benefited him that Trev had survived Jordan's assault, much less how he had come to be a man who weighed another's life in terms of strategy. "When do I take it in?" he said. "Might be better if I do it," Robbie said. even better. It needs petrol. No worries. Hardly an issue for a mechanic. You'll have to go on the DVLA site and tell them it was scrapped on that same date. You'll need the name and address of the scrapyard as well. Let me give you that now. Robbie dictated the details. In return, Perry gave him the key and agreed the delivery of the cash. I'm so grateful. Happy to help, Robbie said. Perry slid from the bench, smiling at him for the first time in their short acquaintance. I promise I'll do my best to stop Charlotte campaigning against you. Robbie shrugged. Let her, if it makes her feel better. But like I say, we're sorted.
Chapter 76. Tate. You're off the hook, pretty boy.
Pretty boy? What year was this even? Should never have been on the hook,
he grumbled. He was sure they'd held him for over 24 hours, but no doubt it was near enough for them to get away with it. They'd have some technicality they could pull. The main thing was, he wasn't being charged. He wasn't going to Broadstone or some other hellhole prison to wait for a court date that never came. Don't push it, the officer said. You've screwed with a lot of people this summer. Screwed with or just screwed, a colleague said, and they chortled away. Comedians, now it suited them. He still had no phone. He'd get his back eventually, they said, but it was wrecked from the sea and unusable. He had no clue how he was going to afford to replace it. He took the bus home, the same route they'd taken when returning from Ellie's parents last week. He smelled like shit. His skin was all grainy and his eyes sticky, like he'd got an infection. He felt sullied, and not just physically. He got off at Old Beach Road and called in at the Gull, where the crew often met around this time. His spirits lifted at the sight of Robbie sitting alone in the main bar.
Yo! Tate, my mate! I had a feeling you'd come here first. Spiritual home and all that.
They exchanged high fives while the barman pulled Tate a pint on the house, but the euphoria of release was short-lived.
This is the thing, Robbie said. I had to tell Ellie. It was the only way to get Beattie to spill. She was the one who went and had it out with her. Shannon's mum drove them to the station. They got back a couple of hours ago.
Tate rubbed his gritty eyes.
Is there any point me even going back to the park? Can I bunk up with you if she throws me out?
Course, but I think you'll be okay. She wouldn't have got involved if she was seriously going to bin you. You'll need every ounce of that legendary sex appeal, mind. Maybe not sex appeal, Robbie corrected himself, giving Tate a wry look. Display of good father material?
Don't. Fuck.
Tate thought how quiet it was in the pub. Just when you got used to the high summer throngs, they were gone. As for those who were in here, they could well be media, and he needed to be careful not to meet anyone's eye.
Do we still not know who did it?
Robbie's brow furrowed. According to Ethan, they're interviewing the citizens now.
Really? I'm not feeling it,
Tate said.
They've done nothing this summer. That Staywell protest was the most I've seen of them in months.
Robbie nodded. They've been doing a lot of media this week, though. They've really muscled in. Mind you, I've made the executive decision to not comment on this particular incident, so let them take the flak, eh?
Smart.
Tate pulled a rolled-up newspaper from his pocket. The hot-off-the-press new Voice picked up on the bus.
Speaking of which, did you read this?
Robbie took it from him and started reading aloud. Pine Ridge season ends on a dark note. Details are emerging of the man found dead in the Pine Ridge Bank holiday incident. 26-year-old Jordan Lynch, who lost his life when a summerhouse was bulldozed off the cliff on Monday during the Old Beach Festival, was a former addict and rough sleeper who resided in South London in the same charity facility where a man was found gravely injured the same day. Police declined to comment on any connection between the two cases. He glanced up. What the fuck? I know. Ethan kept that to himself. Doubt he's been told. He's only a trainee. And they've probably already sussed he leaks like a sieve. Here we go. This is a tragic episode that highlights the culture of haves and have-nots, both in London and the affluent parts of southern England, said Jacob Plummer of local pressure group Citizens Against the Elite. While the haves relax in multiple homes with all the security and protection money can buy, the have-nots live exposed lives that leave them more vulnerable to crime. Once more, Robbie broke off to comment, well, the haves are also the victims in this case. I would have said it was obvious this was a personal dispute, not an ideological one. Pine Ridge has been a hotbed of activism this summer as local groups stepped up their opposition to second homes, with the police called to multiple incidents, including regular disruptions at the toll ferry. The village now finds itself embroiled in the immigration crisis, with locals and tourists alike opposing the housing of illegal migrants in a prime seafront hotel. There comes a point when controversy hits a resort where it hurts, and I wonder if we might be seeing that with Pine Ridge, says Suki Markham, assistant travel editor of the Daily Telegraph. What most holidaymakers want is to arrive without hassle and then spend a week relaxing. What they don't want is to have food thrown at their car on arrival and then watch protesters marching up and down as they lie on the beach. Do you think they're right? The tourists will stop coming? Tate said. Robbie discarded the paper. No way. By Easter this will all be forgotten. I mean, where's better than Pine Ridge? It's paradise. Tate finished his pint. He wasn't sure what he needed more, a second one or a shower. The smell coming off him was institutional. You said yourself it's paradise lost. Only temporarily. We can get it back. By the time TJ's running around, this will all be a bad dream. TJ? Yeah, Robbie grinned. Tate Jr. Please, Tate groaned, the pain rooting deep, but Robbie just laughed as if he was faking it. You know what I think? I think you'll love it once it's here. Plus, now Ellie's doing it, Shannon will be next. But the idea of a star like Robbie being shackled was almost as grotesque as his own predicament. Then make it clear to her while you can. Make what clear? Robbie said. That you're not ready for a baby. Would it be so terrible? They could be in the same school year, like we were. Standing here in the gull in 25 years' time, one having just sprung the other from jail, it didn't bear thinking about. Your face, Robbie said, laughing. I think you need another drink.
Chapter 77. Charlotte. Thursday the 31st of August. Not so long ago, Pine Ridge had been their place to escape to, but now they queued to escape from it. Statements, loose ends and a last breakfast out of the way, Benedict and Tabitha were ready to depart. While Perry brought the Range Rover around from the Needles car park, Charlotte helped them with their backpacks and told them how much she was going to miss them. They agreed once more how unlikely it was that they should be ending their summer at the hotel when they had a holiday home 5 minutes away. Charlotte and Perry's own bags were behind reception, their next stop yet to be determined. Let us know all's okay in Macefield Road, she said, hugging Benedict. Before visiting Tabitha's mother in Rutland, they were going to the Dulwich house for a night or two. Perry had joked privately about Tabitha filling the house with refugee overspill from the staywell, but Charlotte was well past the point of laughing along with him, even if she was heartened by a last-minute thawing of relations between the two adversaries. When he'd returned from his latest mysterious outing yesterday and joined them for coffee after lunch, he'd been remarkably friendly to the girl, bearing her wildly simplistic monologue about the evils of bank bailouts with a tolerance unthinkable a few weeks ago. Mysterious outing seemed to have become Charlotte's preferred euphemism for her husband's secret foraging for alcohol, and was as good as any she'd coined in the past. The minibar in their room was booze-free. He'd requested this himself. But that was almost certainly a red herring. They weren't together 24 hours a day after all, and when she'd nodded off next to him these last couple of nights on the huge Needles mattress, Mango forming an illicit bolster between them, he could for all she knew have slipped from the covers and gone down to the bar for a nightcap. Doubtless he presumed that in light of a man's death she had parked discussions about his lapse, perhaps even decided to skip over them altogether, which was typically hopeful of him, typically overconfident. While Perry was doing the station run, she settled in the residence snug and returned to the task of trawling Airbnb and the other sites for somewhere for the two of them to stay for the next few nights. Bloody hell, £3,000 for a week-in pool in September. They'd be in a tent at this rate. After that, she was needed back in London, and Perry would return to Cliff View to clean up whatever mess the police had made and take care of garden repairs. "They've said 2 more nights tops," she told Amy when they'd met for an early morning walk. "God knows what they're still doing in there. At least they've let the kids head back." This included Beatty, who'd been given the all-clear following some mix-up involving the suspect, this Tate friend of Robbie's, who they'd arrested and then released without charge. Hadn't she predicted they'd cock the investigation up? He'd claimed to have been with Beatty just before the Nook was destroyed, Amy reported, and though Beatty had denied this, Amy wasn't sure what to believe. Her daughter had become quite the enigma to her. It was a terrible thing to realise that you no longer truly knew a member of your own family, Amy said, and Charlotte had agreed wholeheartedly. "Whatever Beatty's been up to, it will just be a blip," she reassured her. "She'll be back on the A-level treadmill and won't have time for anything else." Neither chose to discuss whether the treadmill might be the very reason the youngsters pursued the blips. Perry returned from the station in good cheer. "How are you getting on?" He sank into the huge velvet armchair by the window and encouraged Mango to jump up next to him, even though the hotel politely requested guests not allow pets on the furniture. It's proving a bit tricky. Nowhere takes dogs." "This is stupid. Let's just tell the fuzz we have to get back into Cliff View, end of. I bet they don't have a legal right to keep us out of our own property." "Maybe. I've had an idea," Charlotte said. "I'm going to ask Madeline if we can stay at Villa Pino for a couple of nights. Can I say we'll fix their damaged fences in return? You can do that, can't you?" Perry smoothed a hand over his scalp. "Sure. As soon as the police leave us in peace, I'll get started. I just need to let Helping Holmes know I'm not going to be available for a while." "Is Keeler House still a crime scene as well?" "I don't know. If it is, it'll be awkward getting the residents rehoused. They've got 0 extra capacity in London." Charlotte sent her message to Madeline, then changed into her swimming things and went down to the pool. Might as well use the facilities they were paying through the nose for. When she'd done her lengths, she floated on her back for a while and looked at the creamy sky and thought about the Nook. She hadn't said to Perry, and she knew he wouldn't have intuited it, but she didn't actually want to go back to Cliff View. Not yet. She didn't want to look out of the kitchen window and see a square of sky where the Nook should be. It had only been a summer house, nothing to compare with a human life, but she was grieving it nonetheless. People connected with places just as they did other people, fell in and out of love with them. By the time she was back, Mango was by Perry's feet, the two of them chastised but unrepentant for their sofa crime, and Charlotte had had an answer from Madeline. They could stay as long as they needed, and any help from Perry with garden repairs was gratefully received.
"I'm not sure I dare come back to Pine Ridge,"
Madeline texted.
"I know the feeling.
Charlotte replied. Chapter 78. Charlotte. It was almost dusk by the time they left. She'd been comped a skin-tightening, anti-aging facial as an apology for the stolen card incident, and she wasn't going to miss that. To her relief, it was not Ellie who did the treatment, but a lovely girl called Manda. They parked in the drive of Villa Pino, in the exact spot where Robbie's caravan had once been, and she collected the spare key from the lockbox. Oddly, the burglar alarm was already disabled, which reminded her of Amy's fixation earlier in the trip, her observations about mail on the doormat and shutters being open when they should have been closed. Miss Marple eccentricities from a bygone era. "What's the story with the alarm?" she murmured, seconds before a young woman in a housekeeper's smock and leggings came scurrying down the stairs.
"Mystery solved,"
Perry said. "Can I ask what's going on?" the woman said, wiping her hands on her smock. Charlotte introduced herself. "We've had permission from the owners to stay here for a night or two while the police finish up at our place next door." "Oh, I didn't get that message." The woman stood for a moment, discombobulated, then said, "Which bedroom are you going to use? If you give me 20 minutes, I'll get it ready for you." "We don't know yet. You carry on. We'll sort ourselves out." Charlotte waited for Perry to take Mango to the kitchen to set up her water bowl before following the woman up the stairs. She stood at a discreet distance and watched her circle the upper landing and head for the second flight of stairs, which Charlotte knew led to the master suite. "Excuse me." She was not surprised when the woman backed away from her, subtly barring entry to the upper stairs. "Can I have a word?" "What?" She was fretful now and struggling to hide it. "How long have you been here?" The woman made a show of checking the smartwatch on her wrist. "An hour? It's just a routine check." "Come on. I'm not stupid." Charlotte advanced towards her, offering her phone, which displayed her exchange with Madeline. "Okay to get the key from housekeepers? C.
Kiss. Haven't used them this year. Spare is in lockbox on side railing. Codes for that and the alarm to follow. M. Kiss."
"You've been living here all summer, haven't you? Up at the top, I assume. Who are you? Do you actually work for housekeepers?" The woman's gaze dipped. "No, the staywell. My friend does, though." And he or she supplied the key and code, which Tim and Madeline must not have changed since using the agency last summer, along with the branded smock, to be thrown on in the event of an ambush like this one. "Your friend's squatting here too?" "Okay." Incredible that they'd had the gall to remain with police swarming the cliff top. Charlotte's mind flashed to her dealings over the contactless fraud at Fleur. More Miss Marple nonsense, and she said, "You know what? Don't tell me anything else. Just get your stuff and go." She headed for the main stairs, then turned back. "Wait. Did you see anything? The day the summerhouse fell into the sea? Did you see the person driving the JCB?" The girl sucked her lower lip, obviously wishing she had valuable information to trade, maybe even considering fabricating it. "I was down on the beach. Sorry." Not even 10 minutes later, she came back down dragging 2 backpacks, not unlike the pair Benedict and Tabitha had slung into the back of the Range Rover a few hours ago. The second belonged to her fellow squatter, presumably. Charlotte watched her struggle down the drive and into the darkening street, and wondered where she intended going. Why were 2 working people living like this anyway? She thought again of her son and his girlfriend, with their multiple accommodation options and inflated sense of virtue, and went out into the street after her. "Wait up. Can I give you a lift somewhere?" The girl was, she saw, talking into her phone, presumably reporting the development to her partner in crime. She raised a palm to Charlotte. "It's okay, thanks." If you're sure. Charlotte went back inside the big, spacious house she'd been loaned for free, next door to the big, spacious house she owned, and wondered if she should feel guilty for turning the squatters out. Of course, it was possible they had a whole roster of unoccupied houses they could use, and maybe the kind of people who did this were also the kind to steal whatever they could find from said houses, and Charlotte should, in fact, feel guilty for not having demanded their details and reported them to the Rickmans, or the police, or both. She was too exhausted to figure it all out, and she still had the most difficult job of all to tackle.
Chapter 79. Perry. Friday, the 1st of September. His wife's timing was impeccable, which was no less than he would have expected of her. She waited till Benedict had left, and she waited till she was sufficiently assured by the police that their family had completed all that was required of them to be eliminated from suspicion and accorded victim of crime status. A status, in his case, achieved thanks to his alliances with his 3 former bêtes noires, Linus, Tabitha, and Robbie. He was, in fact, just reading the text from Jevons Motors when Charlotte came to find him lounging in the Rickman sitting room with Mango.
Dear customer, work on your car is now complete. Regards.
Do you have a minute? She said. Since he was sitting phone in hand in front of the wood burner, it was the first day of September, and as far as he was concerned, summer was over in every sense of the word, including meteorological. A man with no job and no occupation beyond building fences, literally. The question hardly merited an answer. She perched on a leather footstool a few feet away from him. You did meet this Jordan boy, didn't you? Perry started, glad he didn't have a drink to spill. What do you mean? When? On Monday. You met him at the house and something happened that put you in that mood. He swallowed, fearful of her cool soothsayer's air. What mood? The mood to drink. As a flush of emotion gripped her, she gestured with upturned palms. You'd done so well, Perry. Miraculously well, really. To fall off the wagon like that, something really significant must have happened. Perry said nothing. Significant was certainly the word. He petted Mango's ears with both hands, not wanting to free them in case he was tempted to cover his face with them and weep. You didn't know about the Nook, that was obvious when we found you in the Gull, so it couldn't have been that. I did wonder whether it might have been the relief of sorting things out with Linus. I know that's been stressful, especially when he accused you of trying to drown him. But relief is too positive. You wouldn't drink to celebrate. This had to have been something that made you... She searched for the word. Despair. He brought his teeth together, not daring to speak. So, Charlotte continued, was it what I think it was? He cleared his throat. I don't know what you think it was. Her gaze narrowed. Some kind of entanglement. More than friends. You'd arranged to meet, and that's why you didn't want to spend the afternoon with the rest of us. We didn't arrange to meet. He knew this would be answer enough. Of her 3 statements, he'd corrected just one. What then? Did he turn up a day early? What was the plan? To get me out of the way back to London and install him here? Instead of sneaking back up, which you've obviously been doing all summer, you were going to sneak back down? No, of course not. Perry let his hand settle on Mango's shoulders, and she sent him a look of uncritical devotion. In that moment, she was his only friend in the world. You were right before. The police are right. He came down after this thing at Keeler House. He thought he'd killed Trev and wanted me to help him hide. Charlotte's brow shot up. This she had not guessed. You've known that all along? Why didn't you just say? I didn't want to implicate myself. I begged him to go back and hand himself in. I thought that was what he was going to do, but he must have come back. I swear that's the truth. Charlotte's hands came together, not quite wringing, certainly not praying, before she dropped them onto her lap. "Okay," she said. OK. He couldn't fathom what came next. OK, then I'll join you in your lies and we'll say no more about it. Or, OK, then I'll leave you to your entanglements and find a divorce lawyer. The time's come, Perry. He was breathless. For what? For us to go our separate ways. He felt the blood drain from him, the muscles in his face slacken, and let out a groan. The self-pity was involuntary, but Charlotte interpreted it as conscious. "Don't look so sorry for yourself," she said coolly. "All of this is your own doing. This whole trip has been a path to self-destruction. I'm just reacting in the only way I can to stop myself getting dragged down with you." She was right. He pictured himself 4 weeks ago, down on the veranda in the setting sun with his overpriced no-low beers, quipping with Benedict, baiting Tabitha, casually telling Charlotte he needed to run up to town the next day to help out those in need. A god of hubris. He'd had this coming. He saw that. What distressed him was how controlled she was now she delivered her verdict, almost impersonal. "What?" she said. "You can't be surprised." "No, I suppose I—" "You suppose what?" "I suppose I thought if it happened, if we ever split, there'd be more passion." It was the wrong word, and he deserved the disdain he received. "Look where passion got you, Perry." This was a typical last-word kind of comment from Charlotte, and he expected her to make her exit then, to leave him to reflect on his sins. But there was more to come. "What I'd like to know is, what are you, Perry?" The question took him aback. "You mean, am I gay?" "No," she interrupted. "Not that. I know that's complicated. What I mean is, how do you define yourself to yourself? On a lie detector test, or if you had a gun to your head and you were asked what you are, what's the essence of you, what comes first? Father? Husband? Londoner?" She allowed herself a moment of wryness. "Motorist? Second homer?" He knew the answer, but he wasn't sure if he would say it until he heard himself speak, uttering the words as if in solemn pledge. "I'm a drinker, Charlotte. That's who I am. That comes first." Because she wanted to contain their usage to one bedroom, they slept in the same bed they had the night before, in spite of their agreement to separate. Lying awake, he counted the beds he'd occupied over the last month. Macefield Road, Cliff View, The Needles, Villa Pino. And Jordan's room in Keeler House, of course. If the police found his prints on the bedposts, he'd tell them that must have been from a DIY job he'd done. The screws had come loose. That was right. Another metaphor he preferred not to dwell on. Chapter 80. Perry. Some time later. He could only guess what marital estrangement was like when you shared a small flat or just a room or a caravan, because it was oppressive enough when you had two homes and no obligation whatsoever to occupy the same one at the same time. It was over a week since Charlotte had gone back to London, and she texted constantly with instructions for his work at Cliff View, beginning with his replacement of the damaged fences, the police having at long last left, taking their inquiries elsewhere. Also with updates on her interactions with the various professionals who now populated the end of their marriage: solicitors, estate agents, wealth advisers, accountants. Benedict, thank goodness, communicated with him direct, and with a distinct sense of role reversal, as if Perry were the child in need of support and he the adult equipped to give it. "You okay, Dad? Tabs and I are here for you," and so on. Perry enjoyed the outdoor work, except when the wind was particularly savage, or the building works at the bungalow made it impossible for him to hear his vintage Start the Week podcasts through his earbuds. Not that he blamed Amy. She was innocent in all of this, and on the occasions that he emerged from his turtle shell of self-absorption, he couldn't fail to notice how drawn she looked. Like a cabinet minister who'd walked into her ministry fresh-faced and straight-backed and left it glum and stooped. Nothing to do with being married to a killer. He remained confident that Linus would keep that to himself in sickness and in health. And everything to do with the build. The crew were not happy bunnies. That was obvious from the grumbles he overheard, mostly to do with the spiralling costs of materials and the knock-on delays caused by the JCB having been impounded. They wanted to sue the police for loss of earnings. They wanted to add 30% to Amy's bill. They wanted to tear up the contract and work instead on a job in Studland, where the client had deep pockets and there was none of this crime scene bullshit. The victim was never once mentioned. People only cared about themselves. OK, so he was no different, but at least he knew he was no different and deplored the fact. Or was that simply the worst of both worlds? To be one of life's bad guys and to know it and hate yourself for it? In any case, he had sobbed for Jordan, once freely and extravagantly, with a bottle of Malbec and several glasses of cognac. He pictured them together constantly. Their first time together in Jordan's poky room in Keeler House, their nights here in the spare room and down in the nook. Thanks to his own strict rules on comms, he had no pictures of his lost friend, other than the one the media had used, which he didn't like to examine because it made Jordan look so luckless, so forsaken, as if he'd already been shown how his story would end. He and Amy had dinner together some evenings, either at the Needles or in the kitchen at Cliff View. It wasn't his preference because it meant he couldn't drink till after they'd parted. He didn't need her pitching in with motivational talk or supplying Charlotte with bulletins. But it was nice to have the company occasionally. "Any news on Tattoo-gate?" he asked on one of their nights. Creamy orzo risotto was on the menu, not his own work, but a posh ready meal from the farm shop in Crowland. Even the salad had been tossed by someone else. He wondered if, after 25 years as Charlotte's sous chef, he'd ever bother cooking for himself. "Not really," Amy said. She'd already told him that Linus had been uncharacteristically forgiving of Huck's body art, which she put down to the shock of their brush with tragedy. Wouldn't she like to know? To have a son with a jellyfish scratched into his skin was a whole lot better than the position the victim's parents were in. Attempts to discover who had done the tattooing had petered out, though she harboured suspicions that Beatty knew more than she was saying. "Huck says Julien's still kept his hidden," she said, and this was for Perry an interesting detail. How long could the boy get away with it? It was hard enough keeping action secret, but bodily marks? "Apparently, laser removal is loads better than it used to be, so I don't know." She pulled a face. "How are Benedict and Tabitha? Have you heard from them?" "He checks in most days. All's well in the land of idealism, I believe." "I like that they're so politically engaged," Amy said. "Not every young person is. I know that from my own two." "There's a lot to be said for apathy," Perry said, forking risotto into his mouth. He thought about Tabitha's odd little tryst with Robbie. Would the two of them keep in touch, or did what happened in the dunes stay in the dunes? "I'm surprised they seem to be lasting the course, though." "I suppose if a couple can get through the summer we just had, they can get through anything." Realising what she'd said, Amy flushed. "Oh, God, sorry, Perry, No," he said. "It's fine. Honestly, I'm fine."
Chapter 81. Amy. They said building works were like childbirth. Well, Charlotte did. Almost unendurable, but then once done, quickly eclipsed by the joy of new ownership. She looked forward to that day. But for now, it was a blood-pressure-raising schedule split between Linus and the kids in Dulwich and her new family, the Builders, and Perry in Pine Ridge. Depending on the weather, she slept either in the niche, which was pleasurably close to the elements but involved constant trips to the loo in the main house, or the only bedroom with its walls still intact, Huck's, still dank and dusty, but at least now featuring an actual window. She tried to time her arrival in Pine Ridge for the early evening, when the builders had finished for the day, and she could assess their lack of progress and allow her inevitable knee-jerk anger to ease overnight. If the voice was waiting on the doormat, as it was this time, all the better. She poured herself a glass of white wine and settled down to read. There was always something to make your jaw drop, and this time was no exception.
Squatter scandal rocks crime hit Pine Ridge. Workers from a domestic services agency based in Poole have been found to be squatting in the upmarket holiday homes they were servicing. The deception came to light when Claire Powell, owner of Housekeepers, a domestic services agency that looks after hundreds of properties in the area, answered a call from a client with a house in Pine Ridge and personally attended the property to carry out the request. There, she discovered clothes, food, and other items belonging to a member of her staff. When questioned, the worker confessed to having been living secretly in the house for several weeks. Powell conducted an internal investigation and uncovered a system of key copying and alarm code sharing among a small number of employees. "We are horrified," she told The Voice. "The staff involved have had their contracts terminated, and we've issued apologies and offered compensation to every owner affected." It is believed that at least 24 properties were abused in this way in Poole and Pine Ridge. Detached properties were more popular because of the lesser risk of discovery by neighbours, as well as those with no or outdated security systems. Though contacted by the police, none of the owners has decided to press charges, Powell said. "I know accommodation is a sore point around here," said one owner of a holiday home on Bird Lane, Pine Ridge, who declined to be named. But this really isn't the solution. However, Jacob Plummer of pressure group Citizens Against the Elite expressed sympathy for the low-salaried workers. "Stories like this show just how desperate seasonal workers can get," he said, adding that when the council's proposed cosy cabins are made available to locals, the temporary caravan accommodation currently being used to house them should then be offered for those with a legitimate short-term need. "If we want people to run our resort in summer, we have to provide somewhere for them to live," he added.
Amy topped up her wine, the first glass inexplicably already finished.
Editor of house security website Karen Crawley advises holiday homeowners to regularly change their alarm codes and at the very least install cameras at all entry points. Security systems that you can monitor remotely are incredibly easy to set up and will give you peace of mind if you're leaving your property empty for any length of time. Police said there is no link between the squatting scandal and their ongoing investigation into the destruction of a summerhouse bulldozed off the Pine Ridge headland during the August Bank Holiday Festival. A 26-year-old man was found to have been inside the structure at the time and died of injuries caused by the fall. No charges have yet been brought.
Amazing, she thought, finding the piece online and sharing it with Charlotte. "I bet this is what was going on at Villa Pino." Charlotte's reply came a few minutes later.
"Maybe."
The same edition included news of an open day at the Cosy Cabin site, which happened to coincide with Amy's next planned visit. Curious, she strolled up to have a look. Fine, so it wasn't Le Corbusier, but when she compared the pristine interiors with the pit where she'd woken up that morning, she felt really quite envious. The girl from the spa was looking around at the same time. Ellie, the one with whom Beatty had disappeared a couple of days after the bank holiday, on an errand that had never fully been explained. Also the one who Charlotte had seen in Beatty's stolen orange hat, the thought of which caused Amy a twinge of anxiety. "Hi again, Ellie. This is gorgeous, isn't it?" "Yeah, it's all right." The girl appeared rather guarded, perhaps mistaking Amy for a competitor for one of the cosy cabins. "Amy," she reminded her, "from the bungalow on Pine Ridge Road. Did you sort things out with Beatty that time?" "Oh, absolutely," Ellie said, recovering. "She was great. We love Beatty, don't we, babe?" A dark-haired male who'd been checking out the shower room now stepped into the living area, and Amy saw that it was Tate. Tate, who'd turned up at the bungalow on the night of the festival in a state of agitation. Tate, who'd been arrested and who'd fibbed that he'd been with Beatty around the time of the crime. But whatever it was he'd been hiding, it couldn't have been provably criminal, because he'd been released without charge. She watched as Ellie took his arm, her manner possessive. Amy hadn't known they were a couple. Did that cast fresh light on Ellie's rather fraught discussion with Beatty that day? Perhaps there had been something between Beatty and Tate, and this woman, this pregnant woman, had been warning her off. Oh, Beatty. If the summer was anything to go by, there were bumpy times ahead. Amy had reached out to private therapists for her daughter, put her name on several waiting lists, but even the most expensive ones were full. Everyone needed help, it seemed, bewildered by a changing world. At least she was studying hard. Her mocks were only a few months away, and her Cambridge application done and dusted. Her second choice was Bristol, inspired by Benedict and Tabitha. "Congratulations again on the baby," she said. "When are you due?" "February," Ellie said. "And when will these houses be ready?" "New Year, they think." Amy gave an exclamation of joy. "It's not often in life you get perfect timing like that." "I know. We're so lucky." The entire time, Tate didn't say a word, just stood there, gripping his phone, which looked like a brand new iPhone 14. She didn't allow herself to wonder how he could afford that and yet need subsidised housing. She could only hope he hadn't thieved it from a locker at the gym. No doubt he'd leave the heavy lifting of parenting to Ellie, preferring to meet his mates or play video games or cycle around like a madman before riding his bike over a cliff. Nothing changed. It was only as they drifted out of range that it occurred to her that Ellie had been wearing one of Beatty's ill-gotten designer items under her jacket, the tank top with the fur hood. The caravan park residents must have first dibs on the recycling, she thought. Good for them.
Chapter 82. Perry. One overcast afternoon, both sets of fence repairs now done, 2 notifications popped up on Perry's phone that left him feeling as shaky as at any time in this torrid period of residence. The first was a voicemail from the police, not the local force, but the Met, which meant it had to be to do with Trev. Could Perry please phone them at his convenience? Fuck. The second was a text, no words, just a picture of the Astra parked outside Jevons Motors in Crowland, license plate visible. This was troubling enough even before he saw the timestamp, the 31st of August, 3 days after the death of Jordan and a full 10 days after the date he'd agreed with Robbie and recorded with the DVLA as having had the thing scrapped. No sooner had he opened it than a message followed.
Meet me in the Gull at 7.
The little bastard had double-crossed him, and as ever, as Charlotte had so brutally pointed out, Perry had no one but himself to blame. He arrived 5 minutes early and made a point of enjoying approaching the bar and ordering a proper drink. "Make that 2, Robbie said behind him, and motioned to the stairs to the upstairs bar. Perry followed him up with their pints and located him at the table in the bay window. It was dusk, and the sight of the pines across the road caused a pang of gratitude, like seeing old friends stand by in case he needed assistance. "What the hell are you up to?" he said, depositing the drinks and lowering himself into the seat opposite. "I paid you the $2,000. Why didn't you scrap it like we agreed?" Robbie took a mouthful of his pint, eyes widening as if surprised by Perry's hostility. "Keep your hair on. It was scrapped. And backdate it to the 21st? Yep. You notified the DVLA, like I said." "Yes, of course. I did exactly what we agreed." Unable to delay a moment longer, Perry raised his glass and swallowed a good third of his pint. "So, why am I here? What was that photo all about?" Robbie licked foam from the corner of his mouth, the previously injured side healed now. "Just insurance, in case I needed a favour." Perry could have smashed his own head against the wall. How many more times was he going to ask himself how he could have been so stupid? He should just tattoo the question on his forearm. Happy to help, my arse. Quite apart from the fact of his having physically assaulted the guy, why would a resentful mechanic who'd headed a band of criminal activists be happy to help a rich bastard like him? The very type of person he got out of bed every day with the declared aim of annihilating. That meeting at the picnic table, Robbie must have known there and then what he wanted, or at least that he'd be able to think of something soon enough. What kind of favour did you have in mind? He had a dismal flash of Jordan asking him a favour about the car. How relieved he'd been that he hadn't wanted to borrow Perry's own car. It was shameful, contemptible, to have been so ungenerous. Robbie held his gaze, cool as you like. I hear your house is up for sale. Where did you hear that? As far as Perry was aware, there'd been an exploratory call or two with agents, but that was it. Charlotte had a whole programme of DIY for him to get through before the place could be listed. No secrets in Pine Ridge, mate, Robbie said. Well, he sincerely hoped that wasn't true. It will be for sale, yes, when I finish sorting the garden and a few other things. Charlotte and I are splitting. Or did you already know that as well? I didn't. Sorry to hear that. Robbie gripped his glass, took another deep draught. Perry sensed he was taking his time purely for his own entertainment. Anyway, I thought you might like to rent it to me and Shannon instead. Perry frowned. Instead? I just told you we're getting divorced. It's going on the market. Then make sure the price is nice and high, and we'll rent it from you in the meantime. We can't pay market rate, obviously. Her hours are cut right back in the off-season. What can you pay? A few hundred a month, maybe? Perry snorted. A few hundred? That won't even cover the electricity bill. Still, it's good PR, yeah? Doing right by the locals? Robbie smirked at him. Come on. It wouldn't be the first time you'd helped someone out for charity, would it? Rest in peace and all that? What a poisonous bastard he was. What a tawdry bit of blackmail he'd dreamed up. Perry reached for his retaliatory ammunition, Robbie and Tabitha in the dunes, but rejected it on instinct. Unlike Robbie, he had no photographic evidence, and not only would Robbie deny it, he'd also discover that Perry was the kind of father willing to use his son's private life to wriggle out of trouble. It was grievous enough to have Tabitha know this. Look, it doesn't matter what I say. Charlotte is the one you have to convince. You have to convince, Robbie corrected him. Perry sighed. He supposed he could spin Charlotte some yarn about having struck a deal with Robbie that exempted Cliff View, make that the whole street, from vandalism during the crucial for-sale period. It would just have to be until the house sells. Then you'd have to leave. Yeah, you said. Fine. They both knew this could be a while, and not only because the Tuckers were free, as Robbie suggested, to set the price ambitiously high, other factors were also to the other man's advantage. First, there was the article in yesterday's Telegraph. Second home sales have fallen off a cliff. Very droll. All about how fewer sales were being agreed owing to new council powers to tax holiday homes. Second, the fact that Cliff View was no longer known as the most covetable house in Pine Ridge, but as the house where a young man had died in an incident the police continued to investigate as murder, an infamous death trap. And even if an offer was secured, there was still the conveyancing, which could take months. I want the picture gone, he said, his voice little more than a growl. Gone from your photos, from the cloud, everywhere. Of course. The moment you hand over the key, Robbie said. He delayed getting back to the London police till the following afternoon, just before 4 p.m, which was his self-approved time for his first drink. He tried to ignore the smack of his heart and concentrate instead on the vodka and tonic on the table next to him, frivolous and fizzing, his reward for getting through the call. He practised pitching his tone between concern and cooperation, and, when satisfied, dialed. "Hello there. Perry Tucker returning your call." The detective thanked him and got straight to business. "You're aware that Trevor Cochrane was assaulted in Keeler House on the 28th of August?" "Yes, of course. I think I spoke to your colleague that week. I've been a volunteer at the house for almost a year. Would you be able to come in and give a witness statement?" The thump in his ribcage was turning into a John Bonham drum solo, crashing right through him, roaring in his ears. "A witness to what? I wasn't actually in town on the 28th. How is Trev, by the way?" The detective explained that the victim was recovering well and had now been able to identify his attacker. This is it. What had Trev seen? The two of them in bed together? Jordan in the car? Registration memorized? Don't cave in, he told himself. Go down swinging. "Ah," he said. Was it Jordan? Any reason you should say that?" "We just assumed it, I suppose. They didn't get on, and Jordan turned up here the same day, as I'm sure you know. I didn't actually connect with him, but, well, we know what happened." Perry gave a heavy, heartsick sigh. "It's tragic. He had such potential, I thought. Just needed his confidence building up, a decent employer to take a chance on him." It was impossible to know whether or not notes were being taken of these not insincere tributes, but he sensed not. The exchange felt reassuringly informal. "Are you back in London now, Mr. Tucker?" "No, I'm still on the coast, but I could come back if that helps. You mentioned my giving a statement." "Yes, we understand Jordan reported an altercation between him and Trevor Cochrane to you." Perry had mentioned this in passing to Alice and very much hoped she was the source of this tip. "Not officially, but he did tell me about an argument they had in the kitchen." "It would be useful to get the details of that on record." "OK, if that's helpful. But can I ask why? I mean, Jordan's dead, so you can't bring any charges against him, can you?" The bottom line was that they wanted to close this down, get themselves a statistic in their favour for once. He'd be, in effect, submitting evidence against Jordan to help make sure the boy rested not in peace but in ignominy. Then again, he had clobbered Trev with a dumbbell, so it wasn't as if the police were cynically framing an innocent man. "Of course," he said. "Let me get my diary."
Chapter 83. Amy. "How are you getting on, sleeping in the niche?" Perry asked, when the two of them next met for dinner at the Needles, where pizzas from a new clay oven were served on the heated terrace under a web of fairy lights. "It's not too cold in there, is it?" "It's all right," Amy said. "This truffle and artichoke is delicious. How's your nduja?" "It's good. Spicy. I'd say you're welcome to move into our place, but I don't know if Charlotte told you." "What? You haven't found a buyer already?" "No, the market's completely seized up. Apparently we might not get any bites till spring, but we've got house-sitters lined up for when I go back up to London next week." Amy looked at him in disbelief. She knew from Charlotte that in their 15 years of ownership of Cliffview, they'd never once let the place or engaged house-sitters. "Really? She didn't tell me, no. Who are they?" "Locals. Robbie Jevons and his girlfriend Shannon." "You mean NJFA Robbie?" Amy's eyebrows lifted. "Wow. How did that happen? Didn't you punch him?" "I did," Perry agreed, eyes on his plate, as he redistributed toppings from a particularly overloaded slice. "But, well, a lot's happened since then, hasn't it? I'm starting to see things from his point of view a bit more. Like you've always said, Amy, there's a lot of nuance to this housing issue." "There is," she said, flattered. "Well, if that's not a diplomatic coup, I don't know what is." "Yes, I believe it is peace for our time," Perry said wryly, and she was fairly sure she got the reference. "Now, I recommend you to go home and sleep quietly in your beds." "Churchill." "Chamberlain." "Of course, sorry," she said, when Perry looked dismayed. I noticed he's no longer all over the papers. Robbie, I mean, not Chamberlain. That explains why. All the agitation seems to be from this other group, citizens against the elite. There'll always be someone who disapproves, no matter how hard we try. Haters gonna hate, Amy agreed, and nibbled on a pizza crust. We can only do our best, try to give back when we see an opportunity. Speaking of which, you've inspired Linus, you know. He's signed up for volunteering. Every Saturday, the council's free cycling skills scheme. Beatty's going to do it with him when she's not revising. She had, in fact, preemptively claimed to be doing so on her UCAS personal statement, but Amy didn't tell him that. For all his faults, Perry did not volunteer simply because it looked good. If anything, his instinct was to play his good works down. Finished, they sat back in their seats, and Perry poured himself another glass from his litre of San Pellegrino. Charlotte had told Amy he was drinking again, and asked if she could let her know if she saw any evidence of this, which made Amy feel oddly defensive on Perry's behalf. "Will you still live in the Macefield Road house when you go back to London?" It was, she knew, large enough for them to make it work, at least in the short term. "No," Perry said. "Charlotte's keeping that. I'm moving into the flat." "What flat?" "We've got a flat in Camberwell. Did you not know?" "It's in Benedict's name, of course." "Of course." To avoid the second home stamp duty surcharge, she realised. And since banks weren't falling over themselves to offer students mortgages, it meant the property had almost certainly been bought outright. "We've been renting it out," Perry said, "but we've given the tenants notice. I'll base myself there until we're sold up down here, and I've got a bit more budget to play with." Amy wondered where the tenants would go, and had a brief, terrifying vision of the housing crisis dispossessed, swarming the streets of South London, searching for shelter. She looked at their empty plates and still felt hungry. The nights were drawing in, and there was just that instinct to fatten up for winter. "Shall we have a pudding?" she suggested, signalling to the waiter to bring menus. "I think we deserve it." "Certainly do," Perry said.
Chapter 84. Robbie. The French say La vie est belle, for this is the life. I read that the other day. Well, let me tell you, from where I'm sitting, on a posh wooden chair called an Adirondack, I googled it, always learning. La vie est seriously damn belle. Just me and Shannon out on the patch where the summerhouse used to be, and where Perry's laid some turf, drinks and a few snacks on the table between us. I mean, the sea is right there. You can hear the tides like breath, still as a mill pond today, but you should have seen it a couple of days ago. So angry. Great tongues of water shooting up at us and then sucking back again. I'm reading The Voice. The Tuckers haven't cancelled their subscription, and every week we pick it up off the doormat. Read it, then refold it and set it aside with the rest of the mail.
Police exhaust all leads in Pine Ridge inquiry. Police admit they are no closer to finding the person responsible for the death of tourist Jordan Lynch, 26, in Pine Ridge on the 28th of August. The investigation began as a criminal damage inquiry when the summerhouse belonging to a property on Pine Ridge Road was shunted into the sea, but escalated into a murder inquiry when Mr. Lynch was discovered to have been sleeping in the outbuilding at the time. A post-mortem found he died of head and chest injuries on or soon after impact. A recovering alcoholic, Lynch was revealed to have a blood alcohol content of 200 milligrams per 100 millilitres, an amount likely to have incapacitated him at the time of the incident. We have questioned every activist and every builder in the area, looked at every minute of CCTV, exhausted all leads, said Detective Inspector Nicola Peck, who is leading the inquiry. But with large crowds in Pine Ridge for the festival that day, we are sadly in a needle-in-a-haystack situation, with potential witnesses long dispersed. Frustratingly, repeated appeals have failed to bring new evidence to light. She apologised to the family of Mr. Lynch, who are believed to be based in Kent. His loved ones deserve to know who was responsible for this horrendous act. Activism groups campaigning for a cap on the number of local properties sold as holiday homes have consistently denied any responsibility for the events of the bank holiday weekend. Last month, Not Just for August, NJFA, announced a temporary disbanding of their activities following the council's pledge to fund a development of cosy cabins for local residents, believed to be the first scheme of its kind in the county. However, continuing incidents of graffiti in the village point to a new bone of contention: the housing of Channel migrants in the Staywell Inn. If there is spare housing available, then it should go to those who've spent years on council waiting lists, said Jacob Plummer of Citizens Against the Elite. Both locals and second homeowners are said to be united in their objection to the policy, and police have confirmed they will be present in number for a planned demonstration next weekend.
There's a big photo from the bank holiday protest showing the pro and anti-groups assembled on opposite sides of the Staywell car park. Is it me, or is there a natural focal point in the form of a small, dark-haired woman on the pro side, brandishing her placard with gusto, flashing her perfect dentistry as she hollers towards the camera? A real firebrand. She'll be Prime Minister one day, that girl. We've been here almost a month now. Feels like we're in Downton Abbey sometimes, having this massive place to ourselves. No servants, though, obvs. Perry came down for a few days last week to repaint the kitchen. Yellow. Puts buyers off, apparently. And he and I went out for a drink. He's all right. Now I've got to know him a bit better. He didn't come from money, it turns out. He made every penny he's got himself. When his parents died, he inherited debts, not trust funds. He really got it when I told him about my mum. It's always the wrong one who dies young, he goes. It's never the one you would choose. He's actually kind of entertaining. Loves a debate. Brexit, immigration, the war on motorists, you name it. What's your view on these trigger warnings, Robbie? He asked me one time. Got no need of them personally, I told him. Prefer to just take it all in my stride. That's the spirit. You know, I read that some American university has banned the term because they say it needs a trigger warning of its own. These are people who are offended in anticipation of the offence they may or may not be about to feel. Easier if they just don't leave the house, don't you think? I'm with you on that, I said, laughing. His wife, soon to be ex, has been down once or twice as well, to meet agents and check we're recycling properly, putting the bins out on the right day. She doesn't like me hanging up my overalls in the laundry room, but otherwise she's happy with how we're keeping the place. We've submitted to the occasional viewing, of course, made ourselves scarce so we can't lower the tone, but so far no one's come back with an offer, which is just how we like it. How Des likes it as well. He's subletting the caravan from us while we're here. He didn't make the cut for a cosy cabin, but is hopeful for the next tranche. Tate's been in there with him now and then, on the nights when Ellie decides she hasn't quite forgiven him. It's been one long game of musical beds, let me tell you. Cheers, babe. I take a hunk of olive bread and smear it with the pâté Shannon brought home from the deli. Crab and samphire, really tasty. I could get used to this. I know, but she inhales deeply, like there's something bothering her, haunting her. What? I just think it's really bad. She gestures to the newspaper. How someone got away with murder like that. Right here. Right where we're sitting, Rob. She said before that it gives her the creeps to sit down here. She prefers to be in the house. Mind you, there's not much choice if you're home during the week, when the builders up at the bungalow are working, drills and hammers and angle grinders driving you out of your mind. Amy's told Shannon if they exceed the permitted hours by even a single minute, then she wants to know about it. She's been very apologetic about it, bringing us flowers and wine and all sorts. The husband never comes down. Amy told Shannon she's worried he's been spooked by everything that's happened, but she expects to get him back on side when he claps eyes on the architectural glory of the finished house. I have to say, I wonder about that. You see, Tate told me something interesting once, he was back in the land of the living, reconciled to his future as a family man and able to view the summer with a bit of perspective, reacquainted with a working phone. Now that is a story in itself. The day after his release, a brand new iPhone was left for him at the Golden Sands office with a note saying, "I'm sorry, B, kiss," which was obviously impossible to explain to Ellie, so he told her it was a donation from an NJFA supporter who'd heard about his heroic incarceration. Anyway, he told me he'd remembered something from the evening of the summerhouse incident. As he and Beatty had left their little love nest, he'd looked back down the footpath and seen a figure on a bike in the distance. He didn't know who it was at the time, thought so little of it he didn't even mention it when he was being grilled by the cops. But a few weeks later, when he was stalking Beatty's Instagram, okay, so he's almost reconciled to his future as a family man, he saw a picture of her with this same guy, in the same kit and all. They were teaching homeless people to cycle, which makes no sense, so maybe he got that bit wrong, and he saw from the post that it was her father. "Didn't you ever meet Linus?" I said, confirming his identity with a single glance. He gave a sad, crooked smile. "It was never a meet-the-parents kind of thing, was it, me and her?" Anyway, the point is, it couldn't have even been half an hour after this sighting on the cliff path that someone climbed into the JCB parked on his own property and took out a neighbour's summerhouse. Sure, he'll have an alibi, don't we all? And anyway, I'm not looking to put the man behind bars. I'm just thinking, once they've finished their building works up there, once the architectural glory is open for business, I might come up with a proposal to house sit there next. You know, if timings work out. Actually, the more I think about it, the more convinced I am we could make it happen. I mean, it's not like the family will be down in Pine Ridge that much themselves. Not outside of August, anyway. That was Our Holiday by Louise Candlish. Read by Richard Attlee, Tom Babbage, Alex Dunmore, Lily Ann Lefkoe, Dawn Murphy and George Naylor. Produced by ID Audio, with post-production by ID Audio. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Louise Candlish, 2024. Production copyright 2024 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Louise Candlish asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.